When, for reasons unknown to anyone, humanity was plunged into chaos, a savior appeared to him from nowhere. With the abilities available, the Zeus system is able to materialize objects from the virtual world into the real world. It's been about 200 years since the world became a place where any game item can be materialized in reality. As a consequence, the modern era turned into a prosperous civilization, but as always, there was one but. In this civilization, there was cruelty, inequality, and oppression. Like everywhere else, people became like animals. Some people, feeling their superiority over others, began to humiliate those who are weaker. They behaved like real animals. Due to the rankings of the division of spheres of influence, as well as the appearance of items in the game of Olympus, there has been a polarization of wealth. The class system not being one is again ubiquitous in the human world here. It is difficult for a clay spoon to turn into a golden spoon. And now our hero stood at the bottom of this class system. He only had to climb to the top. His name was Haju Hyuk. He was one of the many clay spoons that would get lost among the masses. But thanks to being kidnapped one day by a crazy old man, the boy realized something. The old man said he had a gap in his abilities. So for the past 20 years, Han had only been going through the hellish training in the training area. He didn't know what rest was. Han was kind of told he was supposed to become totally evil or something, but the guy didn't remember. So he's with a holy priestess he meets along the way, an assassin who will soon come into his life in a very unexpected way, and also the queen of the afterlife who commands skeletons and other undead. He intends to become the ultimate evil in this world and enslave everyone he sees in his path, and nothing will stop him. But now he's just a little 6-year-old boy heading to the academy for training. After that, he'll go to work for the Union like everyone else. Such a life seemed normal to him. But the boy didn't even realize that all this time he was already being followed by a crazy old man. The strange grandfather with disheveled hair was already following the boy. His eyes glistened with anticipation. He had finally found his target. And the boy continued to go about his business unsuspecting and singing some song under his nose. With just one small leap, the old man grabbed Han with his strong hand and dragged him away with him. The poor man didn't even have time to realize anything. This is how his difficult and long journey of becoming the ultimate evil began. It was torturous training. He hadn't even expected the training to be so exhausting. It was more like bullying. But the old man wouldn't listen. Instead of normal training, he was running away from a pack of wild hyenas trying to survive. And the old man didn't even think to help him. During the grueling workouts, the old man just sat there and did nothing, watching the boy be at his limit. Despite his students' chatter, the teacher seemed to let it all pass and just looked away. The old man sat on his student's back and made him do push-ups. Arthur was already 16 years old and had spent a good dozen years in training. The boy spoke of someone who had reached level 89 and was considered the best player in this world, but the old man didn't believe it. The teacher scratched his disheveled beard and frowned as his student seemed to doubt his mentor's words. Arthur gritted his teeth and continued his training while the old man went back to his musings. In an excited voice, the crazy old man told Arthur to believe in him, because only he could make the boy the strongest player in the world. When the old man heard that the boy doubted himself, his face changed and his teeth gritted with anger. He brought his heavy fist down on his student's head and told him to shut up immediately and keep practicing. Poor Arthur cried when he heard that his teacher had ordered him to stand in this stance for another 3 hours. 20 years filled with pain and suffering passed in such hellish training, but Arthur patiently endured it all. And now the graying old man sat before him and said in a sad voice that he had taught Arthur everything he knew. Now he could go to the other world without any regrets. Arthur, sitting in front of him, listened to every word. Tears came to the boy's eyes. Even though it was a crazy old man who had kidnapped him, Arthur had grown attached to him. In reality, he was treated like a job seeker who hasn't been able to get a job for who knows how long. After all this, Arthur had already lost all hope for normal life and that he would ever become great. And in the virtual world of Olympus, he had to devote his entire life to diligent training. Honestly, the boy himself didn't know why he continued to put up with all of this during this time instead of just deleting his character. But finally, he was able to stand the test. Arthur raised his head and turned to his mentor. In a trembling voice, he said that he was essentially the son of this old man since he had no one but his mentor. But he still needs the support of his teacher? The old man looked at him with a good-natured look. A smile appeared on his dry lips. Of course, the boy was still weaker than him, but his skills had grown a lot. Arthur didn't pay attention to it. He just wanted a quest. Let him just give him a task and let him go in peace. The boy had heard that after the mentor goes to the other world, after him remains a quest. Arthur bowed and continued to ask. He might as well give him one small task before his end. Arthur continued to bow. The old man grinned and said he understood his feelings. May Arthur never forget that he was his apprentice, the only successor. With a dry hand, the old man handed the boy a small piece of paper on which was drawn a map, telling him to find the place. With gratitude and joy, the player accepted the piece of paper in his hands and thanked his mentor for his generous teaching that is higher than the sky and deeper than the ocean. The boy bowed again, hitting his head on the hard floor and getting everything he needed. Suddenly, the old man's body began to change. A strange aura flying around him, and his squeaky laughter could be heard. Arthur had to press himself to the ground so he wouldn't be blown away by the wind. The old man told his apprentice to go and finally conquer the world. When the player rose from his knees, his teacher had already gone to the other world, but remained in the same position. Now everything was more or less clear, and Arthur turned around and headed for the exit. It was time to move on. With one last look at his mentor's breathless body, he wished him to rest in peace and left the cave. Stepping out into the fresh air, Arthur couldn't stop you rejoicing. Finally, his torment was over. He immediately opened the status window. His memory flashed back to when his mentor had almost sent him to the other side a few times when the guy tried to escape. Passing the identification player saw that his stats at a fairly high level. Here, only luck went into the minus. Now Arthur was relieved of his position as successor. His status changed, and an aura began to form around his body. Now he could leave the area and go on a free journey. Taking a full breath, the player prepared himself. Breathing in the scent of freedom, Arthur looked off into the distance. He had waited 20 years for this moment, and it had finally come. But no sooner had the player crossed the threshold of his zone as a round began to pop up errors, Arthur did not even immediately realize what happened. Glancing at one of the windows, he read the inscription "Abnormal Level Up Method Detected." With horror in his eyes, the boy read that all of his stats were about to be reset to entry level. He fell to the ground from the shock and lay like that for a while. The player still could not believe that all his 20 years of training had come to nothing. The tears were coming to my eyes, and Arthur was about to become hysterical, but I wondered if it would all just end like this. Opening the status window in hopes of seeing something new, Arthur jumped up from his seat and stared at his specs. Yes, his level dropped to level 1, but his stats stayed at the same level. Similar system only reset the level. A smile immediately spread across his face. He is literally on level 1, in other words. This is the easiest place to climb up. In fact, his terms are extremely favorable. For further growth, Arthur's life will now take on a new meaning. That's just great news. With the map spread out in front of him, the player decided to head first to the newcomer's starting city. Without stopping smiling, the player applied a teleport spell and began to move to the city of Irkus. From this moment, his own life begins. In a few seconds, the environment changed, and the boy found himself in the center of the city where people were bustling about and the atmosphere was lively. Breathing in the clean air, Arthur almost cried at how many years he had missed this square. And those street vendors always trying to sell their overpriced goods, it all seemed so familiar. The peaceful and carefree atmosphere completely enveloped Arthur's soul, and it felt incredibly good to finally have him back. From the overflowing joy of the player, almost cried on his eyes, tears were already beginning to glisten. Rolling up his sleeves, Arthur's first order of business was to head out to the hunting grounds to find some loot, and everything finally fell into place. In a few moments, he was already near the entrance gate to the city. There stood a guard dressed in armor. No sooner had Arthur crossed the border of the city than a sharp axe appeared in his face, blocking his path. In a stern voice, the guard asked what level the boy was, as apparently he wasn't going to let the player go any further. With some surprise, Arthur named his level and looked at the knight for a second. There was silence between them. The guard shook his head and sighed, saying that the boy had made a mistake at the gate and that he needed to go to the east exit. And here the west gate for the first level is too dangerous, unless, of course, the boy wants to go to the other side early. Taking a closer look, Arthur asked, "Is this the forbidden zone?" A guard stood nearby and watched. The knight shook his head irritably at the silly question. No, this was not the forbidden zone, but he strongly advised against it. With this level, Arthur can't even beat a normal toothy rabbit, so don't even try this madness. The guard wanted to say something, but Arthur pushed his axe away and strode forward excitedly. With a heavy sigh, the guard had already prepared for this poor guy to be eaten by the monster, but he didn't even listen. As he approached the monster, Arthur noticed that he had activated a new quest to alarm the Guardian of Nier. A smile spread across Arthur's face as the guard looks worried about him. Maybe we should show him the quest the player has received. The guard continued to watch the strange boy with a questioning gaze, and goosebumps ran down his spine. What's this kid doing? He's just standing next to a monster and waving at it. That rabbit could eat him in a second. It did not have to wait long. The rabbit changed in his mouth, appeared huge, sharp teeth, and the monster with a scream rushed at the boy. The guard was horrified and wanted to rush to his aid. The man shouted for the kid to finally turn around because he was being attacked by a monster. But it was as if Arthur didn't notice that the toothy monster was flying at him on purpose and just stood there smiling. The next moment, something strange happened. The guy made some sudden movements and hit the monster right in the stomach with incredible speed. A light flashed in the air, and immediately, there was a notification that Arthur had defeated the toothy rabbit and received 1 gold. As if that's what it took, the player blew on his fist and sighed heavily, his face not expressing an ounce of excitement. Then the guards were even more surprised when Arthur, with only level 1, started throwing rabbits around like toys. The man just stood there staring at this sight with his mouth open in amazement, unable to believe his eyes. Running up to the boy, the guard said that he only has the first level. How can he fight monsters? But Arthur just smiled. Turning to the guard, the player with a smile on his face said that the guardsmen are basically watching the level But the man was still unable to believe that he was seeing what kind of machinery he was seeing for the first time in his life. Arthur squinted his eyes and said it was just a company secret, but behind him was a huge boar preparing to attack. Now even the knight was already frightened, but the player just looked himself over his shoulder with full readiness. The rabid boar looked at them with fierce eyes, steam coming out of its nostrils, and nothing good could be expected from this beast. The knight ordered him to stand back and readied his spear, but Arthur assured him that there was nothing to worry about now, everything would be quick. As soon as the boar approached them, Arthur struck it in the stomach in one deft movement and threw the animal back. Then the player victoriously raised his hand, his level increased as soon as he destroyed the monster. The surprised guard only looked at the boy's back and could not believe how he was able to defeat such a monster. So crazy. Meanwhile, the quest was completed. The player was credited 30,000 gold as a reward for the fulfillment. But then the player thought about it. Even if so, investing in his characteristics will not work, because they are already at the maximum level. Waving his hand at the still surprised guard, Arthur went about his business, leaving the man completely bewildered. Now, the main problem is not that you need to go to high-level hunting grounds to finally have some fun. At the time, Arthur thought the road of his life was perfectly straight. 20 years of hard training has finally won him the reward. But a few days later, a horrible realization came to him. He had Hao A's system activated, and now players can distinguish the assassin's mark. Over the past few days, events have changed dramatically, with players attacking Arthur literally out of nowhere. He had to hide in the city to keep a low profile. Everyone mistook him for a wanted criminal. That's a problem. Next to him hung a poster of the real criminal, who was completely different from Arthur's appearance. And how could they be confused? It wouldn't happen without a reason, no matter how much the player thinks about it. It's probably because of his luck, which went negative. As Arthur stood behind the wall to hide behind the corner of the building, his back, the silhouette of another player, had already appeared. Constantly, everyone wanted to send him to the other world and get a reward for destroying the criminal. It created a lot of inconvenience. As soon as the stranger came at Arthur from behind, the boy turned around and gave him a powerful kick, knocking him backwards. The player immediately vanished into thin air. His session was over. Now Arthur was the most notorious criminal in town. He even went into full Hao mode. Near his body now had a black aura flying around his body, which meant that he was destroying other players. And now he was hunted not only by NPCs, but also by players had to run away every time a quiet minute just wasn't there. Everyone who came after him wanted to destroy him and get the reward, because they thought Arthur was a serial assassin. The unfortunate kid was running away from them with his last strength. I agree, in the opposite hero system to Hao's, you can become a hero by destroying a Hao site. And now absolutely all the resident players who wanted to become heroes took Arthur as their target and tried to destroy him. At one point, Arthur hit a dead end. He only looked over his shoulder at his pursuers in his eyes. Anger burned in his eyes. In the end, to survive, he was left with nothing else but to destroy all those who pursued him, only so he could stay alive. So 2 weeks went by, and he had to destroy players one by one and still level up. He sat on a rock and reasoned if he was already such a bad guy, he should look out for his own well-being, and Arthur stopped being a hero. If you think about it that way, he was forced into this mode and forced to destroy other players. There was simply no other choice. What was behind it, the player could not understand in any way. What was the meaning and idea? Perhaps it was some special scenario. He continued to wonder about it as suddenly the next day something strange happened to him. In front of Arthur kneeled people. There were 7 of them that in general here, the guy did not understand anything and just stood still. The most important of them, an old man with gray hair, smiled and said that they were honored to see the successor of the Absolute. All the old men immediately began to praise Arthur. The player just stood in front of them and did not understand anything, the old men shouted. Only one word. Glory. What is this even? Looking at his information plate, Arthur found that he had received a CCC rank quest. This puzzled him greatly. Upon reflection, the player realized that quests of this nature were major scenario quests that are conducted at least on a national level, and the old men continued to lie bowed before him and await further orders, as if they were only waiting for him. A smile appeared on Arthur's face. Perhaps Zeus had been preparing him for this all these 20 years, and maybe Arthur was about to become part of a bigger story. The Age of Chaos lasts for 7,000 years, and the most powerful nation has an absolute ruler to whom everything obeys. Arthur began to read the contents of the biography of the chief ruler, which turned out to be quite long, while the old men continued to bow. Shulter inherited the devil's blood and became so much more violent than anyone else. It is said that he was feared by all the heroes in the world. However, when the rebellion broke out, he was defeated but not sent to the other world. Only crippled, and life remained in his body. Thinking about it, Arthur realized that perhaps his mentor was a descendant of the villain or someone of his lineage. Looking at the plaque, the hero wondered if he would get full recognition but find himself in a difficult situation. Maybe he would even be banned from joining the game. At this point, the unfortunate kid realized that he got into a very serious story, and it seems that the game system decided everything for him. So no matter what the means, the end must still be reached. Arthur looked up at the sky. Turning back to the old men, he clarified so it was the Heavenly Devil Elders right. The old men twitched. The foremost white-haired grandfather nodded and immediately hit his forehead on the ground, shouting that they were in awe as soon as they learned that the Overlord had returned. Arthur smiled again. Of course, he didn't remember anything about the Elders, for it had only been a few minutes since he'd gotten up to speed. But still, Arthur remembered something of his mentor's words. The Elder raised a broken forehead and cried with happiness. As he continued bowing and banging his head on the ground, the Elder cried, "It seems that these are the same 7 elders who sympathize with him a lot," seemingly with nothing to do. Arthur smiled and said that now let them lead him. It was time to get on the road. The chief elder obediently bowed his head. They are unquestioningly ready to listen to their master and lord. The answer to the question of why it's so quiet here came to itself. The elder said that they had wiped out all the insects in the neighborhood. In addition, the experience earned by the elders is retroactively assigned to the player. Arthur frowned as his level increased more and more. Eventually, without doing anything, the player reached level 9 just because the elders were destroying monsters in the neighborhood. And then another ingenious idea came into his bright head, that he should use this wonderful opportunity wisely. Walking closer to his new followers, Arthur asked the name of the main man. An old man with gray hair said his name was Luxo. Continuing to hover over the old man, Arthur said that first of all he needed to clarify something. The man nodded his head. Closing his eyes sadly and voiced, the player said that he was currently under the pressure of some restrictions, so he couldn't reveal his power. He remembers his teacher's instructions, but now due to circumstances, he can't use any of the techniques his head remembers, but his body doesn't listen. Bowing his head in a sad voice, Luxo replied that they guessed that something like this had happened, and in great sorrow. But immediately Arthur came to his senses with complete confidence in his voice, and told them to trust him completely to the summit. Hearing such words, the old men raised their heads and with tears in their eyes began to praise their lord with renewed vigor. The Heavenly Devil Elder's sympathy was growing with every second day. This is not a bad indicator. Arthur smiled. Back in the real world, Han went to the kitchen and drank a glass of water. This trip had made him a little tired. Suddenly, he was called out by someone's loud voice. The guy turned to the side and with some irritation asked what was wanted of him. A girl with long golden hair stood on the doorstep and happily said that she had heard that since their union had won the quest, it was Seiya, his younger sister. Han almost choked on the water and asked him again. It was really true, and he even shivered a little in surprise. The one being hunted uses paired pistols. His level is too high to be caught by even a few people. But it seems the younger sister was encouraged if she succeeded, she could get a compensation of 3 million gold from her union. In response to her brother's bewilderment, the girl said that nevertheless, their union gave quite a lot compared to others. The smile on her sister's face was growing with every second, so somehow if she got encouragement, she would definitely buy a lot of meat. Seiya looked at her brother with pity and said that they hadn't been eating meat lately, which was probably why her brother had bags under his eyes. After that, Han almost choked on water again. Maybe it was because his luck had run out, but thanks nonetheless. When Arthur moved back into the game world, he immediately received a notification that someone was following him, but the guy didn't see anything. It was a player named Luna. The first thing that came to mind was perhaps Arthur's younger sister, the guy immediately inquired. But no, it was not. The little sister behind the back of the player formed a silhouette from which emanated a very bad aura, heard a nasty voice. Turning around, Arthur saw the paired pistols in his hands and a savage look on his face coming out. It was the same Getrag from the wanted ad. The criminal looked at Arthur with a contemptuous look. He said that he would destroy the underling immediately, and Arthur would pay for his sin. Arthur sighed. It was good that his sister had shared this information with him. Even though he had high characteristics, the enemy had a high level. Getrag had already readied his weapon and moved forward. I wonder what variables their difference would create. A wide smile appeared on Arthur's face. It's not like he has to fight this opponent alone. Without wasting a second, Arthur summoned Elder Luxo, and the man immediately appeared literally out of nowhere, landing on the ground. The criminal was in a bit of shock as to where this old man had come from. His presence was not felt at all, so he must have been hiding somewhere. Meanwhile, Luxo was approaching the criminal waving his long sword. Now he would destroy him by order of his master immediately. Feeling his advantage, Getrag drew 2 pistols. If you think about it, there's only an old man and a green rookie here, so there's nothing to be afraid of. But no sooner had the man even pulled the trigger than his head separated from his body and flew to the ground. Standing beside the body of the defeated Luxo, hid his sword in its scabbard, and sighed heavily. The job was done. Arthur was astonished to the core. He hadn't expected that an ordinary old man would be so fast and agile to deal with such an opponent. In the meantime, the elder simply walked past the defeated enemies as easily as if it was an ordinary thing for him. Admittedly, Arthur couldn't even immediately see Luxo's footsteps, should have been a little more careful with this man. The boy shivered. Approaching the boy, the old man presented him a pouch with the head of the enemy player, even twitched a little in surprise. Taking the sack in his hands, Arthur begged with happiness. For destroying such a high-ranking criminal, he would receive as much as 100 million gold. A little cheered up, Arthur ordered to listen to him carefully for the sake of his glorious ascension. All must hunt all living things, it is now their goal. For the next 2 weeks, that's all they did was hunt to enhance their overall experience. Luxo was destroying everything in his path, thus increasing the experience of his lord, and Arthur was just walking along. The boy was already level 13. Some people take years to level up, but he could do it in a matter of days. To conquer the sky-conquering mind technique requires at least level 40 when Arthur reaches it. That's when it's a real head start. Another idea was born in his head, a company that gets items using full-scale pumping. On the other hand, if Arthur can't get a job on his own, he can simply start his own company. The player looked at the head sack. Now the only problem is how to get rid of this thing and get the money. While in his room, Han scoured the forums looking for places to sell expensive items. As he is drawn into a total chaos mode, Arthur cannot use any of the official sources in the game in the real world. The same problem. Suddenly, Seiya walked into the room and greeted her brother with a smile on her face. Han even twitched a little. The boy was glad his sister came just in time, Seiya asked. Did he really need pocket money again? A smile still shone on her face. Han was even a little embarrassed now. It's not that the player laughed a nervous laugh. He asked his sister what she would do if he managed to get Getrag's head. Seiya didn't even realize what he was talking about. Why would he even give up his head? He could just sell it and eat a lot of hamburgers. Han grimaced. He said he'd get that head by all means, and then they'd split the profits equally. That'd be fair. The guy frowned. The frightened Seiya didn't understand why her brother was suddenly talking in such a serious tone of voice, and what kind of nonsense he was talking about. In a frightened voice, the girl asked Han knows perfectly well what this person's supposed level is. It is simply impossible. After scratching the back of his head, Han said that, to be honest, he had already succeeded in catching the culprit. His sister still didn't believe it, and looked at him. In response to the guy said that he just hit him good, and he went to the other world. By the way, Han has approximately 99th level. The events moved back 10 years. It was then that Han sent his sister a screenshot of his level. Seeing the result of his brother, the girl got cold. Apparently, he is very hard lately since he even stooped to such things. And now she was very embarrassed at that moment. She thought it was some kind of Photoshop. Han shivered in principle. It was logical. Sitting back in his chair, Han said that if she wanted a head, she should go to the Leprian Mountains, where she would find what she needed. But after her brother said that he had gone into full chaos mode, Seiya was completely speechless. She couldn't believe that her brother was capable of such a thing. But having gone to the world of the game, Seiya came to the guards and said that she had urgent business in the Leprian Mountains. With a disbelieving look at her, the soldier said that she, in a flash, Oka will go to the other world, if only going there is a very bad decision. Without any hesitation, the girl said it was all right because sooner or later everyone comes back to life. The guards had no choice but to let the girl pass for last. They shouted that if she didn't come back, don't let her blame them. 3 hours later, the girl was already walking along the forest path. Around were tall trees. The atmosphere was slightly eerie. Seiya knew that her brother had dealt with all the monsters he'd told her about, but it was still a little scary. The image of a cocky Han who was saying in a cocky voice that he would destroy all the monsters in the area and not to worry too much arose in his mind. She continued to think and didn't notice when Arthur appeared behind her and lightly put his arm around her shoulder. The girl, who had not expected anything like this, cried out in fear and almost went to the other side of the world before her time. As soon as she was sure her brother was there, she started screaming. He could have at least warned her of his presence. How can you be so intimidating? But then she noticed something else behind her brother's back. There was a dark energy spreading everywhere. Like her brother wasn't lying about the chaos. Anyway, Arthur has something for her. The guy opened the notifications window and his sister just stared at him in disbelief. Soon, in the hands of the boy was a bag with the head of this very criminal. The player immediately extended it to his sister. The astonished girl could not immediately believe what she was seeing. She thought she was asleep, and it was not real. It could not be. Seiya looked at her brother. She couldn't believe that she was holding such a huge amount of money. Until now it appeared that her brother was playing a joke on her, but it was real. Soon they entered a tavern where they needed to turn in a quest. At the entrance hung a sign with Libra on it. A woman with a smiling face confirmed that it was indeed the head of the very criminal they were looking for, all right. The quest counted, and the woman pulled out a small chest of money. Seiya was still in shock. She couldn't believe it. As soon as the girl heard how much money she would get for completing the task, she caught her breath. If this is really not a joke, Then she will be able to buy all kinds of her favorite hamburger in front of her eyes. Immediately appeared delicious. She remembered how her brother used to vomit all the time because of the strain. The little sister looked at her brother with pitying eyes and was very sad that her brother was suffering. The girl came to her brother and handed him a bag containing 99 million gold coins. Arthur even wondered a little why she was giving him almost everything they had agreed to split the reward equally. With a smile on her face, the girl replied that she just couldn't take half of it away from him. It was his money earned by honest labor. And yet Arthur wanted to say something, but his sister wouldn't listen to anything and he felt a little lousy inside. His sister just waved goodbye, saying she needed time off and she'd buy a lot of hamburgers. So don't let him stay too long. Looking at her, Arthur smiled warmly and wished that she would take care of herself. He loved his sister immensely for such directness. The guy moved on. He had a really huge sum in his hands, even with the commission. As expected, this is the quest of a lifetime. The most important task has not yet begun, and he already has so much money in his hands. If he passes it, he can't even imagine how much money he will get. There was so much confidence in my soul that I need to accelerate my growth for a minute. At least even for a second, investing in the future is cash, isn't it? That same night, Han asked his sis to buy the items instead of him. The guy had a lot of other things to do. Seiya, with obvious annoyance, she looked at her brother and fiddled with what else he wanted. Why so quickly? She just got home from work and wants to rest, but Han said that if everything goes as planned, he will give her 300,000 every month. After haggling for 500, the sister agreed and got into the virtual machine. It felt like she was working overtime. After a few hours of hard work and labor, everything was finished, and the sister was barely breathing from exhaustion, and Han was very satisfied. During this time, they managed to get a lot of artifacts that increase experience, yes, and they cost about 70 million. Hearing such a sum, Arthur was simply amazed that this was the first money he had ever earned, but his sister was ready to go to the other side of the world from fatigue. She didn't know why he'd asked her to buy all this stuff, but if he was going to force her further in the future, let him set up a teleportation point. A little embarrassed, Arthur nodded his head. Of course he would do it, but how much does it cost, since the teleport is also paid for? When he found out that each teleportation costs 3 million, and the money slipped through his fingers like sand. There's nothing to do from now on to earn more. Arthur laughed nervously and opened the information window. He ordered the elders to move out, and the loyal servants followed him without the slightest hesitation. The next day, he had already reached the Jeff Mountains. Arthur was walking along a forest path and did not notice that they were already being watched through a tree. The stranger squinted his eyes and took a closer look at what the kid was going through. After a closer look, the man realized that this strange boy was a chaosite, so there was a bounty on his head. 2 men peeked out of the nearest bushes. If they catch this kid, they'll get a big reward, so it's worth a shot. Besides, he looks weak. Yes, and his items are basic. He must have started first on the way here many times. One of the attackers took a closer look. He didn't know everything, but this kid couldn't even detect them. A few more men prepared to fight and drew their weapons. One way or another, we had to catch this kid and get the reward for him. In the meantime, Arthur simply moved forward without noticing any danger. There were no monsters in the area, and everything was relatively quiet. But suddenly the player felt that his body was about to be taken over by outside forces. Arthur stopped behind his back was already a warlock. The wizard marveled that this stranger could easily resist his spell. The knight standing next to him froze in place. The archer sitting in the nearby bushes has already drawn his arrow. He just needs to destroy this guy to become a hero. It's not hard at all. Knight ordered to stop coddling and finally grab him. Captain distracts this kid, so no time to waste. At once they all rushed at Arthur, readying their weapons. The boy seemed to have noticed them beforehand and stood motionless. In a completely calm voice, he said that they could survive if they retreated now, otherwise they were finished. In a loud voice, the knight bellowed that this was utter nonsense. They would destroy him now and be rewarded. The warrior struck a blow, but nothing happened. Arthur asked in a calm voice, as if nothing had happened, what their level was. The bandits continued to attack him, but their weapons were completely useless. It just bounced off the armor. Even the arrows had no effect. The attackers decided to pincer the guy to prevent him from getting out. He didn't respond to any damage. The archer continued to cover his target with a hail of arrows, but even that didn't work. 3 strong players attacked him, but Arthur didn't even move. A great sword of level 40 build would pull about 20 armor doesn't fit. Arthur didn't even see them conjure. The archer shouted to the knight that it seems this man had prepared for the fight in advance, and came prepared. The knight couldn't believe it. At this point, Arthur just stood motionless and waited for something interesting. The guy even already started to get bored. Nothing special. If he can't use his skills yet, he'll try his fists. A dark aura began to form near his body, and Arthur got into a fighting stance. The frightened swordsman shouted for everyone else to be careful. The enemy is preparing a magic move. Everyone stand back. But Arthur let all this pass by and was already preparing his most powerful blow. A second later, a pop was heard. A second later, the knight felt such a jolt in his chest that he could not stand on his feet. The man was shocked that this is even who this kid is. The next fighter was already running towards the kid, waving a huge hammer. Now it will turn this criminal into a stain, but Arthur was ready for it. He only needed one hit to defeat his opponent, who was just a distraction tank, his sin arrows, as somehow not giving a damn. The rest of the team only had time to watch their commander fall unconscious. The last thing the archer heard from his commanders was that they needed to run away. This was not a man they could handle. The man turned and ran away, ordering the others to run away if they wanted to live. But it wasn't that simple. Arthur took one big leap and grabbed his shoulder. The archer jerked and froze in place. A smile appeared on the player's face. This attacker was so confident when jumping on him, now running away. The archer was horrified at how this man could cover such a distance in such a short time. It was impossible. One man, high-level Hunter Rufinal. Didn't they have the good fortune to meet just him? It was only a few seconds before Arthur had easily dealt with the rest of them, and in the meantime, his level had risen to 16th. Things were going as well as could be expected. Luxo landed somewhere nearby and turned to his overlord. The man was concerned about something. The elder said he had something to show us and we should follow him, and I could tell by the look on his face that it was really something important. To his great misfortune, the player realized too late that to go very far, they were already in the lair of the heavenly devil. They had to go a whole week. Soon the company came to a portal that somehow was in the center of the desert. Well, okay, if they have already come, there is nothing to do. It was good to be able to speed up. But after a week of walking at a normal pace, it looked like a mockery. No animals or monsters, nothing in their path. They did not notice even when the characteristics were at maximum. Still, Arthur felt at the limit. To Arthur's great relief, he heard that they had already arrived, and the boy's eyes lit up. But it was too early to rejoice. The village was a pitiful sight, the usual ruined houses and almost no people. The player was even slightly surprised this place is definitely here, but the elder assured that they are in the right place. All the joy evaporated in a flash. It was like a blow to the head. Did they really bring him all the way out here for an abandoned village? After a while, the inhabitants crawled out of the destroyed houses, and they looked bad, to say the least. People immediately started to rejoice. In addition, Arthur received a quest to rebuild the village. He should have rebuilt himself first instead of building it. Soon the leader of the village, Prophet Carls, appeared. He was 163 years old, and it's a wonder how he stayed on his feet. The elder invited Arthur to his humble dwelling, where the boy decided to ask if it was really all that bad. He wondered if it was impossible to bring supplies from outside so people wouldn't starve. With a heavy sigh, the old man said that it was impossible. All the villagers, including the elders, are imprisoned here. It is impossible to bring anything from outside. In the end, the first thing Arthur has to do is to feed the people and lean to stop their dwelling. He immediately summoned his assistant, and Luxo instantly appeared in front of him as if he had grown out of the ground. Asking how long people can live without it, Arthur got a discouraging answer at most, until the full moon matters badly. The player sighed heavily and rose to his feet. The situation is more difficult than expected, but there is nothing to do. When he got to the big mountain, Arthur shouted for all the people to pay attention to him, and the people started to turn their heads looking for a sound. With some blame in the voice, the player said he was aware of how hungry they were, but because of his daily training, he couldn't take care of them in time. But now everything will change. He will take the reins and help all those in need. Tears of joy began to well up in people's eyes. Arthur immediately noticed that his eloquence increased, and NPC loyalty increased. He gained new fans. Arthur ordered Luxo to follow him and the rest of the elders to stay here and help in any way they could, and the man bowed his head obediently. The two of them had left the village with no time to spare, so they had to do their best to help these poor souls. When they get outside, we need to mop up all the monsters. If any mana stones or items appear, let them carry them here. Luxo nodded his head. In an hour, almost everything was ready, and the assistant admired his master. He was able to prepare it all in 1 hour without much difficulty. Arthur just smiled benevolently. Of course, he didn't expect anything else of himself, although he had to work hard. In order to get back quickly, he cleared a path and gathered whatever was at hand. But perhaps that doesn't seem to be enough. The events moved to a few days ago. Saya was walking through the city on her own business. Around again people. The girl did not pay any attention to them. Suddenly, a notification from Saya's system popped up in front of her face a bit. She stopped and shrieked. It was a request from her older brother. He asked her to bring him 800 cans of porridge and a magic pouch. The unhappy girl only sighed. Eventually, she got to the location and started asking why her brother needed all this, but Arthur said he would pay for it all. He put a blue stone in her hand, and her sister immediately wondered at his sponsor showing up, at which Arthur only laughed. The boy said she could sell it and take 10% for herself. Saya opened her eyes in surprise. This thing is incredibly expensive. All she had to do was turn around and fulfill the request. Apparently her brother had gotten very lucky. Arthur also asked her to buy 3 teleporters. Buy teleport assign a teleport point, and the matter is in the bag. He managed to drastically reduce the time that would have taken more than a week if they had walked. Everything went perfectly. Teleports, of course, came out very expensive, but it was worth it. Yes, and besides, will pay off very soon. 12th Elder Eder sat in his tent and pondered the Overlord had left the village, leaving the border unattended. The man became furious. Since he called himself the successor, then let him at least be more discreet. It was as irresponsible as possible. Bad thoughts settled in the man's mind. Let the other elders follow as they wish. If the heavenly devil even harmed him, I didn't want to think about it. But his musings were interrupted by Scream Absolute returning with such a huge pile of food that he couldn't believe it. The man came out of the tent, and there were already a lot of people looking at the gentleman with tears in their eyes. And there was a lot to see. Arthur was standing near a pile of canned food jars, so many of them that the eyes were scattered. Arthur smiled and said that the food had arrived. He wanted to give them milk and honey, but if they ate too much at once, they might get sick. Eddard's eyes bulged so much that they were about to fall out of his head, and how the Overlord had managed to get so much food here. There were tears glistening on the faces of the villagers. Finally, after a long time, they will be able to have a proper meal. This is a real blessing. After this, the poor citizens began to glorify their lord even more, and their loyalty grew like yeast. Arthur could not be pleased. Arthur ordered the other elders to divide the porridge among the rest of the people and let them eat it. Entering the tent, the player began to ponder food and shelter needs improvement, for now he will have to work harder than before. Suddenly, Eddard's voice was heard. He asked to come in. Arthur turned and nodded his head. The man walked inside, tears glistening in his eyes. He didn't even immediately find the words to express his gratitude. The unhappy elder felt incredibly guilty for his lack of trust and immediately threw himself on his knees. Nearly crying, he cried out that he had dared to doubt his lord, but now he sees that Arthur is their true leader and great ruler. The guy was a little taken aback. He thought it was some kind of long-term project, but now it's a whole sect. On the other hand, it's just fine. His eyes lit up with renewed vigor. It's even better. The more loyal people, the better. He walked up to the elder and put his hand on his shoulder in a fatherly way. Eder was even a little startled by this show of attention. The man looked at him with frightened yet grateful eyes. Arthur took a seat next to him and began to speak. He said that so far there is a lot missing, and that his opportunities are too much limited by his current situation. And Arthur is well aware that right now, for the time being, few people believe him. If he were them, he would do the same. The elder continued to stare gratefully. In the most good-natured voice possible, Arthur said that he would repay everyone for their trust. So don't let him worry. After such a heartfelt speech, the elder's cheeks were completely flushed with tears, and shame had completely taken over his mind. Everything was going as it should within himself. Arthur just exulted with happiness. His plan had succeeded. The main thing was to choose the right words, and then everything would be as it should be. Next, they headed into the Leprious Mountains to fight monsters. The first on their way was a huge bear popping out of the bushes. With incredible weariness in his eyes, Arthur looked at the beast. He was seeing a bear here for the first time. Is this even normal? Eddard, standing behind him, drew his sword and offered to destroy the monster. But Arthur replied that he would try it himself. Usually, such a huge monster would be caught in a group, but now we should try to do it solo. The bear swiveled his head, but Arthur had already prepared to strike. He was preparing a fist charged with energy. The monster was only one, so it was no big deal. Just once was enough to make the huge bear carcass fall to the ground, a case made somehow even too easy. The elder, standing nearby, marveled at the power of his lord, but Arthur was troubled, staring at his defeated foe. The bear was lying down and seemed ready to cry some. He is too weak, or it is Arthur too powerful. In any case, it is good. Their next destination was the Amantium dungeon. The loyal follower went with his lord without a shadow of a doubt. A few days later, they had already come to the place where the portal to the dungeon was. The elder noticed that there were many footprints. It's easy to explain. These dungeons were designed for beginners. It's near the city and not particularly dangerous, so there are a lot of low-level players. Inside himself, Arthur still marveled at how he'd put down the giant bears, just how strong the instructors from the big union were worth checking out sometime. Having finished thinking, the guy moved forward, ordering the elder to follow him. The man obediently bowed his head. In the safe zone of the dungeon, there were already a few players, 2 guys advancing and creepily afraid. One of his friends said that he would like to clean the dungeon completely today, but he didn't have time to say anything because he saw something. In front of them stood a strange man who emanated a sinister aura so frightening that the friends rushed back. They immediately reported to the instructor that there was a chaos site near them. The man did not immediately believe it, but apparently the disciples were not lying. Arthur at this time continued to hunt monsters and came to one conclusion: when he destroys them with his hands, items do not fall out. Opening the status window for the 100th time, Arthur hoped there would be something there. But no, because of his luck going deep into the minus side, he didn't get any items, even basic. It would have been nice to just let the elders deliver the final blow, but no, his musings were interrupted by someone's voice from behind him. From the cave appeared a man dressed in what appeared to be a Union uniform, one of the instructors, as Arthur looked at him in surprise. The sister's warning that I said there would be a lot of Union instructors in that dungeon immediately came to mind. The man kept asking what Arthur was doing here, but the boy resented being treated this way. The instructor continued. He said he had seen many like Arthur, and if he left the dungeon now, it was possible the man would let him live. The instructor applied his scanner, and his eyes glowed green. He wanted to get a better look at this man. 19th level. No items at all, hardly any equipment at all, no available skills, what he even forgot here. Making sure there was no threat from the stranger, the instructor began to taunt, what a pity, and how Arthur was going to fight. Hearing such nonsense, the player was even a little surprised why would he attack the students. He didn't want to stir up conflict, so Arthur told them to ignore him, and he would just clean up the dungeon and be done with it. But no, they were not destined to part so easily. Instructor continued to pour dirt on him. It was already starting to get on Arthur's nerves. Behind the instructor's back, the students immediately appeared, and the man told them not to be afraid of anything, now it would all be over. A timer appeared. The man continued to sneer even at Arthur's request to stay out of the way. He only became more agitated. By the clock in his head, the guy said he wasn't going to deal with the students. His goal was just to clean up the dungeon. So why don't they split up? But it was too late. The dungeon safe zone had automatically deactivated due to the appearance of a full HOW player, and now they would fight. Without listening to the instructor, the man lost his head and wanted to prove his superiority. Arthur tried his best to warn one last time to avoid conflict, but it seemed no one was even going to listen to him. This only infuriated the instructor. Some guy dares to treat him so disrespectfully, it's just unthinkable. And after flying a few more meters, the knight reached his goal. But the sword did not even touch the body of his opponent. Arthur remained in his place. A wry smile appeared on the player's face and his eyes glistened, and that's what his entire attack, what a shame. The instructor, who didn't expect anything like this, froze in place. This kid doesn't look like an experienced player, but there is something about him as he blocked the attack. The instructor was horrified at how a chaos site of this level could stand up to him. But Arthur was unstoppable. He'd warned me he'd come here just to clean up the dungeon. Now they were finished. It was only a few seconds before the air lit up with a bright flash. Blago managed to block the blow in time. The sword didn't last long, and the instructor was horrified to see his weapon just cracked in half as this kid was able to destroy it with a single blow. It was an emergency. The students only stood behind and watched their mentor fail. An enraged Arthur looked at the other students and asked in a growling voice they were going to fight them too. The students made the only wise decision and shook their heads negatively. Well, at least something good. After that, Arthur continued his journey. Even if he was a bad guy, he had no intention of fighting with the students. Soon he was at the place in front of him, stood a huge tower. Looks like it was the same defensive fortress near stood a whole army of skeletons. First, we have to deal with this little thing, and then we can start the main course. A smile on my face, and it's getting fun. Since he won't get any items for destroying monsters anyway, it would be better to just quickly destroy this fortress. And that's it. 10 blows should be enough to destroy this wreck. Arthur's face lit up with a grin. Finally, something worthwhile. In 2 leaps approaching the tower, the guy struck the first crushing blow. The wall began to crack. The skeletons didn't even know how to approach their opponent, and the guy kept destroying the fortress. To his great surprise, the fortress collapsed literally in 1 blow. Somehow even strange, but anyway, it is good. Arthur ran forward. A little later, other players who wanted to clean up the dungeons came to this place, but only faced with the ruins of the fortress. This was the very support people were wondering how a 19th level novice could single-handedly destroy such a powerful fortress. Yeah, and besides, he didn't even touch a single monster. He just broke it, and then somehow it doesn't make any sense. In an instant, the notification man from the squad appeared in front of them, surprised, and raised his eyes. The dungeon appeared to be completely cleared out. Unhappy Arthur didn't know how to amuse himself anymore. There were a lot of skeletons. If he was a real beginner, it would be difficult. Yet he managed to get to the final form of the dungeon. Now a large crystal of red color was in front of him. Hoping that the shield wouldn't explode from one hit and he'd have some fun at least, Arthur lunged straight at Crystal. But no, his hopes were not destined to come true. The crystal shattered as soon as the boy touched it with his hand. What a shame. He will be chased by other instructors. Because they can't just leave him alone, right? We have to hurry and get out of here as soon as possible. Once outside, the guy sighed heavily. Well, this is a low-level dungeon, and everything falls down with a single blow. It would be necessary to use the points earned, and Arthur immediately began to increase his level. And now, you can go to the Desert of Darkness. Already resigned to the fact that no one is chasing him, Arthur wanted to go from here. But suddenly there were more people in front of him than the guy expected. The woman walking in front of them started yelling for everyone else to listen to the leader of the enemies. She seemed very upset about something. Arthur did not understand anything, and began to turn his head in different directions. What else is the leader of the enemies? He is here alone, or someone else here invisible? The woman said in a serious voice that she knew exactly what Arthur was aiming for, and hoped there would be no unnecessary pointless battles here. The player even got a little upset. Well, he only wanted to try one round, so whether to let them go or not. In a serious voice, the woman continued and told the villain to let the students go, unless of course he wanted to stay here forever. He had asked them to leave him alone and not cling to him. Walking past them, the player sighed heavily. Now the main goal was to go to the desert of darkness. They fight them. The others sighed heavily. One of the instructors said that thanks to the mistress, they had avoided casualties. The woman only smiled. Judging by the level of defense, this type of seams will be aided by some powers. The woman continued to explore the dungeon. Before that, she was telling everyone to stay out of unnecessary fights as they need to protect the students, need to be persuaded. The instructors continued to talk worriedly. They didn't even know that Arthur basically didn't care about them. Madam suggested that judging from the dark aura flying around this person, he is definitely full Hao, so he should be very careful with him. One of these players was Rufendal. He destroyed everyone indiscriminately. This guy was completely insane for him. No principles existed at all. But now he was concerned that someone was following him. A lot of commentators were talking about it, so you should be careful. Before he could be bothered, he decided to find this bird himself. Assassin had already prepared to attack. Meanwhile, Arthur had already returned to the Heavenly Devil Village where he was immediately surrounded by an elder. This time he said to go to a place where monsters pile up in appreciable numbers are their elders with an extensive type of magic. Luxo and Eder fell silent and twitched in surprise, seeming to know something. Arthur looked to the side and saw an elderly woman with a creaky voice. She said she had this ability. The woman's mouth stretched into a snide smile, her voice penetrating to the very soul of her soul, and then she would be Arthur's companion. Speaking of which, his little sister Seiya's birthday is coming up soon, so he should prepare a nice present. Soon they were nearing the desert. The place was depressing to say the least, but there were enough people here. Night were snooping around everywhere and preparing for another sweep. Everything looked pretty normal. In 10 minutes, the monster was to appear about this. Said notification, Arthur immediately became upset at how long he would have to wait. He turned to his companion and asked if she was ready. Zeta smiled readily. She is always ready. It was a grandmother with the face of a real madman. She smiled and said she would destroy anyone who got in her way. After that attitude, even Arthur felt a little uneasy. It seemed that this old lady needed to be a little more careful. The other players were watching Arthur in horror and seemed to be getting ready to attack him. Everyone wanted to be a hero. Several people were already licking their eyes at the chaos site and preparing to receive the title of hero. Arthur's appearance rallied the players. They wanted to band together and finally capture him. Then everyone would have a chance to get glory. We need to destroy all the monsters and capture the blue stone. The guy turned to the assistant saying he took her because Zeta is good at extensive magic. The old woman immediately took the hint. Her eyes lit up with rage. She would not keep her lord waiting. Raising her hands to the sky, the sorceress began to call upon the higher powers. The clouds immediately became violet in color, and the air was covered with electricity. A few seconds later, a huge giant fell to the ground. He was so horrible that just looking at him sent shivers down my spine. And then they started destroying everything around them that came into their eyes. The giant destroyed dozens of people at once with one blow. Arthur's sin was intensifying by the second, and the guy could see it perfectly well. His fame spread across the continent, and an aura began to form around him, which was even darker. This happens when the player raises the bad glory to a certain level. Also with this mark, he will be less resistant to divine skills. Arthur even began to wonder a little if it was normal for him to grow up like this. The notice was too much. The guy decided he'd put it off until he had to clean up the place. Soon it was over. Not a single person who wanted to hinder them was left, only their ghosts everywhere. Looking closer, Arthur saw something in the distance. There was a whole army. There was only who it was unclear. Looking closer, the player saw that they were huge bulls with crazy faces and very large horns. Zeta didn't have to beg for long. The old woman had already prepared her spell. She was ready to incinerate anyone in her way. A smile appeared on Arthur's face. Everything was going as well as it could. With this granny, everything would go as it should. Arthur rushed forward, and the sorceress was already preparing her most powerful spell to incinerate everyone. As the player approached his opponents, he begged them not to fall back from a single blow, which was no longer fun at all, and he wanted to have some fun. But no, and this time the bulls fell with a single blow as soon as Arthur touched him with his fist. Well, at least this old lady should get something. Besides, the player has already accumulated marks, so it's better than nothing. They continued to slay monsters by the dozens. The bulls flying around like toys, though they didn't get smaller. Two guys hiding in the bushes under a blanket watched what was going on. They had never seen anything like this before and had goosebumps running down their backs. That old lady with the sword is not really important, but that guy must be a melee mage. That's interesting. The man looked closely. Judging by the damage, this stranger clearly specializes in attacking Arthur, struck blow after blow. But when they tried sorcery, people couldn't even move it was at least level 50. Meanwhile, the old woman leapt high into the sky and prepared her most powerful attack. She was ready to praise the Overlord forever. It was an all-encompassing strike. Her sword glowed from the overabundance of dark energy. The sight was eerie, to say the least. Even Arthur couldn't help but marvel at the professionalism of this woman. She could barely stand on her feet. He asked her while recharging her skills to collect the rest of the stones. The old woman happily agreed. It was a speed that normal players wouldn't even dream of. Soon Arthur had bags of gems in his hands, and Zeta was standing happily by his side. And now it's time to get out of here. The boss monster is approaching. Even the earth trembles under his huge feet. The guys sitting in the shelter also tensed up. It was clearly the Bull King, and they had to get out of here quickly. And then he appeared, a huge bull, as tall as a skyscraper, surrounded by his servants, his eyes burning red. Even Arthur had seen something like this for the first time. He ordered his assistant to mop up the small ones and take the magic stones while he dealt with the main man. The guy's soul was filled with hope. Since this monster is so huge, he shouldn't fall down after a single blow. But the old woman turned to him with obvious concern. Arthur asked, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong now, too?" As they approached, Lord Zeta said that someone huge was approaching. Arthur rolled his eyes. Well, he's going to fight them. Turning his head to the side, he saw some more riders approaching them. No wonder they were bound to show up sooner or later. Arthur was weak now, but one day he would grow to a level where he would regain the honor of the heavenly devil. The old woman also cheered up. Sitting in his office, Han was completely immersed in the game and paid no attention to anything. Now he was definitely convinced, no matter how much the guy looked, he didn't see anything like this, or anything like the monster patch. The player sighed heavily, and thought that if this monster could withstand his blow, then he would get something valuable. But suddenly he saw a message. Someone went to a dungeon today, but the difficulty was insanely high. So I had to run away. Suddenly, a black giant bear appeared there, although this place was the abode of an ordinary giant. Although it was the abode of an ordinary giant, this was a critical change. Arthur was speechless when he heard that. Was it really all because of him, since he had only been there today? Yes, and besides, on the forum apparently discussed it himself, Player 10's speech was about the desert. And when he heard how many blue stones fell from the black bull of the giant, the boy was speechless so much he missed everything. He began to roll on the bed with impotent anger. He had missed out on so much money and could have made a fortune. That's damn luck. Even with what he has now, he'll only have 15 million to spend, so he won't be able to give a proper gift. Honestly, with that balance, he'll never buy something like a house or a car. Since he's low on actuals right now, a lot of areas remain closed, yes, and on top of that he's got a bunch of fines. In that case, Arthur's only option was to raise his level until he reached the Kappa. The guy put his fist forward with full readiness. Meanwhile, in the office, a man in a dress suit was finishing his report, which included that very black bull. The characteristics of this monster increased greatly. For unknown reasons, there was clear worry on the man's face. Alliance Director Jung Wook-hyun listened to the report and said that they have a lot of regular players who can be easily replaced. The ward bowed and said it would be done, but there was something else. The headmaster looked at him with a stern look. Whoever had destroyed the Black Bull had caused a lot of damage to their alliance, needed to understand who it was in the first place. It had been 3 weeks since Arthur had decided to level up, and now his character was level 29. Luxo appeared out of nowhere. He said he was worried about making sure that the jade body of the Overlord would not be harmed in any way, but Arthur was calm. The man wanted to revive something else he'd seen Arthur torture himself with training. In an enthusiastic voice, the player said that despite all the restrictions, he can't show his weak side because he wants to conquer the world. After such speeches, Luxo was even more firmly rooted in his belief of his lord. He dared not say anything more. The follower immediately slammed his head into the floor in a furious bow and said he would serve his master until he let out his last breath. Meanwhile, Arthur was over the moon, all for the sake of achieving his goal of a future car and apartment. He was already dreaming of his riches. Suddenly, he was distracted by a notification. He got a text and hoped it was from his little sister. It was really Saya. She said she had already gotten her quest and wondered if her brother had gotten his. To be honest, Arthur had no idea what this quest was the first time he had heard of it. The guy was trying to figure out what it was all about. Being in the real world, they started to learn all the details. People on the forums turned out to be overly aggressive, and there was no way to learn anything from there. It is still unknown what these hidden classes are, but if it is a hidden class related to the main story, then it surely has immense power. Saya, asked if her brother would participate in this quest, replied that he is full how after all. It is unlikely that he will be given such an opportunity as sister going to. The girl blushed and said that she's been busy lately, but she'll find a moment, and the rankers or players from overseas will definitely challenge them. Somehow the difficulty has increased, and the quest involves Arthur himself as the ultimate evil. And that's bad. The guy began to slowly boil with rage, and he was going to live happily enjoying the benefits of the bourgeoisie, and at this rate will soon go crazy. As soon as the elders heard that the master would go alone on the next quest, they were horrified at how this was even possible. They began to dissuade their lord. It was too dangerous even for him. How could he risk his life like that? The fact is, Arthur is not aware of their allegiance. However, according to an informant, the movement of these elders is now known in the Empire of Erfes. So it's time to be careful not to make any sudden moves. Arthur was completely serious and didn't take no for an answer. Realizing that all this concern was for their safety, the elders almost cried, after all, the Lord loves them. The boy turned around and headed towards the quest, and ordered to guard the village. The elders waved to him. After solving the food problem, one would have to worry about improving the habitat, but the costs were so great that nothing has worked so far. In the end, all that's left is to plow hard for levels, and you have to get to the top somehow, and only then can Arthur continue the quest with the map. You need to try your best to raise your level to ensure your future only gets to destroy monsters. All Arthur had to do to destroy the next monster was touch it. And there was something else, by the way. He beat up the other monsters and relieved the stress. Or he'll go crazy at this rate. At some point, a sign appeared in front of him. He had gained a new skill, an unusually powerful fist. It would come in handy while hunting. Seeing that this skill reduces attack power, just what he needed, Arthur cried with happiness. Finally, the gods heard him. He'll be able to get artifacts until he's finished with the last blow, so the guy would still be happy if someone hadn't approached him from behind. Finished rejoicing, Arthur tensed up from behind, heard someone's unfamiliar voice, who it was anyway, what he was here for. Rufendal came up behind him and said in an irritated voice that he was in really big trouble because of this kid. He's constantly suspected of things he didn't do. The assassin was furious. The guy's eyes were red with rage, and he was fed up with these Union players, and it was all because of this stranger. Arthur looked closely, but still didn't understand who it was. A thick aura, yes, and the outfit was appropriate. After this, Rufendal has lost faith in himself. He has no conscience at all. Or he's joking. If so, it's not funny at all. But Arthur just scratched the back of his head and said he really didn't know the funny man for picking on him. Rufendal was beginning to laugh hysterically at the absurdity of it all. The hunter introduced himself and said that he was the Rufendal that Arthur so unceremoniously claimed to be, and the boy was furious. He had come here to catch and hand Arthur over to the Alliance. Now did he realize or not? Arthur just looked at him and blinked. Meanwhile, Rufendal continued to rampage. The time was right to fall to his knees and beg for mercy. One must properly pay for the use of his name. The hunter continued to rant, but Arthur still didn't understand what this strange fellow wanted. But hearing that the stranger wants to fight him, the player cheered up. Finally something interesting. After that, the hunter couldn't control himself anymore. This insolent man doesn't even understand good words, but now it's time for him to show who's boss. Without waiting for an answer, Rufendal threw an energy wave at Arthur, even slightly surprised by the player's attack. But no, the damage was so great that Arthur didn't even feel it. Even though it was Rufendal's main trick, it was funny. Well, if he wants to play for real, then so be it. Arthur has already prepared his fists to end this masquerade in one blow. After that, even the hunter was a little scared when he saw the power of his opponent. He believed that he could destroy the squad leader with a single blow. But he didn't have time to finish his thoughts, for Arthur had already come close to him in one leap. At the last moment, Rufendal managed to dodge and went into the astral for another second. The hunter even started to get a little nervous. Though he didn't show it for the first time in his life, he was facing a truly powerful opponent. Arthur was even a little disappointed. He hit a normal shot and missed. Maybe he should have hit a little harder. A frantic smile appeared on Rufendal's face as he began to get annoyed with his opponent's constant chatter during the fight. Should have hit him while the player was defenseless, and the hunter immediately rushed to attack. Arthur just stood his ground and waited. But not a second later, Arthur's fist came out and hit Rufendal in the face, and he flew away before he realized what had happened. He had to activate almost all of his abilities to at least stay on his feet, and the hunter was furious at the insolence. It turns out the first blow was a decoy, and the second was just in full force. Arthur was already preparing to strike the next. The bouncing of that Rufendal was pissing him off so much it was completely impossible to concentrate. It would be easier if Arthur could use at least one skill. But it was too late to ponder. The hunter was truly angry and summoned some undead wanting to end this. Arthur was completely calm. Well, if the opponent wants to play to his strengths, Arthur also has a trump card up his sleeve. They rushed to meet each other a few more centimeters and then it's over. But not even a second after Rufendal was on the other side of the world. Arthur was even a little upset he had actually passed out after one hit. The player scratched his head. Maybe his opponent is just pretending. Did the earlier attack destroy all the defense spells? But it's not funny. Arthur thought his opponent would be strong, but Rufendal was furious. He had heard all this bullying, and it hurt him to the core. He had, after all, been considered the strongest hunter until then. But when the hunter heard that the enemy had destroyed all his items, it was the final blow. He was ready to pass out a second time. And now for the second time, Arthur has failed, of course. If all the items are destroyed, nothing will fall out. Okay, now he was pumped up enough to go to the next location. The guy pushed off and flew high up, left near his body. Rufendal was furious. He vowed to find this boy by all means. But no sooner had the guy finished getting angry than he felt that he was enveloped by some kind of aura, and his body felt as if it was shackled with chains. From somewhere appeared an incomprehensible ghostly figure shrouded in the same aura of anger. The stranger was wearing a cloak. Fear filled the unfortunate guy's mind. He could already feel the ghostly hands reaching for his neck from where this man had come from in the first place. The stranger held out her hand to him and said dreamily, "It would be nice to get his rival, but that's okay this time." Rufendal felt his consciousness leave his head with horror, as if he were in serious trouble. Suddenly the guy felt like he was back to life again. He felt his body, but something was still wrong. The strange, hooded stranger ordered him now to do 10 push-ups. The hunter became furious at such insolence. But no sooner had he voiced his displeasure than an electric shock ran through his entire body. There was nothing to do. I had to do push-ups, and the insolent stranger only laughed standing nearby. Continuing to push off, Rufendal was furious. Soul slavery. He had never even heard of such a skill. What the heck is this? From the looks of it, he has someone in front of him. The young hunter continued to look for options. If you rub and trust well, you can get him comfortable with you. Rufendal bowed to the ground and said that the master wanted the body of the boy he fought with, didn't he? In his mind, a brilliant idea arose. The lad put his hand to his heart and said he would help the new master in the matter. Meanwhile, while in the real world, Arthur and his sister decide to go to McDonald's and buy as many hamburgers as their sister wants. It seems that nothing else brought her so much pleasure when she saw the hamburgers. Saya blossomed with happiness. She didn't need anything else. After sitting down at the table, the girl began to eat her treats with gusto, and Arthur sat opposite and just watched with amusement. Although he has to make a lot of efforts to improve the village of the Heavenly Devil, but now it is nothing for him to buy a hamburger for his sister. Saya continued to eat. Asked why her brother began to show her such care, after all, before this was not Arthur even a little stammered. Making a serious look on his face, the guy told his sister to take it seriously, and it's not even about hamburgers. Now Arthur's luck is at the lowest level possible with monsters, but even when he destroys them, nothing falls out. The girl continued eating and didn't seem to be listening to her brother at all, but Arthur spoke quite seriously. But when Saya heard that her brother wanted to start a company with her, she spit out all the coke she could get from the surprise. For a second, she even thought her brother was crazy, but Arthur assured her that it wasn't that simple. It wouldn't be a firm like in the normal world. Sister got a little sad and said that in their time, the market had gotten too spoiled with the appearance of black monsters. Yes, and besides, she would soon be given a promotion. But Arthur was still completely serious. He said he had thought it over, and his decision was not spontaneous. Sighing heavily, Saya relented and asked what is her brother going to do in that case. Realizing that he had captured his sister's attention, Arthur continued, "Now let her listen with both ears, for the conversation was serious." Meanwhile, the conference room of the Alliance was having another meeting and people were talking amongst themselves. The director was standing at the head and talking. He was talking about that chaos player who doesn't touch anyone until you approach him. The Alliance president said that's why they send out advisories everywhere. If they meet a player like that, don't touch him. The director said that the Chaosite doesn't seem to be the Rufendal they thought he was in the beginning, but someone else, an unknown player who hasn't appeared before. The headmaster turned on the projector and showed a video of Arthur fighting Rufendal. The owner of the company was impressed that he was able to get this video now that it cleared up a lot, and at least they know who attacked them. Looks like Rufendal also made the wrong choice. Even though his defense magic was destroyed, he rushed back into the attack very lightly. The director suggested that this player had obtained a hidden class, but how remained a mystery. But they managed to get a quest. While searching for information, this quest to level up one of the noble NPCs. The founder immediately inquired what was the nature of this assignment. The director replied that they had to catch Ramtadian. At present, the nobles think of this person as Full How. The director showed an image of the suspect. This is an ordinary middle-aged man. This is an ordinary middle-aged man. The chief expressed doubts whether this man was not very different from the one in the portrait. Everything was right. But there was one thing. But they had to analyze it. In the end, it turned out that the system considers this player to be Ramtadian, and there can be no mistake. The main served in front of him hands now. As long as they get promotion points, everything else doesn't matter, so how much he needs. The director said no more than 30 people. He offered to pay 100,000 consolation money and 3 million to those who contributed the most to the raid. Another member of the meeting hesitated. It seems it won't quite be enough with so much at stake. But the director, they have the necessary growth points. All members of their union are a dedicated company and will work tirelessly, so there is no need to worry about that. The boss was also sure that this amount would be enough for the incentive. So no need to worry, and it's time to get down to business. For Ramtadian's head, there is a great bounty of 700 millions, and the rest of the bounty will be divided amongst themselves, a decision that was agreeable to all. The founder, meanwhile, was happy everything was going according to plan. The main thing was that the money went into his pocket, and nothing else mattered. Now, in the virtual world, Arthur met his sister and immediately asked if she had found everything he had asked for. The girl was carrying a huge stack of books in her hands. She had found everything, but I was sure that my brother would really have enough. It's all beginner's magic. It's much less effective than what a master class can use. Seiya was extremely puzzled. Even so, her brother would have no time to study during the class change. The girl was very worried. While reading one of the books, Arthur quoted a proverb that even a weed can become a sword if you become a master swordsman, but his sister had heard nothing of the sort. He immediately started learning different skills around started flying books, and new abilities appeared time after time. Hearing that her brother had not yet changed class, Seiya was horrified. Did this really be true? Arthur still didn't understand what the big deal was, but the girl continued to rebel. Where is it even seen a person with such skills still has not chosen a class? This is really crazy. In a calm voice, Arthur said he understood all of this and was grateful for the help. But don't get so worked up. Seiya only gave him a reproachful look. But on Arthur's face was complete confidence in his abilities, so they will move together and grow together, so no need to worry. The girl still had doubts about whether it would be so effective. Arthur suggested that she try it first. With the stats he had, it should work anyway. He had already put his hands forward and cast the spell. The basic treatment worked perfectly, and my sister felt her whole body start to power up. Still not understanding anything, she was about to drink the healing potion, but Arthur invited her to look at her streak of life. As soon as Seiya looked up, she bulged her eyes from surprise. Her life bar was full. It definitely wasn't a glitch, or she was imagining it. That should have been enough, and Arthur decided to give her a boost. Now she could fight with even more power. But the girl still didn't understand who she was fighting. Do you really need to catch a skeleton? Arthur pointed his finger in the direction and said that the target was already there. The uncomprehending sister turned around to see who could be there, and heard someone growling from behind. In front of them stood a huge giant bear. For a second, silence reigned, and the girl thought it was still some kind of a joke. But no, the bear was completely real. He opened his wide maw and roared with rage. Out of fear, Seiya started to stutter. Does her brother want her to take down that bear alone? Usually, since she does it in a group. But contrary to all fears, 3 minutes later, the bear was destroyed. Seiya didn't even notice how she did it. The girl even fell to her knees. Now she was beginning to believe her brother's words. The evidence was more than enough. She also took out a blue stone. So she earned 5 million on her own, and she began to boil with delight. But unfortunately, if she gave it to the Union, she'd get 100 million. But now she has to make do with what she has because they're single. With confidence in his voice, Arthur said that he was going to raise his level to 45th in the desert and invited Sister Seiya, naturally agreed. In the wilderness of darkness, the long road to level up began. Arthur was leading a whole herd of bulls. Her sister was already ready and was casting her spell, magical words bursting out of her mouth, and her wand began to burn from the excess energy. Finally, she aimed her weapon, and Arthur barely had time to move aside to avoid being burned by the lightning. The whole herd of bulls was already lying on the ground without breathing perfectly. Blue stone fell out. Seiya jumped with happiness. She was already imagining how much money she would make. They now had as many as 18 blue stones. For that can get a whole lot of money. Her sister was jumping with happiness. Now she could open her own burger restaurant and eat as much as she wanted, but Arthur was looking somewhere else. Suddenly, he noticed a man forming behind him who was already preparing his sword strike. Still, someone remained, quickly reacting. The player repelled the attack with a single fist strike, and the attacker flew aside. His sister picked up his initiative and struck the opponent with the lightning Arthur had ordered to pick up the items, if any. Sure, the girl complied with the request, but she still felt like it was some kind of robbery. She couldn't stand the thought that they were criminals. Arthur looked around and said that the others considered him a low-level chaosite, so he should attack those who attack first. By the way, a whole army of knights was already approaching them, with the commander walking in front and an army of knights behind him. It looked threatening. A horrified Seiya said it was a whole raid coming for them. So what are they worth? Arthur was completely calm. It's a bit late to run away with an army in front of them, but we'll have to deal with them. And to top it off, a message popped up saying that they couldn't leave the area until PvP was over. Seiya almost fainted now that they were dead for sure. Well, Arthur hurriedly calmed her down by telling her to step aside so it didn't look like she was on the same team. A dark aura formed around the guy again, he said, with a chuckle that if they didn't attack him first and he wouldn't destroy them. But the squad leader seemed to be adamant upon recognizing that the man in front of them was the target. He ordered everyone to attack immediately. It was Director Jin. He ordered everyone to keep their distance and remember to strategize. The first to act were the mages, who threw the phantom chains on Arthur. The boy only sighed heavily. Why doesn't anyone understand what he's saying? He's clearly saying that if you don't attack him, he won't hurt anyone. It only took a flick of his hand for the chains to fall apart. They didn't restrain his movements at all. Next was a fireball without any difficulty. Arthur launched it straight into the pile of knights. Jin was very surprised. Is this normal magic, or does it seem to him how is this guy even going to resist? The commander ordered the tanks to put up their shields, and the huge knights moved forward, blocking all space with their shields. The man shouted that this man's basic magic was at a low level, so there was nothing to fear but to block. But Arthur just watched what was happening, and didn't even know what to say as he was fed up with all these attackers. After the explosion, the dust began to settle. The commander did not even immediately realize what had happened. He coughed and looked around. All his subordinates were sent to the other side with just one basic spell, but Arthur stood unharmed. There was an incredibly powerful aura emanating from the player, but the commander still couldn't understand why this was the case. Is he my melee master? Jin ordered everyone to remain calm, but the tremor in the voice clearly gave away his excitement and fear. He was still standing there, trying to think logically about whether he should even run away from here, but Arthur was looking at them and smiling. Smiling in a calm voice, Arthur said they were dead anyway if his magic even touched them. The sister standing next to him said in a frightened voice that it was the first time she had ever seen a fireball of that size. Seiya asked in a trembling voice if her brother was being held captive. Arthur hesitated a bit and replied that it wasn't what she thought. When asked why he was standing there, the guy said he was talking to her and the skill recharge wasn't finished yet. When she noticed the mad expression on her brother's face, she realized that she could no longer consider him a reasonable person. Currently, it would take just under a minute for his skills to recharge. Arthur was already starting to get bored. These cooldowns were terribly annoying. The troop leader ordered on command for all ranged attackers to prepare to deliver a crushing blow. But that kid's a mage, not a fighter as it turns out. And it was hard to know what his fighting style was. Alliance President Johnson Dream stood at the head of the troops and watched the whole thing unfold. The general situation heated up. The enemy was stronger than they thought, so they need to mobilize all their forces. The number of attackers clearly need to increase. The troop commander ordered the rangers to attack immediately. The archers drew their arrows and took good aim. The arrows were whistling towards Arthur, but he stood there and did nothing, a smile on his face. But now he would show them. The second charge did not wait long. Soldiers with rifles began to shoot from all barrels, only to destroy the hated creep. After the third volley, there was such a powerful explosion that the earth underfoot began to shake. The air rose a real firestorm. Commander Jin rejoiced the tactics worked perfectly. This kid doesn't have a single chance of surviving after such an attack. He had something to think about, but he heard his warriors falling one by one as Arthur dealt with them like toys. A terrible guess came to me. This kid hasn't been tied up this whole time. And besides, the reload's over. He used a fireball and immediately there was a huge explosion followed by Arthur rushing at the others. Explosions rattled absolutely everywhere, player after all, already tired of repeating if they will attack first your end. Seeing that the situation was very dire, the president approached the commander and told him to leave it to him. Jin was worried what about the support players. But the president has already contacted his partners. Now catching this player is paramount, so it's worth sharing the quest. Everyone immediately dispatched their forces after learning what their goal was, so the army would only become larger. With a bored face, Arthur continued slaying the warriors by the dozens. Their attack power wasn't even enough to wound him even a little. At this rate, he could not afford any army. After all, so on the face of the guy again stretched a smile to him. Warriors were already approaching him. Seiya standing behind at a slight distance and watched as the battle scene was a real mess. She was beginning to worry about her brother. Suddenly there was his whisper. Arthur asked to hit with a spell. The girl was even a little scared. But there is also her brother. How can she hit? But the player said that in that case the girl herself would fall under suspicion. Somehow strange that she stands by all this time and does nothing. How about a lightning strike? Seiya frowned. She liked that idea less and less. But Arthur somehow didn't care, and he said let his sister do what she thought was right. He wouldn't take the damage anyway. In that case, there was no choice. Seiya took out her wand and concentrated all the power she had into it and struck out with a burst of electricity. During the battle, Arthur has a system notification. He brutally destroys his enemies. He wanted to shout to his sister to wait a little while he checked, but the girl could no longer hear the lightning coming towards him. A second later, the guy felt like an electric shock went through his whole body, and this girl is still called his little sister. Seiya kept hitting spells, and at the last moment saw that she had gotten her own professional quest. Soon the notoriety about Arthur grew so much that he was given the title of Celestial Star of Destruction. Arthur smiled as he looked at his stats, but he was getting closer to what was called absolute evil with every passing second. In the meantime, the fighters could not understand who was in front of them. Whether it was a martial artist or a sorcerer, he fought in a completely incomprehensible manner. Turning to his opponents, Arthur said with a smile that he had no class at all, so let him not be tormented by speculation. and the leaders stood at the top and watched their army disappear at breakneck speed. It was a headache. The president was furious when he heard that their opponent had no class, but it couldn't be because he had thought that the kid was of a hidden class all along. He was sure that their opponent was also a hidden class like a warlord child and had a weakness. The president told his colleague that they were advancing and moved forward with sword in hand. Director Jin also prepared himself. Arthur continued to destroy his opponents one by one and paid no attention to the screams of his enemies. Soon it was all over. Though if you think about it logically, the lack of ranged skills could be considered a weakness. Arthur reached out. "Where did you come from?" His sister showed up and asked for Arthur to do some experiments with her. The player was a little surprised. With obvious concern on her face, Seiya said that she had gotten a professional quest, and Arthur wondered a little, why would that be? Soon they came to another place. Sister said she would hit full force. Arthur reassured her, saying he had used everything he could. Soon he was struck by a powerful lightning strike that would have turned anyone else to ash in seconds. But Arthur felt only a slight tingling sensation that was even somewhat pleasant, like a light massage. His sister used every spell she had, but Arthur stood still and felt almost nothing. The girl tried so hard that her mind went blank. She did everything in her power. She used everything in her arsenal. Eventually, she spent all her strength. Of course, Arthur's health bar decreased significantly, but still he remained standing in his place. Seiya looked at her brother in surprise. Did he really have such a title? The girl couldn't believe what she was seeing. But Arthur didn't seem surprised that it had anything to do with the assignment. He asked his sister to wait while he dealt with the monsters and left. The girl didn't even have time to say anything before she was alone in just a second. Watching my brother, Seiya saw a message that he was in a panic and trying to escape. But what scared him so much? Could it be that she found out everything? But from afar, it didn't look like the brother was panicking or trying to escape. Something was definitely wrong here. She motioned for her brother to get as far away from her as possible. Arthur stopped and looked at her with a surprised look at what else she was up to. Waving his hand, the player said it was going forward, and if anything happens, let sister call. Seiya showed the OK sign with her fingers. Notices soon appeared before her. She fully satisfied the conditions of passing the class quest. Arthur also got a notification about the main scenario. Everything was updated. The guy even stopped a little. As soon as the girl saw that she now sits on the holy throne, she could not believe her eyes. Is it really possible? In the real world, there was a meeting going on in a conference room with a man standing at the podium checking the microphone. It was the president who sadly began his report. I didn't want to talk about it, but the alliance was facing difficulties. The quest to capture the target failed due to misinformation. They were dealt a devastating blow. In response to this loss, had to be urgently downsized. The economy was in decline. Because of this player, people began to talk anxiously. The situation was heating up by the second. On the face of one of the employees, it's exactly as he thought it would be. Nothing to be surprised about. The president bowed, and with regret in his heart said that they have to continue this quest. Once they finish, everyone can get promoted. Then his expression changed, and the man said that once the situation cleared up, he hoped to see everyone in better circumstances. Following this, the man headed to the room with the virtual machine and was already lying in the capsule. The most important part was the restoration of the relationship with his partners. The president was thinking the main thing was that the alliance should survive, but only if you pour in the secret funds to eliminate Houseat for about $1 billion. Moving to the virtual world, the director was approaching the player's tavern. He had the connections to order the destruction. At the entrance, he was greeted by a friendly bartender wiping his glass. It had certainly been a long time since such visitors had been here. The man inquired as to what business they had come for today, and a roll of paper immediately appeared in front of his nose. The visitor said in a quiet voice that he had an order with the Sarmak group for destruction. The bartender carefully reread the order rather troublesomely. How much money he had, the man looked at the customer spitefully. The visitor said that 1 billion won was ready for prepayment and threw a bag of gold on the table. Turning his back, the bartender replied that in 3 days everything would be ready. The man clutched the order sheet in his hands. The president rejoiced. He hired the best of the best. The damn villain has no idea what kind of manhunt is about to begin. It hurt, of course, to spend such money on him on no choice. The old man left the tavern and headed for the exit of the fortress. He continued to speculate on how to finally destroy the hated enemy. But suddenly his head was knocked off his shoulders in one powerful blow. He didn't even notice what happened, and his soul was already in the astral world, didn't understand anything, and just blinked his eyes. He noticed a dark figure shrouded in an ominous aura, and immediately looked in his direction. How did this even happen? In front of him stood a man whose face was hidden by a red mask, and whose entire body was covered by a dark cloak. The old man saw a card fall out of the stranger's hands. It was a card of black colors, but how is this possible? Throwing the map on the floor, the stranger said that this was just the beginning, but the old man was given an indefinite sentence. The man went cold with fear. At this moment at the base, the Sarmak assassin was reporting as ordered. The order was placed by the Black Flower faction. The subordinate still wondered why the head didn't assign such a job to his subordinates. After all, they could have easily done it. Immediately, a black figure appeared near him. Literally out of nowhere, the man went cold with fear. The ringleader flew by and said he was going to fulfill the request himself. "Let him mean it," the subordinate replied in a trembling voice that he understood. Assassin pulled out a curved blade. Finally, this moment had finally arrived. It had been over 3 decades since he had created the faction in the name of the Absolute. A man in a black cloak came out of the tent. It was the Sarmat group leader, Johann. Finally, the cause of his life began to move. Many kilometers away, Arthur was shocked his sister had already reached level 30. It was simply unthinkable. How could it be so fast? The girl had been rejoicing since she had changed class, so much experience had poured in. It is, after all, wonderful. The joy had no bounds. Continuing to wonder, Arthur said, "But she doesn't have her enhancement goggles. Seiya said that she doesn't even need them. She's a pure white mage. Now she has a lot of trump cards up her sleeve." But it was only because of her brother that a smile spread across the girl's face. At this point, the guy realized she had been changed class. Only because she was hunting him comes out Arthur is totally and utterly evil after all. He, of course, had one simple goal: to eat well and live peacefully, but then his sister could easily reach the maximum level. Because they were involved in a battle in the desert, the guys have to whisper in order not to be noticed, and Seiya was already a platinum hero. Scratching the back of his head, Arthur hesitated and asked not to be destroyed. Even an occasional goosebumps ran down his back. But in her sister's eyes appeared excitement. She wanted to destroy evil if she got so much experience for just hitting what will be the next reward. After all, this girl loved money more than anything else in the world. She begged to destroy her brother. For once, Arthur began to be afraid of this girl. Is she really that immoral? Arthur couldn't even believe his sister was such a monster. But the girl winked at him and said it was just a game, then they would just split the reward as agreed. With sadness in his heart, Arthur raised one finger and said that if he wanted to go to the other side of the world, it would be by her hand. This cheered his sister up, but Arthur wondered how his youngest could talk so enthusiastically about such things. They went to clean up the next dungeon on the other side. As soon as Seiya got the Holy Throne, it became more fun. That's not a bad thing. The next dungeon was cleared in a few minutes. The guys collected all the loot. There were quite valuable items if you look at it that way. After opening the characteristics window, Arthur realized that sooner or later he had to level up whether he wanted to or not. He was pulled out of his thoughts by his sister's voice, who said she would replenish her potions and then come back. Arthur told her not to get into trouble. Basically, let her just pick up whatever falls out. The girl nodded her head and ran deeper into the cave. While his sister is searching for supplies, Arthur decides to destroy a few more monsters to level up finally. But he was not destined to do it, since behind his back literally grew a stranger presented legs to his throat. It was Johann. He said in a growling voice that the Absolute should follow him. If he didn't, he would go to the other world. They stood like that for a few more seconds and talked in whispers. Johann said that his guild would absolutely pass judgment. In addition, a task icon appeared in front of Arthur. As soon as this stranger appeared in front of him, he had to avoid him and earn respect. This was truly an unheard of situation. Arthur thought about all the quests he had had of the highest rank. This was the first time this had happened to him. A lot of weirdness. After striking one blow to him, his sister got the Holy See means it's highly likely he could become totally evil. If the all-saint-seated thrones do not need to be promoted with superior abilities, they will grow at a tremendous rate. At worst, if he has to deal with the saints alone, he'll balance getting CCC-level quests. Arthur continued to stand motionless. He seemed to realize who was after him. Standing behind Johann ordered the weapons to be lowered. If such a thing is available, Arthur stood and did nothing. Such a demand shocked the boy, and why should he even reveal his qualifications? Yes, and besides, the assassin knows perfectly well that there are no weapons. Johann didn't understand, or pretended not to, and squinted at his victim. Great! Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. If this guy just wanted to destroy him, he wouldn't waste time talking. He began to tell me that he was under a special restriction. Of course, now he looked very weak. That's why it takes so long to remove restrictions. So don't let Johann be surprised. Of course, they had waited a long time for his appearance, so if they wait a little longer, everything will be clearer. Johann continued to listen. Spreading his hands apart, Arthur continued to explain and why they don't miss an opportunity to trample the barely swollen seeds. Approaching him, Arthur asked if Johann was sure that because of his mistake now, he would not regret it in the future. As Assassin looked closer, he saw that behind the man's back, there was a terrifying, powerful aura, so powerful it sent shivers down his spine. Johann came to be horrified. Is this mind technique conquering the heavens? He really isn't kidding now, or is this a glitch? Meanwhile, Arthur continued to speak. Naturally, he can only meet all the demands if he is given some time. Johann said that soon he would see everything with his own eyes, and then the truth would be revealed. Throwing on his cloak, Assassin said he would give him 10 minutes, and in the meantime he would shadow him and watch his every move. With a heavy sigh, the player rejoiced. Thank God he was able to win at least a little time is already better. Enough experience has already been accumulated. So you just need to go out and defeat a couple of monsters, don't care about the time it will handle much faster. When he left the dungeon, Arthur looked around, but there were no monsters around. The guy started frantically swiveling his head around, looking for someone to destroy and prove his strength. Usually he'd come across bears or skeletons or some other monsters at every turn, but here there was absolutely nothing. And all because of his luck, which had fallen below 0 by 100, poor Arthur ran in search of someone. Besides, time was running at a disastrously short half a minute before the deadline. From what Johann had told him, Arthur doubted that the guy would give him at least another minute. He also got a message from his sister saying she'd finally found her brother, but Arthur begged her to stay away. But the girl did not listen to him. She was already rushing towards him from all directions, and dozens of bears were running after her. Arthur only had to watch her with a surprised look, so that's where all the monsters had gone. Well, that's even better. It was only now that he realized how lucky he was that Arthur had already prepared the powerful spell his little sister had done him an invaluable favor. Seiya continued to take offense now she didn't understand anything at all. Then why did brother say to stay away? But before the girl could think of anything else, a real bullet whizzed past her, her brother moving at an incredible speed. As he walked, he shouted that it would take a long time to explain. Let his sister get out of here as soon as possible later. He'll make it up to her. And now it was necessary to destroy these bears at all costs. Arthur was raising his level one by one. He had already lost count. There was only a little time left to test the skill because the guy had already reached the right level and immediately poked at the skill. He begged for the system to just not slow down behind his back. Johann had already appeared, preparing to strike. Arthur finally managed to get the right skill and a pillar of energy fell on his body. Johann managed to bounce back at the last moment. The only thing left to breathe a sigh of relief is that the player was one step away from failure. But thank God everything went right at the last moment. Now even Johann wouldn't be able to say anything to him as the notice suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. Something very much changed all around. There was such a powerful energy that even Arthur could hardly stand on his feet. He finally got the title of absolutely evil. Johann barely bounced to the side and couldn't believe his eyes. Could he really see it? Meanwhile, Arthur was enjoying his new look, of course. The guy felt a little strange, but he had now achieved what he wanted. It was wonderful. When Arthur decided to check his new characteristics, he was very surprised that all his skills had increased so much that he couldn't believe it himself. Now, only the player noticed Johann kneeling in front of him and greeting the Overlord. Assassin apologized for not immediately recognizing the true Lord and for doubting his power. With a good-natured smile, Arthur held out his hand and said it was all right. If he were Johann, he would have done the same. The guy tried to act friendly and thankful that his skills were recognized, but inside he was jubilant that Sarmak now belonged to him. Kneeling before him, Johann introduced himself and swore allegiance to his new master. Excellent. Now there's only one elder left. Arthur wanted to say something else, but then he was distracted by the sound of messages from his sister, who was trying hard to get his attention. Seiya said that she had just learned that the ultimate evil had appeared, and now there was chaos in the communities. She had no idea that the ultimate evil was her own brother, but she shouldn't have said so before. Arthur decided to make an excuse and said that he just did a good job with his fists here, that's all, so there was nothing to worry about. Seeing how much Arthur's stats had increased, Seiya decided to quit the game because her heart was about to jump out of her chest as if that was even possible. The girl disconnected from Olympus, but for some time she continued to sit inside the capsule, not believing her eyes. Yeah, sure, her brother's a little out of the norm, but that's a little over the top. Whatever, she's got an appointment, so we should start packing. Still inside the game, Arthur thought that his sister seemed very shocked, and now how to tell her. Either way, now, it was more important to see what reward he received for passing such a high-ranking quest. He ordered Johann to continue. The assassin bowed and said he had something to say to his new lord first. Arthur was even a little surprised. He had already understood everything perfectly well. But Johann did have something to say. He wanted to report on the current power and status of the guild. It seems uninvited guests have arrived. Assassin immediately vaporized, and Arthur was ready to fall under the ground from anger at such an important moment. They were interrupted. In front of them was a rider, and behind him a whole army of men shouting that this man was their main target. Arthur turned his head in their direction. The rider shouted to his subordinates that whoever brought this man's head would receive an unprecedented reward and eternal honor. It was starting to get annoying, Arthur asked. They were at it again. Yes, and why do these guys keep calling him Ramtadian? Without deeming it necessary to explain, the rider ordered all his soldiers to go into battle and swung his long sword. Unfortunately, Arthur didn't understand what they were talking about, so let him be Ramtadian. Soon, the whole regiment of knights was defeated. Arthur was again very upset. He was facing knights for the first time, and it turned out that they were such weaklings. But their commander was more assertive and continued to attack even though he was outnumbered. He wanted to say something else, but Arthur didn't listen to him. He was already rushing towards his opponent at full speed. A second later, the unfortunate man felt a powerful blow to his chest and flew off somewhere very far to the side. To the boy's surprise, his opponent turned out to have pretty good equipment. Since he was able to block his blow, it would be fun. The man struggled to keep up with Arthur's pressure and tried not to show it, but it was noticeable how tense he was. But the player dodged and hit the man in the head with his fist with all his might, knocking him out. After destroying the enemy, Arthur gained a few more points of evil. And yet this technique wasn't bad. A few moves and almost no effort. The boy turned to Johann again and asked him to continue, but he was again distracted by someone's unfamiliar voice. Arthur was furious. Whoever else is trying to stop him should come out now and fight, so there's no question. A figure dressed in a dark cloak emerged from the forest. Could it be another mercenary sent to destroy Arthur? Let him begin. The stranger replied that he was not a hunter, but would be more than happy to destroy Arthur and make him his slave. The stranger held out his hand and ordered Rufendal to move forward, and the kid on all fours stood beside him. Arthur was not a little surprised to see that it was the same guy who had tried to attack him at the beginning of the journey. Rufendal's eyes were frantic, and he could finally get even with this man who had sent him to the other world so easily. When he tried to pronounce the name of an old acquaintance, Arthur made a mistake, which infuriated Rufendal. With joy, the hunter pointed his finger at Arthur. Now he was definitely in trouble, and he was going to the end of the world. Smiling, Rufendal asked his master, did he really do a good job? The necromancer seemed pleased. With a wave of her hand, the girl smiled. Great, that they would have all these bodies as a bonus. If Arthur became her slave, that would be fine. As soon as the woman waved her hand, the bodies lying next to Arthur began to move and get up, returning from the other side of the world. Their eyes were swollen with magic. Their mouths were drooling, and they were making some kind of unintelligible sound. Soon there was an entire army in front of Arthur. The guy sighed heavily. Did he really have a necromancer in front of him? The player wondered. Looks like this person had a hidden class. The necromancer stood behind and smiled with joy. Shivering with excitement, the boy thought that perhaps this undead would be too strong. One of the men who had risen from the other world pointed his finger at Arthur and shouted that it was Ramtadian, and it seemed that this man now possessed reason. His eyes widened with rage. The man began to scream. Now Arthur could do nothing to him. People were approaching the player in a whole bunch. Arthur did nothing, just stood there and watched them. In front of him suddenly appeared signs he had met all the requirements for the appearance of the title effect, absolute evil. He began to powerfully control all the products of dark magic. The undead began to slash Arthur slowly. The necromancer was shocked why her servants were not obeying. She was no longer in control of what was happening. Arthur smiled and thought that this skill was similar to the skill of stealing, but he asked whether these people would listen to him or not. Looking at the rest of the soldiers, the guy cringed. They pissed him off, so let go is sent back to hell. Rufendal turned out to be very slippery. If this situation, then he too will go over to the strange guy. The necromancer became furious. Arthur asked Rufendal, he's undead too, isn't he? The boy hesitated, his voice trembling with fear. A smile slowly began to appear on Arthur's face from the outside. It seems that this kid would listen to him too. Rufendal didn't want to listen to anyone. He wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. A second later, a pillar of dark energy descended on the guy, covering his entire body, and the unfortunate man screamed. The necromancer standing behind her didn't understand how it was even possible. All her servants stopped listening in a second. Looking at his opponent with a condescending look, Arthur asked how old he was in general. The man in the cloak wanted to name his age, but hesitated. He couldn't say, although it was clear from his voice that it wasn't too much. Arthur wondered if the undead were now in his hands. So what to do about that pesky sorcerer? He only destroys those who attack first. Folding his hands in front of him, the necromancer inquired. Now he could go indeed. There was nothing to do. Arthur waved his hand and allowed him to leave. The sorcerer began to bow and thank Rufendal, who was standing next to him, for leaving him alive at all. But the situation was, so now he is under the control of his worst enemy who sent him to the other world. There was nothing left but to rub in the new master in trust, yet so recently the evil Rufendal had changed beyond recognition. A sinister smile appeared on Arthur's face. Well, now he has a new henchman. Many ideas immediately appeared in his head. The virtual reality device opened noisily, and a light smoke began to fly everywhere in the room. A girl came out of there. She still couldn't figure out who this strange stranger was. Maybe it was the one her mentor was talking about. With annoyance in her voice, she thought she should have caught it, but the one proved to be much stronger. Her gaze fell on a nearby cell phone time, showed the beginning of the third girl was frightened. She had completely forgotten about the meeting. Meanwhile, Johann appeared before the host. There are things he has not yet had time to tell, so he will start again. Arthur was impatient to let his servant finish quickly before someone else showed up for him. Next, Johann gave details about his faction. Now they have 2 high-class assassins. Also, this group has ties to very powerful rulers of different lands, which complicates the situation. They also possessed impressive monetary holdings of over 4 billion gold pieces. And it was all meant for the absolute ruler, that is, Arthur. The joy was growing with each passing second. Arthur was trembling with impatience. Could it be that things were starting to get better? He couldn't believe what was happening. He tried to bring himself to his senses. You can't show emotion in public or they might think something wrong. He stood in front of Johann and said in a serious voice that he understood his devotion and was immensely grateful. The guy said that the 2 billion would remain as is, and that Johann would run the guild as before since he knows the guild better. Also, the 4 billion they handed over would not only go to the guild, but also to the heavenly devil village. Johann couldn't believe his ears. He was so enthusiastic that he vowed to spread the news of the fairest lord in the world everywhere. Meanwhile, Arthur rejoiced at last. Everything began to work out guild in his hands. Life is getting better. But there was something else. Arthur interrupted his joy and stared at Johann. The man said in a concerned voice about the third elder, "He is a very dangerous man who should be careful. This man is quite different. He knows no pity and is very cunning and dodgy. Rexor is a dangerous opponent. He attacks without warning and even more unexpectedly than Johann himself." Arthur didn't understand why he was so worried. He was an assassin, so why worry? Hearing that this person was the head of the Black Blossoms, the player was surprised. Somewhere he had heard this name before. Opening the menu with information Arthur searched for, Johann continued to kneel. It appeared that the owner of the first and second throne was confirmed. In that case, let whoever wants to attack now has nothing to fear. He has the guild in his hands and his sister is on the 7th throne. Before he could finish his thought, he heard his sister whispering to him that something serious was going on. Seiya was terrified. She screamed that she had recently met a close friend, and the friend had told her something very important. My sister was sitting in a cafe staring at her phone, waiting for a friend they had an appointment with. Finally, the friend showed up and Seiya greeted the girl cheerfully. The stranger turned around at the voice and shrieked fearfully. She looked for her friend with her eyes. In front of her stood Z Song, a tall girl with long black hair. She waved her hand in greeting. The two girls sat down across from each other at a table and started talking. Suddenly, a strange man came up to Z Song and said that she was his ideal girl, and could the girl give her phone number. Clearly embarrassed, she looked away and said she wasn't here for that, so let her go somewhere else. The man was extremely puzzled, and by the clock the back of his head quickly hurried to hide. "How can you even call a stranger your ideal?" Z Song grinned. She couldn't stand those who only focused on appearances and were forever trying to get to know each other. But Seiya was of a different opinion. She said that her friend was so beautiful that she could fall in love at first sight, so it was no surprise. I blushed with shame and embarrassment when I heard my friend talk about her fear of men, but it was nothing like that. But her friend didn't stop talking. She said that even at the academy, Z Song was called the Ice Princess because of her coldness. Folding her fingers in front of her, her friend blushed even more and called Seiya a meanie. She's so rude about it after all. Seiya instantly turned the conversation to another direction and asked her friend how she was doing. The girl blanched a little. Lowering her eyes, she said she would only share with Seiya and began her story. The girl trembled a little with embarrassment. She finally talked it out and felt better. It's good to have a friend like her to talk to. Soon the girls said their goodbyes and, wishing each other a good day, ran off to their respective places. Seiya continued to wave at her friend, but a hurricane was raging inside her. She hadn't even expected the girl to tell her something so shocking, need to do something about it ASAP. Soon she met up with her brother, needed to talk, in some quiet atmosphere. Otherwise, she's about to go to the other side of the world. The poor thing drank a glass of water in a gulp and sighed heavily. This information no one knows but her. Until now, it was known that absolutely I am evil must fight the saints alone. But as it has become known, the sister's friend is a hidden class that is meant to help in this battle, so-called absolutely necromancer. After drinking another glass of water, the sister confirmed that in that case, it was indeed valuable information. However, I wonder if it's normal for a girl to tell such things. Seiya nodded her head. They can be said to be soulmates, so there's nothing to worry about. Besides, her brother is totally evil, so should know about it. Arthur even choked up. He tried to smooth things over, but it seemed his sister had already guessed it all long ago. The girl sighed heavily and said she was just pretending she didn't know, so let her stop lying. And then she blurted out all the facts I'd noticed with my brother. Arthur didn't even know what to say. It was all true. Yeah. Also, plus, she took over the 7th throne after just attacking it. How can you not think after such a fact? Arthur sighed heavily, thinking that he had nothing to say against his sister, who was right about everything. But it was good that she reacted normally. Trying to cheer up Arthur, said that his little sister was incredibly savvy. He thought this would happen. Seiya noticed he looked silly. And by the way, if the information about them will spread, there will be ill-wishers and all the work will go to waste. So you need to act carefully. Arthur scratched the back of his head. All right. The situation was getting complicated and we needed to be quiet. The guy thought about it. He needed to meet this maiden and then he wouldn't have to fight the saints alone. My sister also told me that this girl is now 19 years old. She dropped out of the academy to pursue necromancy. Besides, the brother better wear a mask so no one will declassify him, if only for a little conspiracy. Arthur put on the stupid mask after all, and walked towards the necromancer he felt as stupid as possible. Speaking of which, it's kind of odd that Rufendal, being level 50, fell at the hands of a level 14 necromancer. Soon they did meet. Arthur saw his sister and the necromancer's girlfriend, Sam, waved hello. As soon as Zisong noticed who was standing in front of her, she was stunned, and had a horned fawn mask on her face as well. And then Arthur also reached the guy dazed, and only with big eyes looked at the stranger. What kind of joke is this in general? They stared at each other, now it was clear. She was the necromancer who wanted to enslave him. It was awkward, and she called him uncle. Arthur almost cried, he's not an old man after all. Yes, and besides, turns out she is a girl. Although the first time the manner of speech was not at all the same, Necromancer laughed. The unfortunate girl covered her face with her hands and was ready to fall to the ground in shame. She should have used a low voice after all. His sister was extremely surprised that they knew each other. Arthur hastened to explain that they had run into each other once before, so now it was all cleared up. The necromancer girl continued to rejoice. Wasn't it fate? Her friend told her that absolute evil was a very important person to her. She continued to ramble on and on. Arthur just stood there uncomprehending Saya. Tu was confused, as if her friend was overreacting. The player and the sister looked at each other. He said that he is indeed the ultimate evil, and his sister is the seventh saint. As soon as the necromancer heard that, she was stunned. She didn't know what to say. Such a fact hit her in the head like a hammer. Following that, she jumped up to her friend and started rubbing her shoulders. How could she even hide such a thing? In a calm voice, Saint said it's her brother's information anyway. So what is there to be surprised about, but she's still very sorry. As soon as Seo Sung found out, she was immediately horrified. She didn't even have time to dress properly to look like a human. Turning to Arthur, she shouted that she looked very different in real life. So don't let him think anything different, especially after their meeting. The player scrunched up her face. Though her sister had told her she was quite mature for now, the guy saw in front of her only a small child. He said that this is not the most important thing. Necromancer said that she had to become an absolute evil that has received the quest correctly. The girl was beginning to come to her senses and confirmed of course she was. Holding out a scroll to the boy, she asked, "Look at this. This is the inheritance left by the teacher." Unfolding the scroll in front of him, Arthur began to read what looked like a map, and the more he read, the more he wondered. The boy immersed himself in the memories as he practiced with his teacher. The old man called him over and said it was very important that Arthur even took a little time out from his training. The guy continued to read the map. His eyes became more and more rounded with surprise. One mark caught my attention was a small red light with eyes, this pattern that symbolizes the black flame, as the teacher said. The appearance of this sign can't be a coincidence. Arthur frowned. That's how easy it would turn out. Looking at the necromancer, he wondered if these were really players who had gotten a quest to help an absolute evil, somehow hard to believe. But all indications were that it was indeed his minions who would help along the way. Handing the scroll to the necromancer, Arthur said that for now, they should just move out. The girl didn't understand anything about where they should go. Pointing his finger at his new acquaintance, Arthur said that he had heard from his sister that she was only level 14, so he needed to raise it. This was where their training began. They stood in front of the huge giant bear and prepared to attack. The saint took down the monster with a single blow. The necromancer standing nearby marveled at her friend's skill. Rufendal has also raised his level. The guy hasn't realized how much he's growing up yet. Hearing his pet's voice, Arthur turned. Did someone raise his voice? Rufendal shook his head fearfully. The guy immediately understood the order and rushed to get the artifacts. Now he was acting as a pet in the punishment. He immediately returned with a blue pebble in his hands, which he immediately presented to his host. Arthur nodded his head. This, of course, now looked like madness, but will soon bear fruit. Treatment buffs level increase, and so on. Rufendal even thought that life was beginning to improve, but immediately pulled himself together. Was this really what he was aiming for? Arthur watched the necromancer and watched the level rise. This girl seemed quite capable to him. Saint asked, "Did her friend still hunt alone?" Zisong nodded. Until then, she was doing well with her skills. She's a little clumsy on the outside. Yeah, and she can barely fight, but there's something about it. Well, this girl had one ability to control the undead. Once she summoned the skeletons, Saya even trembled in fear. In fact, the undead that had returned from the other world were much stronger than normal. The necromancer stroked one of the skeletons. With such underlings, Arthur can poke at the Empire's savvy when the elders can't move freely. Meanwhile, the necromancer and the saint continued to destroy the monsters with their skeletons. And Arthur was watching everything with a smile on his face. Now everything was going as well as it could go. And the necromancer quest left to her by none other than Arthur's own mentor is going to be a hell of a challenge, but that's okay. Looking back, the guy was really glad that these two had joined him. Unlike the game, his luck in life had not suffered. Suddenly, Z-Song crashed into his back with a shout that her level had finally increased. The girl was acting like a child. Arthur was even a little frightened by this pressure. The others just laughed. After all, the necromancer was a funny girl. With a smile on his face, the guy told her to finally get off his back, yes, and also go to the other side of the world if she lied. Then turned to Pet Rufendal, immediately rushed to retrieve the artifacts that had fallen out. Arthur raised his finger meaningfully. Now that the necromancer has gotten to level 20, you need to do a quest in the mountains of Cargonis. The girls nodded their heads. Luna and Marion, that was the name of the saint, and the necromancer will not be caught, if it works. Let them go ahead and gather information, and Arthur and his pet will travel onward and catch up with them through the Union teleporter. The pet standing next to Arthur wondered what if they didn't succeed. The guy shrugged his shoulders, in any case had to start. Traveling in ships and airships was too time-consuming, and they could be spotted. So we need to think of another option. And teleporters that are controlled by the state are cheap, they are few, so few people use them, but Chaotite can't go there. The girl looked surprised at the teleporter from which the two strange men emerged. They, along with the other guard, looked at the arrivals who were emanating chaos magic. Moreover, there were even two of them. Folding his arms across his chest, the guardsman greeted the great guests with irony in his voice. The pet was surprised. He thought there would be a lot of trouble here, but that's how it turned out. Arthur replied that this was a no-battle zone. The guard approached and said that this teleport belonged to them, and hoped that the new arrivals had enough money to pay for the use. When he looked closely, he noticed one of them had blue hair. It must be Rufendal himself standing before him. Did the evil lord bring a henchman with him? The pet became wary and prepared to attack in case of anything. And then the unexpected happened. Thinking that it was addressed to him, Rufendal said that he had bought it to help his assistant pick up artifacts. Before doing so, Arthur told his pet to pretend to be in charge as if he were in charge for everyone's safety. The guardian wondered in order to collect artifacts sounded kind of weird, and why didn't he take someone more suitable? This is after all such a tiny level with fear in his heart. The pet, feeling his master's gaze on him, tried to hold back. In the end, he couldn't stand. What did it even matter? Standing behind Arthur laughing, the pet looked extremely funny. The guardian eventually got fed up. He said that for players of their type, the normal price tag doesn't apply. As soon as Rufendal heard the price of 30 million, he opened his mouth in astonishment. The guard smiled and said that if they didn't like something, the exit was in the other direction, and pointed his finger somewhere. There was no other way out, and the pet gritted his teeth and was ready to fall through the ground. The guard knew perfectly well that there was no other way out for these two, so they would pay anyway. But the pet continued to scream. Rufendal asked how the normal way differs from this. Arthur continued to stand and listen. Suddenly, someone started whispering in his ears. It was the very guard. He was addressing him with contempt. The man asks if Arthur's tired of living like this. It's so humiliating to be a pet. He'll help him if the guy agrees. A smile spread across the player's face. So that's how he is, the leader of the Grand Alliance. And Arthur thought it wouldn't happen. Well, we'll have to use all the arsenal. Guy cried and started begging to be let in because that's the way to go. Being on the other side, Z-Song was beyond happy. Finally, she and her friend arrived at the place. The girls were already in the mountains. Teleport was so fast that it didn't take a moment before they found themselves on the spot. The necromancer was still worried that Uncle wouldn't be able to get in. He was a chaosite, but her sister reassured her Arthur was smart. In a slightly guilty voice, Z-Song asked nothing, calling him Uncle honestly. She didn't think that this person was really an adult. Arthur said they're only 7 years apart, so why does she call him Uncle? But Seiya told the girl not to worry. Let her call it whatever she wants. Se-Sung apologized and said that they seemed to be in big trouble. The poor thing was looking at the map and couldn't remember the way. Seiya shuddered and said she knew where to go, but she seemed to be lying. The man standing in front of the teleporter as a guardian was a level 40.5, a low level for a battle with the Union leader. The reason he's doing this job is because his aunt was one of the board members of the Union. This man's life was a win-win. Starting with Ellen, he had always had a good position. And now this man stood before Arthur and savored his superiority with a gleam of delight in himself on his face. Arthur, on the other hand, was carefully playing the part of the hapless traveler who wanted to move on. Surely this guard must have thought that Arthur, the ordinary player guy, had turned to Rufendal. Arthur said that this guard was now trying to betray him by talking him into another man's deal. So let him pretend he didn't suspect anything at first. After they go straight through the teleporter, Arthur will strike. So let the pet do the right thing. Arthur has one good skill. He will only trigger it when they go through the teleporter. Pet agreed. Keep playing the role of Master Rufendal demanded money, and Arthur began frantically searching for it. It seems the pet got too much into the role and started screaming for the owner to move, but it seems he overdid it. Soon they passed the teleport and were north of the mountains, coming out of safety. The boys were already being followed by that brazen guard they were about to attack, and were sitting in ambush. Arthur lunged at the pet, shouting that it would no longer obey, and ordered it to pretend that Rufendal was surprised. Thank goodness Arthur reduced the force of his strike and did no damage at all. They started fighting amongst themselves. Thank God Arthur put a buff on his pet, so let him fight with all his might. The attackers hiding behind the branches decided to cast anti-magic on them, and then attack stealthily from afar. Reifendal didn't even feel the spell being cast on him, so he continued to attack. The guy at the last moment noticed that from the back, 2 people were flying at him. Putting out their weapons, the pet was fully prepared. Arthur just watched his pet fight the others, and a guard was already approaching him. Eve drew his longsword and contemplated how he would deal with this worthless player, and that was the end of his role. Arthur noticed that his opponent was approaching him from behind and was ready to fight back. But to the Guardian's surprise, the player just stood there and did nothing, receiving the strongest blow to his back. But it was all according to plan. Arthur smiled and was ready for it. His body took no damage like a tickle. But then the unforeseen happened. Arthur quickly turned around and punched his opponent in the jaw with his fist. The guard, who was expecting nothing of the sort, flew off somewhere far away from what had just happened. The man rubbed his face. His stamina had not diminished. So why didn't he strike any blow, especially with this man? Meanwhile, Arthur got a little frustrated. He didn't apply the boost to his attack, so he hit pretty weakly. But the guard was furious how this worthless man dared to hit him. He was about to go to the other world. Arthur looked at him with irony at what he was just saying, since Eve had attacked first, so why all the accusations? Behind their backs, there was also a duel going on as the pet fought several players and scattered them like toys. One of the attackers shouted that it was misinformation. They were too strong, so we should retreat immediately, but he didn't have time to say anything. Rufendal used a heart attack on him, and the man felt his entire body stiffen with unseen fear. The pet was beyond happy with his specialization. He was able to defeat 5 by himself. The boy waved at Arthur and shouted that for this, he would rub his shoes for the rest of his life, brother. Once a brother forever. Jumping up to his master, the pet asked why this enemy was still alive. Arthur replied that if he finished him off, there would be no items. The guard realized the situation he was in and promised to give all the money he demanded for entry every single coin. Hearing such impertinence, Rufendal barked at him, and the guard immediately changed. He lowly gave them up. Meanwhile, Arthur was nudging him to finally deal with this rogue. Rufendal was already preparing to deliver the final blow. The Guardian agreed to 70 million. He was willing to even increase the amount to stay alive as much as he wanted. But the pet was already ready to apply his skill, and as if not listening to him, the Guardian still increased the amount of 100 million. The pet literally felt his master's joy in his back, but Arthur was still not enough. He demanded more and more. Rufendal, who had already gone completely mad, demanded some exorbitant 130 million for moral damages. The unfortunate man realized the strong hands gripping his throat and agreed. So be it, he would take them to a safe area and give them the money. The pet went into a rage. What other safe zone, and was ready to apply a heart attack. Eve immediately held out a bag of gold. They literally robbed him of everything, and the enraged guard headed back. What a shame it was after all. The vile chaosite robbed him of so much money. But thank God he got out alive. Arthur said that such people are very bad. They corrode society and make other people worse. There was no other choice. Arthur ordered his pet to send the scoundrel to the other side, and Rufendal took off after the guard. The unhappy man noticed the danger approaching him. He cried out that they had promised to spare him. But no one was listening. The pet had already kicked him in the back with such force that the man almost broke in half. Rufendal just went wild. He was ready to turn the guards to dust for the sake of his eldest. It seems the guy was slowly going insane. To his dismay, his opponent died after only 1 blow. Eve was in a panic. He had been cheated and robbed. Rufendal rummaged through his opponent's inventory and noticed a small key and immediately pulled it out into the light. The guard noticed this and was horrified. He said that if the guys returned the item to him, he would immediately pay them 1 billion gold without delay. Here the pet paused. Did such a large sum for just 1 item, but the guard seemed not to be joking. The guy wanted to make fun of the victim and said that he wouldn't return the guard as if struck by lightning. Rufendal ran up to the older man with a smile on his face and said he was finished. Arthur saw the bag in his pet's hands and asked what it was. In response, Rufendal said it fell out of the type who offered him 1 billion. If he returned it, Arthur was interested. He opened the pouch. What must be in there if it's worth that much? But it turned out that there was nothing of value in the pouch, although why then offer such a sum for its ransom? There were only a few unique items, all of which were not worth half of what the guard was offering. Perhaps there was more. Arthur gave the bag of 30 million to his pet as a reward. Rufendal nodded happily and promised to shine shoes for the rest of his life. Then Arthur said goodbye to his pet and said he would contact him when he reached the continent. Rufendal waved happily after him. The player rejoiced with all his soul. The main thing now belonged only to him. Everything was working out just fine. Soon he came to the others. His sister was already greeting him with a joyful smile. The necromancer said that thanks to the saint, they had reached the intended destination on the journey. Arthur rejoiced. This was great news. Frowning, Necromancer said that there is some more news among the local NPCs. There is a rumor that a strange monster is appearing in the area. Even the high-level team that entered the forest was destroyed. This is, after all, the truest mystery. The girl was blazing with excitement. Arthur thought about it. It all sounded very interesting. But he didn't remember his quest saying anything about it anyway. He should go and look into it. Soon the undead army was already attacking the huge forest tiger monster, roaring at the top of its voice, and the necromancer was controlling the undead. Zisong was glad that she was able to raise her level uncle's skill is really incredible. At this rate, they will quickly reach their goal. Arthur praised the girls. They were doing pretty well themselves, even without the help of his buff, but necromancers are undead. Surprised, Arthur saw the girl hugging the tiger and the rest of the monsters, she that really after each destruction calls them back. Soon behind the necromancer's back, there were more monsters returning from the other world. The girl asked her if her mom was okay. And besides, the bigger the army, the better. Isn't that how the necromancer smiled with joy? Arthur looked around at everyone. If you add more undead in the shadows, you get about 200 heads. That's real legal cheats. Zisong opened the map and began to study it. They were already at the location. He asked the necromancer if she really knew how to navigate maps, and the girl confirmed without a doubt that this was the place. Looking up, the guys saw a responsible rock towering above them. Just don't tell me you'll have to climb up there. Unfortunately, it turns out they can't even fly here, so we'll have to climb up. Arthur was already contemplating a plan of action, but the necromancer shouted for them to immediately look up and look. Irritated, Arthur looked up to see what else was going on, and indeed a bird flew at them from the sky like a stone, opening its wide, sharp beak and flashing its eyes. It was the cruel Korea, a huge bird lord of these mountains. Its wingspan reached several meters. When hunting monsters, bluestones appear from them. So if this bird eats one of them, it becomes stronger and cleaner. With irritated eyes, Arthur looked at the bird. It reminded him of a chicken. Would he really have to fight it? But he had a plan. The guy let himself be grabbed. His girlfriends immediately squealed in fright at what he was going to do. But Arthur, being in the bird's clutches, only glared at her. How dare she even look at him with such disdain? He swung at the flying chicken and hit it in the stomach. If it could take one punch, he could keep it alive. The bird was about to release its prey from its clutches when Arthur jumped up. The guy smiled. Well, she's holding up well, so the guy will make her his pet. So let her live for now. He grasped his broad head and readied his fist. It was time to stretch a bit. Korea twitched in horror. The bird saw perfectly well that some powerful explosion was coming towards its head, but could do nothing. In a second, only feathers remained in the air. Girls looked at it all with bated breath. Did it really work? It's time to use the equipment obtained in recent battles. Namely, the Tamer's Ring. Now it seems Arthur will have a new pet. The guy smiled a wide grin. Now this pata belonged to him. He applied the Tamer Ring, and the bird lit up with a green light. The magic penetrated its body. The incredible level of intelligence of this monster was confirmed to be much higher than human intelligence. Soon the bird lost all strength and crashed to the ground. The girls standing nearby closed up a bit so they wouldn't be covered in dust. Korea was lying on the ground, and Arthur was lying on top of her content and smiling. Taming turns out to be a pretty cool thing. Necromancer was surprised to find out that this uncle had so many talents. Saya was surprised to find out if her brother could tame monsters. Her sister was somehow perplexed. She wasn't sure if her brother's skills were even geared towards this. Arthur looked at the sign in surprise. He didn't expect to see his pets have such a high rank. I remember only the Monster Master's wyvern had such a high rank. Arthur continued to sit staring at the bird, which was muttering to itself, but fortunately it was alive. The player decided to stir up the bird a bit and rattled a bag of gold coins in front of its face to try to stir it up. As soon as the bird felt the tinkling of gold coins above his ear, he immediately woke up and seemed to like it. Turns out taming was even easier. But the girls just looked at it from afar and didn't understand how this was even possible. Now the problem with moving was solved. The guys jumped on the bird and began to climb up in a flash. Arthur sat in front and leafed through the map. The necromancer looked over his shoulder and asked if they had been able to figure out the exact location. Arthur said that even though he's strong, he doesn't have the skills for mining. And the game itself doesn't encourage it. Just in case, he ordered the others from below to pound the rock to at least get some useful materials. But the conditions were not right. The guy ordered everyone to hold on tight to Coco. The girls wondered what else it was. It turned out that was the name of their new pet. Arthur ordered her to fly at full speed over the top of the cliff. Then, he looked at his fist in surprise at the terms, "Is it really all about them?" Following this, the guy touched his bird and filled it with energy. Coco began to fly even faster. In front of them, the same black flame was suddenly revealed. A strong attack with the energy of a heaven-conquering mind technique was confirmed. Arthur didn't even quite realize what it was and put his fist forward for a possible attack. A notice appeared in front of them. 200 monsters were required as a sacrifice, and there was also a time limit. They hovered in the air and looked down. If the necessary sacrifice is not made within the allotted time, the rock will collapse. And then the guy had an idea in his head. He has a necromancer who is supposed to serve the ultimate evil. He turned to Z-Song in Arthur's mind, a definite thought already forming in his mind. The guy asked, will this many monsters be downstairs? The sister had already opened her mouth to object. There was even more down there. With the naked eye you could see that there was a whole horde of monsters. In any case, it is necessary to fulfill the requirements, but the girl doubted it was impossible to do so. The necromancer said that she cared a lot about these monsters, and Arthur wondered what she was talking about. She can communicate with the undead. Can't the monsters say they don't want to do it? But the girl said that's not the case. And then Arthur heard that Z-Song quietly sobbing. The sister behind him was horrified. Arthur tried to calm her down and let her think it over. She's in the same boat as them. And besides, the master commands it. Let her rise to the level where she will be above us and below only one person. Arthur's voice stopped serious. There's only one step in the journey now. If they fail, it's all downhill from here, so don't hesitate. The sorceress almost cried. She knew it, but it was too cruel to use such a thing. Seiya, sitting behind her, turned to her brother. She wanted to say something. Arthur turned to her. The girl said that since the necromancer didn't want to, she must have her own reasons for not doing it. Nevertheless, there was no choice. Arthur said that if the necromancer didn't do it, their paths would part. He wouldn't cooperate with anyone who stood against him. The girl had to make up her mind. Either she sacrifices the monsters or they become enemies. Unfortunate. After a short thought, she still agreed to go together with the uncle, so the girl nodded her head. A smile spread across Arthur's lips, and he realized that this decision had not been easy for her, so he thanked her. Being an absolute level necromancer, she had to sacrifice so many monsters around the girl. A dark energy began to form. The undead that had so recently walked the earth began to return to the afterlife again and dissolve into thin air. Z-Song shouted from the tension as the girl concentrated all of her strength that she had, and there was no other way out. Looks like it was a side skill of her class. Arthur applied emergency treatment, let only her bear with it for a while. It was soon over, the undead were defeated, and she felt calmer at heart as Arthur continued to treat the necromancer. The player leaned over to her and said that the girl had really gotten uneasy. Maybe she should still use the healing skill. But the girl looked at him with tired eyes and grinned and said that she was fine, and her characteristics had increased. But the saint was furious and started to rub her brother's neck. He's out of his mind. Let her see how pale Sehun is. Beneath them, something shattered like glass. Space began to distort. The conditions were met. The gate opened. A frightened Coco headed straight down. They didn't know what lay ahead, but they had to move forward. Soon the team found themselves in an underground cavern. It was quite cozy despite the general atmosphere. Seiya had doubts and asked if this was the right place. Arthur said it was correct according to the instructions. Although inside he realized that his mentor was a nasty old man and that they would have to go through hell. The notices stated that the ultimate evil would need to destroy the 7 holy thrones. And to do so, he would need powerful helpers. There was a small silence as all the other participants had to give their consent for their abilities to be tested. Arthur realized that the quest was designed with the assumption that there would be no turning back. In fact, now there was one main scenario of Olympus from the very beginning. It was impossible to go backwards, but Arthur was not going to do it. The boyfriend asked his sister if she had received a notice that she had to give consent. The girl smiled and nodded her head. Yes, after all there was, she had traveled here with her brother and give her consent. The necromancer also smiled and gave her consent to become an assistant. It seems the girl didn't even doubt the decision. Next was Coco. The bird flapped its eyes and cawed, seeming to understand nothing at all. Arthur realized what needed to be done and poured out a handful of gold coins in front of the bird, and the bird's eyes bulged with surprise. A second later, a notification appeared that all participants had agreed to cooperate. The only thing left to do was to go through the portal. Arthur looked in front of him and smiled. He didn't know what would happen next, but he didn't doubt it. At this time, there was a man sitting in the office talking on the phone, and the voice on the other side of the receiver was extremely concerned about the situation. It was the same guard that Arthur had tricked. The man was now furious that some beggars had dared to cheat him. Who would have thought that the same Rufendal and the man loitering beside him would turn out to be so cunning? Eve plunged into his laptop and began searching for pertinent information. He was bound to find this man and get his money back as suddenly a phone vibrated on the table. It was his brother calling to say he'd seen the latest news and thought he'd call. On the other side, in the phone line, was Kang Mu Siok, a man saying that he had already become the first holy throne and would surely catch that criminal. While in the cave, Arthur turned his head to see if from here they would reach their destination separately. Suddenly, the guy noticed a huge bird standing in front of him. The monster looked at him with burning eyes and prepared to attack. But only one blow was enough for the monster to fall to the ground and went to the other world. The player coped with him without any problems. He was even a little disappointed that the bird was weaker than Arthur thought. The same 3-legged crow that had terrified the guy with its size during his training. The boy wondered if all these 2 decades his teacher's head had been filled with only one thought of making him the most powerful. While elsewhere, the saint continued to destroy monsters with lightning strikes. her rod burning from the overabundance of energy. Her skills grew by leaps and bounds, and the girl was even a little surprised at her progress, but she was still happy about it. Meanwhile, the necromancer was also terrifying the monsters with her army of skeletons and subjugating more and more slaves. Stretching her arms forward, Zisong shouted for her new army to approach her overlord. The soldiers, who had come back from the other side of the world, were moving straight towards her, looking terrifying, but obeying their mistress. The girl said that anyone who went against the will of their Lord Marion would suffer a terrible fate. The girl rejoiced. She now possessed almost 1,000 units of combat power. On her face spread a satisfied smile. How wonderful it was. The huge vile worm opened its wide maw and moved towards its victim. Coco easily defeated monsters with her huge clawed paws. For her, it was a paradise. She was eating blue stones by the dozens and getting stronger and stronger. The bird seemed happy. The task was successfully completed, and the whole team reunited in a place the guys did not expect so soon. Each of them managed to raise several dozen levels. It was just an amazing result. Everyone rejoiced. But Arthur told them not to relax too much. The main test prepared by the Celt opens. They could be split up again like they did before. So don't panic. But suddenly he heard a familiar voice. In front of him was none other than his old man teacher, and was glad that his student had finally arrived here. But it was just a hologram. Although everyone else was very much frightened, the old man continued to speak. Arthur was furious. He thought they would never meet again. His sister was surprised, so this was the teacher his brother was talking about. The old man scratched his beard and smiled as his apprentice seemed to have achieved the recognition of the elders. The boys stood and looked at the crazy old man, and the teacher continued to talk and praise his student. Sitting on a rock, he said he never doubted his choice and ordered Arthur to lead them to the light. The quest had been updated and everything was now very clear, but Arthur grimaced in displeasure. The scale of the task was simply staggering. You had to create an entire world of the heavenly devil, and how he was even going to do it. Besides, the master said that Arthur should stay here until the child came through to help him, and the boy didn't know what the old man was talking about. The teacher said that only a child with a clear and innocent conscience can learn a special skill. Arthur began to think of something. But the teacher didn't say anything else. He just wished good luck and started to disappear into thin air. The guys started to ask Arthur, "Do they really have to stand here and wait?" The guy shook his head. "Not really if we are talking about a necromancer." He looked at Marion. She was the girl who pretended to be surprised, but Arthur only gave an irritated snicker. A sign appeared. The conditions had been met, so we could start the quest. Although Arthur was glad it was over so quickly, but still. This place was made so the necromancer couldn't get here on his own, no matter how hard he tried, that nasty old man. But somehow the quest was completed and counted the reward, which, by the way, turned out to be amazing red stone. It is worth a whole lot of money. My sister noticed it too. She was over the moon. It was a real jackpot, but Arthur said I shouldn't share it with anyone. Seiya ran up to her friend Marion, congratulating her and rejoicing with her. Seiya asked Necromancer also got the same thing. Marion looked at the tablet and said no, but in return, she received a boost in characteristics and an unlimited supply of mana. She explained that these abilities were extremely valuable to her, and Saint immediately began to congratulate her with a smile on her face. Arthur even became a little uncomfortable. Although the necromancer speaks plainly, but she can control an unlimited number of undead. Coco also received a boost. Her rank began to increase and evolve. The bird began to glow. Now the monster had increased in size and his rank had increased proportionately. Now Coco looked very different. Turns out their bird is a male, judging by the way he's showing off in front of the others. But it seems Arthur distracted is back to the bonus points of characterization. He just needs the extra points. He had increased his basic heaven-conquering mind technique. Now something changed in the guy's body. He felt much stronger. Meanwhile, outside, Eve was furious. The men who had deceived him so brazenly had disappeared, and now no one could find them. In front of him stood Crimson Gladiator First Holy Throne, part-time his brother, and said that the mountain was blocking the passage. There already gathered a real army of adventurers. In search of the main culprit, they had to find the creeper by all means. Just as suddenly, someone noticed something strange up on the cliff above, and the commanders looked up. Literally from the rock itself, a strange creature like a huge eagle appeared, on which sat several people covered in dark energy. It was the same villain everyone in this town was looking for. Now the guy had changed. He was really much stronger. While in the cave, Arthur once again pumped up his stats and was now much more powerful than before. In response to the girl's enthusiastic inquiries, Arthur replied that the characteristics were already high, but now they had increased by another 10. Marion looked at him and asked if it was true that the characteristics had crossed 100 units. Arthur smiled and replied that he had long since crossed the threshold. As suddenly a notice appeared in front of Arthur. The final condition for passing was to strengthen the mind technique. Opened his eyes and plunged into darkness. Despite the tons of traps Grandpa had set, Seiya told her brother to look down. There was obviously something interesting. Arthur looked down at the men with surprised eyes at what was even going on there. There were a lot of bounty hunters there, pointing their fingers at the flyers and couldn't believe they were seeing it. After her brother left the fire trail behind him, Seiya asked if it would be better to just walk out of there, but Arthur shook his head. As the first throne suddenly appeared behind him and greeted Arthur, the player ordered the girls to put on their robes. The Crimson Gladiator was smiling so far, his enemy had managed to run away from the law quite well, but not this time. Great Gladiator looked at the others. All the cameras were pointed at him. Now everyone will see how great he is. Releasing the jets of fire from his hands and feet, Gladiator apologized, but he must defeat Arthur by all means. The man's face stretched in a smile. Everyone was now looking only at him. It was truly impressive. The man was bathed in attention. Coco grabbed his torso, but the man didn't seem to be paying attention at all and kept talking about something. The bird viciously cawed and threw his opponent right into the wall. Gladiator did not even immediately realize what had happened. The eagle was furious. This worthless man had dared to scorch his wings, and now the bird would destroy him. Shivering with fear, Gladiator coughed. It turns out that the monster was a high-level man, was too careless. With disdain turned to his opponent, he is still alive there, or as it seems he has been badly pinned down. The player said only one phrase: if Gladiator doesn't attack first, then no one will touch him. Musayak was furious that this criminal was still taunting him. Eve, who was standing below, was surprised that his brother had decided to do away with the villain, but he had originally just wanted to arrest him. The man's whole body was on fire. He was furious and ready to burn everything in his path, especially this worthless criminal. The sister looked at Arthur and said that they would also fight. After all, this person has a high level, but the player said, do not interfere. Standing on the bird, he looked at his opponent. Besides, it's extremely dangerous for his sister to get into a fight like this, so let her stand aside. Arthur's smiling face made it clear that he was fully prepared, so whether his opponent would attack or not. The gladiator looked at him fiercely. Well, if the enemy is so confident, then it's time to start. The man was all engulfed in flames. Without a second thought, Arthur moved forward. This gladiator is weaker than he is, so he can easily defeat the man with a single blow. Now that he has become totally evil, he will no longer run away. Arthur said this, and with a powerful blow knocked the gladiator backwards. Musayak feeling his armor begin to break down, the man realized he was messing with the wrong person. Arthur was even surprised to have survived the first blow. Perhaps he wasn't as weak as he was thought to be. The gladiator, meanwhile, was trying to regain consciousness, but his opponent was pretty good. Arthur continued to taunt. Is this really all the first thrown gladiator was capable of? He began to release such jets of fire that even Arthur, who was many meters away from him, felt the intense heat. The gladiator clenched his teeth, the power literally overwhelming him, but Arthur just watched. He's ordered Coco to defend the others well. He's going to deal with the little bugger in the meantime. Is it finally a good fight? Without a second thought, Arthur rushed forward. It was time to test the durability of this gladiator. Fury glistened on his face. His office ordered him to immediately take control of the local media so that no one would know what happened today. The man bowed and said it would be done, even though it would be too difficult to hide such a major failure of their company just like that. After he heard that the boss will personally make sure that the scene where the chief goes to the dead world did not get into the public domain, he was scared. Gladiator said he didn't lose at all, he just dropped out of the game, let everyone think so. But seeing the confusion on his subordinate's face, the gladiator became furious. Why is he even being looked at like a dead man? Should he tolerate being treated like this because some criminal was able to defeat him? Subordinates only stood silent. Finishing the rage, Musayak ordered to clean up the office. He had created a real chaos here, practically tearing it to shreds. The man pondered, while everyone is in a huge delusion, vested interests are overlooking incompetent individuals. The world is slowly forgetting that everything here works. It's only because of users like them that the assistant is wary. The boss said that in a few years this world would be organized completely so that people like this criminal would never appear again. Meanwhile, being in the world of the game, Arthur sat on Coco's back and headed instead of destination. Soon they will be there already. The guy was very happy with the pet. Stroking the bird's head, he said that Coco seemed to be in a good mood from the fact that it was just the two of them flying together. Meanwhile, Coco was thinking about how strong his master was, that he destroyed the man who had scorched his wings with just one blow. Soon they had arrived at the Red Devil's lair, and the bird was playing with the children outside, while Arthur went to deal with pressing matters. He rummaged through the papers on which was printed a strategy on how to survive the next cold winter, for it was just around the corner. They'll need warm clothes and heaters, which aren't cheap, and getting them here will be a challenge. The aide said that they would need at least 800 million gold coins to realize this plan. Arthur continued to leaf through the report. He was curious to know how they survived the winters before the arrival of absolute evil. Well, the guy smiled and praised the excellent plan. After all, investment is an important thing. He nonchalantly handed the sheet with the plan back and said he would do everything, although inside himself he cried at such waste. Serdian said that they would need then nearly 1.5 billion gold coins. Arthur was a little surprised. But still, he had no other option but to agree, and the assistant ran joyfully out of the room, despite the fact that he had to spend quite a lot. But the guy still reached the right level, and now the hunting grounds are open to him. In his den, Johann stood on the balcony and stared into the night darkness with a silent gaze. He waited for the meeting, and soon the man appeared. Coming out of the darkness was dressed in bright white clothing. The stranger walked past Johann and said nothing now. The situation was different, and the man agreed. They had a conversation where it became clear that Johann could sense the energy of mind technology. It was Rexor, the head of the Black Flower faction, who said that there would never be a ruler weaker than him. Johann wondered if this man could really defeat the Lord. He was much stronger now. But the man didn't seem worried in any way. Despite being restrained by several inhibitions so far, there was nothing to worry about. But Johann's thinking was different from his colleague. He didn't want to get into a confrontation. He seemed to know himself that the Overlord was restrained by inhibitions. It seems he had returned from his expedition. Suddenly a thought flashed through his head, and it was the same energy. Did he know that the Overlord at this moment became even more powerful than he was before he became almost absolute evil? Even without equipment, he can fight on par with the Elders, because the Overlord is no longer as weak as they think. Rexor listened attentively to his interlocutor and did not say a word. He recognized that the Overlord was no longer so weak. Besides, Johann said his lord would provide the inhabitants of the valley with the necessities of the valley. However, the same was done during the founding of their guild. In addition, all the expenses of the Overlord related to the heavenly devil. Johann is even glad that he was able to contribute to the limitless potential. So we have to wait a little longer. The Overlord has a definite plan for obtaining military funds and will go to that place. In the meantime, they had the opportunity to create their own monsters of every taste and color. It was just great. A real factory. Sitting at the computer, Arthur marveled. It seems they really have a lot of money. This will be a great opportunity for development. The sister wondered why the brother was so reticent to react. He smashed the first throne to smithereens, but he didn't even mention it. Arthur stroked his little sister's head and let her think carefully about whether it was right to announce everything at once. Let her stop being cocky and hide her identity well from prying eyes. If she goes together, hiding will be harder. From the monster generator is pretty big. If you can do the same in the village, it would become completely self-sufficient. His sister turned to him and asked, what was their next goal? Arthur smiled and said a river flowing through the sky. In response to his sister's objection, he said that he knew everything perfectly well. That's why he was going there. This place had exclusive hunting grounds, incomparable to anything on the continent. It was because of this that many members of the high-level guilds of that to catch high-level monsters and get red stones. So the guy decided to take with him Zeta, specializing in extensive magic. She will be extremely useful there. The guy's not going to brag about being totally evil, but at the same time, he doesn't want to hide it. Let everyone slowly know about it. Once in the game world, Arthur ordered Zeta to stay near him and activate stealth. The woman immediately obeyed. The others seemed to be doing fine. Rufendal shouted that his condition hold would soon be removed. Even if he stopped being undead, he could still walk around them, Arthur asked irritably. But the guy didn't seem to mind. He even wanted to go to the other world to become undead again. Arthur sighed. Let them do as they please. And then his sister struck the unfortunate man with a bolt of lightning, and her hand didn't even seem to flinch. Creepy. But Rufendal, on the contrary, was even happy about it. He felt incredibly powerful with dark magic again. His energy was flowing over the edge, literally. He wasn't kidding. The guy could feel how powerful he had become. He rejoiced in comparison to the last time his strength had increased just unbelievably. The guy loved his new friends even more. While Rufendal rejoiced at his new skills, Arthur was surprised. Yes, the necromancer's strength naturally increased a lot. It was decided to move in groups of 2. Arthur and his pet will go ahead and clear the way. The girls will go next. Near the teleport of the river flowing through the sky, there were already a lot of people who were ready to go. As soon as Arthur appeared in front of them with the giant eagle, there was a huge commotion as to where this man even came from. Everyone prepared for battle. Before them stood a man of chaos. Hardly something good could be expected from him. Everyone was running in different directions, apparently. This person decided to strike from an unexpected direction. Screams could be heard everywhere. But Arthur and his pets were not going to do anything at all. Despite the fact that he was surrounded by a decent number of military men, Arthur decidedly did not understand why they were acting like this. Rufendal said with a smile on his face. They seemed to have realized the true power of those who stood before them. The boy thought that at this rate his sister and the necromancer would reach their destination without any problems. As far as Arthur could remember, all users used to be able to use teleports freely without restrictions. The guys didn't notice that they were already being followed by an unknown man hiding in the bushes. But suddenly a huge sphere of fire appeared for everyone. Arthur even tensed up a bit. The pet was worried that they would be attacked again, but Arthur was calm and told Rufendal to block the attack, and he would give him a buff. Of course, Arthur expected something like this, but he didn't think it would be so obvious. His pet immediately rushed to block and put up a huge shield that the fire sphere hit. The guy tried his best. It was obvious he was having a hard time, but he tried not to show it. It was okay. Realizing that there was no problem, Arthur turned back to where something incomprehensible was happening. Mariana stood engulfed in flames and understood nothing why all this had happened. Arthur ordered her to duck and be alert here, very dangerous. The girl looked at him in surprise. At this moment, a few soldiers stood away from them. It was the director of the big Union Blazing Star, a man bored. Everything appeared obvious. As suddenly some bird appeared from somewhere, people could not even immediately realize what happened. Everywhere there was wind. The man covered himself with his hands and looked in surprise. In front of him, that survived. How is this even possible? Arthur and the pet sat on Orla Seja, asked her what still can't show up. The guy nodded, let her stay put until she saw the signal. He managed to protect Marion. Although it was quite dangerous, the girl could go to the other world. When she got to the very epicenter of the explosion, she couldn't do anything and just covered herself helplessly with her hands. The girl was ready to say goodbye to her life as suddenly Arthur appeared from somewhere and blocked the attack with one movement. And now the girl was even more devoted to her new master. Thanks to him, she could not afford anything. The guild leader saw that the others had jumped down, and everyone needed to prepare to take the fight. The man was even a little frightened. If they were so easy to get back on their feet after such a hard blow, it probably wasn't easy traveling. One of the guys with the shields moved forward. The boss said he was counting on him. So let him deal with these aliens. Arthur looked at Rufendal and asked if he was ready to record. The guy already had a video camera in his hands. Arthur saw a man with a shield running towards him, shouting that evil can't defeat them. The player said to record the whole course of the battle from now on. This warrior turned out to be the director of the Fighting Union Lumberjack, who had a huge axe and a weighty shield in his hands. The man said he had no idea what brought them here, but they're not getting out alive. Arthur looked at him in surprise, and why they were all so quick to turn against him. What had he done wrong so badly? The lumberjack replied that the fact that they got here, it's a clear act of desecrating their earth, is enough for a conviction. As soon as the Tin Man heard the answer, immediately frowned. Arthur mocked him. This land is not their property after all. A dark aura began to form around the guy again, since when did they think it was a sin for him to come in here? Seeing what was in front of him made the Tin Man cold with fear. He did not expect this opponent to be so powerful. Marion summoned her warriors from the other side of the world. The girl was ready to destroy anyone who got in their way. The knights began to rise from their graves. Arthur ordered to tell the Union director to come here because he was about to destroy everyone. A monopoly on teleport is way out of line. Let them attack. After such a brazen lunge in their direction to get everyone ready to attack, they will wipe these people out. But no sooner had the man given the order fully than he noticed that Arthur had already approached within striking distance of him. The man didn't even have time to realize that his soul had left his body in just a second. Everything. After quickly dealing with the woodcutter, the rest of the warrior, Arthur ordered the soldiers to be destroyed. The rest of the soldiers were horrified. They did not expect their strongest warrior to be so useless, even though he was a tank. The director saw that the enemy was only staying undead was becoming too much. The man could not control the situation. The commander saw Arthur chatting with the rookie necromancer. How is it even possible to control so many monsters? How much mana does she have? The man said the necromancer must have run out of mana by now. It's just a normal dodge. They want to overwhelm them with quantity. Putting his hand forward, the Union director ordered everyone to run to the attack and not to fool themselves. Let them prove that they were not weaklings. Arthur realized he had to choose a different strategy and ordered Marion to call off her warriors and stand aside herself. A phantom aura began to form around the guy. If he reached level 50, then it might be worth trying to use that skill. He has built up an incredible amount of energy in him. If they are not as weak as they say they are, then let them fight. Seeing this, the commander went cold with fear, but still ordered the tanks to block any attacks. But suddenly the man felt his soul leave his body. Did he really go to the other world from one blow? It was hard to believe. The commander was defeated, and Arthur had the necromancer order the knights to continue the offensive. Everything was ready. A notice board popped up in front of him stating that it was possible to allocate irrational elements. The guy thought for a moment. There was chaos in the office at the Divine Stars directors meeting, and once again, this criminal was to blame. Now the employees were terrified. They didn't know how to resolve the situation themselves to make things fall into place. The fallen commander of the order has heard the order to rise. He has now turned undead without wanting to. Finally, a terrible guess came into his head. Even after he went to the other world, they want to make him a slave. He was ordered to destroy his comrades. Now the man fought hard, but could not resist the dark force. All the soldiers were in utter confusion and horror. They did not understand what was happening to them. But the necromancer rejoiced. Arthur jumped up to the commander and gave him a powerful punch right under the man's breath, almost spitting out his lungs from the force. It was the real jackpot, after all. I wonder if it was possible to distribute other characterization points next to it. Was Rufendal collecting items? Suddenly, he turned to his host and said he'd better look over there. Arthur turned his gaze backward. There were 3 leaders of the small union. They looked extremely threatening. One of them told Arthur to surrender, and he could avoid the sentence. The boy looked at them with a surprised look at what they even wanted from him. Did they really think Arthur would give up? The pet said that this trio seemed to be serious. Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. Could they really be that strong? On the left was Kirtel, a man in only underpants with a very expressive body. He was a master of close combat. The one on the right is called an assassin, also known as a hidden blade-related class. And the most important was Lupin, the one in the armor. He specialized in defense, if you think about it. The pet also used the defense stance all the time. In a dismissive tone, Lupin once again said that if Arthur surrendered quickly, he would manage to stay alive. Or he wanted something different. The player has already started to get annoyed again. Someone got in his way. He does not need anything from them, so there is no point in fighting. But the man didn't stop. He said he would give him time to think and let him make the right choice. The guys were already starting to approach. Kirtle rushed straight for Arthur. He wouldn't hold back just because this kid has no objects. The man's body was all covered in fire. Arthur, on the other hand, just stood there and watched as his opponent's fist approached him at breakneck speed. But it all happened too fast. The pet didn't even quite realize what his master had done. The man's hand stopped right in front of his face. The muscular man stood in front of Arthur and did not understand anything. He did not know how it was possible to dodge his blow. But Arthur, with a calm fucking overall, held his fist, and the man was faster than he thought. The jock, who had no time to think, noticed at the last moment that his opponent's fist was already approaching him. The bodybuilder felt himself going into free flight. He didn't even realize how he was hit, but he was already tumbling in the air. With dumbfounded eyes, Lupin only watched his strongest warrior go to the other world with a single blow. And his opponent was still standing motionless with a ghost aura around him, forming some kind of devil. It turned out that that newcomer was much stronger than the report said. Arthur was already preparing to strike next. The guy wanted to make a mess here, but as suddenly he received a message from Lupin, who offered to negotiate. Arthur did not understand why. The man wouldn't stop. He said if the enemy agreed to fall by their hand, they'd give him a chance to hunt here. He promised very good benefits, but Arthur was getting annoyed. It didn't interest him. Only wasted his time. After hearing all this rant, Arthur said that this is nonsense. They are at their discretion here. The soldier was surprised. Besides, Arthur clearly said he would break the whole monopoly system if he was a regular player. He would have been given such conditions. During the whole time the live broadcast was going on, viewers already thought that the player was crazy if he went against such strong opponents. In the end, the negotiations were thwarted, so there's no point in talking. Eventually, the whole trinity rushed at Arthur with weapons. They wanted to destroy the impudent man at any cost and regain their power. This is just what Arthur expected. He won't act as low and mean as his opponents. He'll go in head on. His single blow was enough to make the muscular man fall apart into several pieces and go on a respawn. Assassin could not believe it in such a situation. It was necessary to attack not the main villain, but the others who were hiding behind his back. Like necromancers accompanied by undead if they destroy the girl. -1 problem. In such a case, we must act without delay. Assassin rushed straight at the girl, who suspected nothing. But suddenly, something didn't go according to plan. The man felt someone approaching him, and he couldn't see it coming. Behind his back, a dark cloud of ominous assassin appeared and froze in place. It was Johann. The man had arrived just in time and already had his opponent in his sights. A nice try. The commander already saw that his army was defeated and realized that there was no way to win. Before he knew it, all of his warriors had been defeated, and Johann acted as quickly as possible. The head of this guild didn't show himself until the very last day. Did he really show himself after all? The man did not know what to do. He realized that he was in the most hopeless situation. Now it is not clear how to get out of here. As suddenly everyone heard someone's squeaky voice, and a huge demon towered over them. People went cold with terror. It was Zeta raising her sword in her hands. The woman wished everyone to rest in peace, for now she would destroy them. Arthur just watched from the sidelines and was satisfied. He hadn't even given them a single order, and the guys had already done everything without him. Johann came back to him and apologized for intervening without his order, but Arthur said it was fine. It was even better. Suddenly, he received a notice from Lupin. He said that he dared to make a mistake against him and asks for one chance to negotiate. The man was already desperate. He realized that there was no way to win. He begged for one more chance. His eyes were filled with darkness. He was about to say something else, but Arthur approached him with such speed that he didn't even have time to realize it. When their eyes met, he hissed in his ear he wasn't interested, so let him stop trying. And now it was over. Rufendal was contentedly collecting all the items they had at last succeeded. Marion approached Arthur and asked if those two were really his subordinates. The boy nodded and said that they would now hunt with them. Suddenly, a pet appeared in front of him. The guy happily said that all collected, they managed to hit the real jackpot. So everything is as it should be. The others just looked at him with astonished eyes. What a sincere worker wondering what he had done wrong. Arthur took the pouch and began to rummage through it to see what his pet had managed to collect. Rufendal was happily jumping around. As soon as Arthur saw what was in the bag, his eyes widened and his head felt like it had been struck by lightning. He ordered Coco to descend immediately. The bird looked at his master in surprise. All the others were ordered to get on the eagle's back and get as far away from here as possible, and Johann was ordered to be ready for battle. Zeta asked what had happened, but Arthur didn't seem to know what was wrong at all. There was a rumbling sound. Everything began to vibrate, and someone so huge that they couldn't even see it was approaching them. And all this is due to the fact that created an unexpected quest and appeared boss monster. It was a huge monster created from several monsters. Arthur sighed that it was getting fun, the size was impressive, and he was going to have to do his best after all. Standing on the bird's back, Marion marveled, wow, what a huge monster this is after all. The girl looked forward with burning eyes and immediately wanted to get her possession of this monster. She shouted to Arthur, he is going to defeat this monster after all, so let him give his body to her. The guy irritably nodded his head. Johann said that these monsters were so big that even he would have a hard time dealing with them. The Overlord is weak and should be careful, and it is better to retreat. Hearing that the master was going to defeat the monster right now, the man swallowed his tongue in surprise. And ignore the others. Arthur moved forward. They don't believe in his strength. Johann wanted to say something, but the Lord said to just stand by and watch. Everything will be as it should be, so don't let them worry. Apparently it happened because the world reacted to the appearance of absolute evil. Arthur prepared to try. He used his crowning skill around the guy. A wave of dark energy began to form around him, and the water around him began to churn. As expected, if this monster was an ordinary monster, it would immediately attack, but for now the monster stood still. It was paralyzed. These monsters Arthur could easily defeat, so he was not afraid of anything, but simply looked into the eyes of danger. He ordered the others to watch carefully as their master easily dispatched these monsters. His body began to burn in the truest sense of the word. Energy was overflowing, and he moved forward. It was enough for him to crush the monsters like bugs, and there was a rumble comparable in power to an earthquake. Zeta was completely shocked. She still couldn't believe what was happening, and just watched her lord uninterruptedly. To say the least, Johann was also extremely surprised. He had not expected such a rapid increase in power from his lord. Meanwhile, Arthur was approaching. Everything happened exactly as he had intended. This event was perfect for his debut. Meanwhile, another extraordinary meeting was taking place at the Divine Star headquarters, and they were discussing Arthur's power there. Big Union Director Divine Star Yang Jung-hoon sat, so his tablet, and nervously looked around. Someone's ingratiating voice asked how you level check results. Ian lowered his eyes and said that the confirmed level 50 guy was extremely puzzled. The head said that the reputation of their alliance has already fallen below the plinth. They know that very well, right? All the other members of the meeting tensed. Now they were going to have a very serious conversation with the head. All present began to apologize. They had no excuse. People understood that they had made a terrible mistake. But the man at the head of the table calmed down. He didn't gather all these people to apologize. The enemy level is still rising. He said that he was extremely puzzled and upset by the fact that the heads of the small alliance did not show discernment. Ian was ready to fall to the ground. Definitely that Chaos Man is completely out of the ordinary. He is extremely strong, much stronger than expected. Even the Justice Alliance of America sprang into action. When it heard such news, it must be of sufficient strategic value. Kwangmu Huan was the head of the Big Divine Star Union. The man was extremely angry. Regardless of what happened, you need to destroy this evil, and there are several people who are helping this psychopath. The man said that in addition to all this, if you pay attention to his past deeds, you might find out something. The man sitting next to him was his grandchildren. It was Mu Seok, who looked at his grandfather with horror. And the leader went on to say that absolute evil is all about wreaking havoc in the world. When you consider all that this man has done during this time, he can fully be considered utter evil. The man spoke completely seriously. At this point, Arthur was fighting a huge elephant-shaped monster guy jumped with incredible speed. He activated all his skills and already aimed at the monster's head to destroy it with one precise strike. Now Arthur didn't care that he was being hunted at all. His main incentive was to destroy the monster. The boy's eyes were brimming with enthusiasm. If he continued like this, he would destroy this monster in no time. Quan said they have a duty to show the villain that he can do nothing against the majority for the sake of a world where the elite rule the people. And now it was time for the final chord. Arthur swung a crushing blow to the last monster and defeated it. The huge crocodile with two heads plunged into the water with a clatter and raised a splash in the air. Like a fluff ball, Arthur landed next to the boss monster was defeated. He was given many rewards. The guy was even surprised by his own strength. It seems that for an absolute evil to defeat such a monster was a mere trifle. I wish they'd give him red stones. They're incredibly expensive. The guy looked at the sign. But to his surprise, the guy noticed that he got 3 black stones. His eyes went to his forehead. How is that even possible? Blackstone was the most valuable material in this world, so obtaining it was considered a great event. Among all the stones that were in the world of the game, black stone was considered the most valuable and rare material. In the entire 200-year history of the world, the black stone had only fallen 3 times, and now Arthur had gotten it. The guy was looking at an expensive stone. The cost of this material, taking into account all the components, was simply unbelievable. He thought he'd been practicing for a reason, and now he could buy his sister as many hamburgers as she wanted. The others also noticed that their overlord was glowing with happiness today, and he had demonstrated his talents to the fullest. Johann wanted to say something else, but it seems that they had guests. The man literally vanished and moved back. In front of him stood the 2 director of the Grand Union, Ellen Bluehart, as well as the president of the Justice Union, Captain. Before the captain could say anything else, Johann formed behind him and ordered everyone to stand immediately. Bluehart was startled near his throat. Immediately, a blade appeared. The man didn't even have time to think. The American representative also tensed up. He didn't expect someone to approach them so quickly. Arthur didn't even notice the uninvited guests until Johann asked what to do with them. The leader said they just wanted to talk, but Johann was extremely skeptical. Arthur looked at them with some contempt. What the Americans had forgotten here, he ordered Johann to leave them alone. The man immediately obeyed and literally teleported back in a split second. In a perfectly calm voice, Arthur advised them not to move unless, of course, they valued their lives. And what did they want to tell him? The guy folded his arms across his chest and waited for further events. He said that their alliances wanted Arthur in their ranks because he was very capable. She offered a very lucrative contract on the terms of which the boy will receive a lot of money and also privileges. The representative of the American Union also wanted to recruit Arthur into his ranks and offered even more favorable terms. The player thought about it. It was tempting, but he seemed hesitant to join their team. Bluehart continued to insist as long as this person was in their region, one could not ignore the offer from the higher-ups. Arthur suddenly snapped his fingers and said, "So be it." A vortex of energy immediately began to form around him. To be honest, he said that he didn't care about all these proposals. He had his own plans and goals and methods of achieving them, and those who came were very surprised. Arthur turned around and delivered a crushing blow to the crocodiles that were already approaching them at a great speed. The pet immediately collected all the items dropped from the monsters and presented them to his master. Bluehart was shocked this man's abilities were far beyond what was shown in the video. The captain also looked at him with a puzzled look. Arthur said he could make that 500 million just by not moving. He said he didn't really like the conditions the guy was going through, some red stones in his hands. The captain tried to say something else. He said that there was a slight misunderstanding and that they had better terms. They offer him an annual payment of $500 million. Bluehart poked him in the ribs with a finger. After these words, Arthur was visibly tense, somehow embarrassed, even embarrassed. For a moment, he thought it was about the ones. Bluehart scratched the back of her head. Actually, she was talking about Korean One. The captain was horrified. His whole plan had gone awry. They started arguing with each other over the cost of whatever one side sent the director and offered one. The other side offered dollars. The captain stuck a bayonet in the ground and said they weren't forcing Arthur, but if he thought of making a contract, let him do it judiciously. The player smiled. Well, if he did plan to cooperate with anyone, he would put the Justice Alliance first. Bluehart looked towards the departing captain. She had certainly heard that America had great resources, but not that much. Arthur turned to the woman. He asked, "What are they doing?" Bluehart even tensed up a little. The guy smiled and said that if she had nothing else to say, then please let her go back to her room. Or does she want to talk about something else? The woman said that was it, and wished the guy would make the right choice. She gritted her teeth. The American had completely humiliated her. He was talking about dollars. They would never have that kind of money. And besides, how dare some kid treat her like that? He literally humiliated them in public. A sign immediately appeared in front of her asking how it went. She was required to do so immediately. It was the same Eves. He demanded the bag be returned by all means. This is a very important mission, even no matter what. He then thanked the Bluehart and disconnected the session. The man was ready to fall to the ground from anger. This crazy man decided to make everyone his enemies. Is he really an immortal? Arthur got out of the virtual reality device and took a shower, thinking about how to use the black stone to arouse less suspicion. Suddenly, the phone on the desk vibrated and he received a call. It was an unknown number the guy had never seen before, but he picked up the phone and heard a familiar voice. It was Marion. She greeted the uncle with joy, and the girl's voice was very happy. But Arthur wondered. He didn't remember giving his phone number to anyone. Meanwhile, the necromancer along with Saya were sitting in the cafe again. The girl asked if Arthur was busy right now. The boy slowly began to get annoyed, but the necromancer didn't seem to be shy. She said she was with his sister now. Would he like to join? There was nothing to do anyway. So Arthur decided to come to them and began to swivel his head around. His sister waved his hand and motioned for him to sit next to them. Zisong sat next to him, twirling a glass of drink in her hands. Hugging her friend, Saint said it would be nice to meet in real life once, so she shared her number. Arthur remained silent and only looked at her friends with a sizzling gaze. Seiya asked why her brother wasn't talking. He didn't seem to share her enthusiasm. He asked, "These two really want to cause a scandal here or what?" He originally had no plans to meet these two offline and had already said he wasn't going anywhere. Yes, and on top of that, they forced him to drag himself here. Need to be warned of the consequences after such actions. Girls lowered their gaze. Every insignificant word, every random gesture could be a clue the necromancer was horrified after such a thing. Caution should be paramount. Let the girls at least try to realize this and be much more careful. This applies especially to the necromancer. Never and nowhere let him say his nickname, and it is better not to even mention it, even in his class. Saisun only remained silent, and Arthur asked why there was no answer. The girl waved her hands and said she understood. Seiya hugged her frightened friend and asked her brother what's gotten into him. They were just having a friendly chat, after all, and didn't say anything in particular. But Arthur said in a serious voice that he would scold her too, who even allowed her to use the phone number. Seiya said they were partners. Hearing that word, Arthur gloomed even more. Who's a partner here, anyway? She'd forgotten she was supposed to watch her tongue. The extremely pissed-off guy advised them to watch their language wherever they are. He has things to do, so goes first. My sister had a little cocktail and called my brother a Parshevik. How can you be so fixated on precautions? It's boring, after all. She apologized to her friend for her brother. Zisong only folded her fingers in front of her. She felt guilty about it. She wanted to come to the man in person and say thank you. So a friend organized the meeting. Too bad it turned out that way. And my friend said that as soon as the man sees her, he'll be speechless. And in the end, he doesn't really care what she looks like. As soon as Arthur returned to the virtual world, Rufendal immediately provided him with a list of items he had received recently. The servant's eyes were burning, and he said that he had taken into account all the smallest details and recorded them so that he didn't worry too much. Arthur appreciated such hard work and patted the guy on the head. He did a good job and deserved encouragement. The servant continued to fawn over his master. Arthur realized that it seemed he was only acting this way because he had the black stone. Suddenly, he noticed the small flying video camera that used to belong to Willow seemed to be broadcasting still. After rewatching all the recorded videos, Arthur seemed to understand why he wanted to pay him that kind of money. As soon as the player summoned, Johann Assassin immediately appeared literally out of nowhere. The player said that there is a private teleporter to the northern part of the mountains, and it is run by the Ellen Union. The leader of the group will definitely be on site. Most likely he is busy raising money all over the city right now. Arthur wrote out his sentence and ordered Johann to destroy this man as soon as he saw him, and then let him leave the safe zone. Flipping the camera from hand to hand, the guy rejoiced he was absolute evil, so he would do whatever he pleased. Meanwhile, Eve sat at his computer and could not understand who this Ramtadian was and why he thought so much of himself. And what is his brother even going to do? He would have thought so as suddenly something caught the man's eye. The news was everywhere that the true essence of the absolute of evil had been revealed. Of course, it would be worth recognizing its power. The man wondered why he had touched his brother, and now this man would be labeled as an absolute evil who would even want to cooperate with him. How dare he even behave so brazenly in front of the top leadership of the Union? News of the recent events was spreading everywhere. If the most powerful alliances in this game are pitted against one man, the only thing left to do is wait for him to go to the other side. Even a force that wants to destroy everything has a limit. The man got up from his chair and headed for the exit. Besides, to go to foreign continents would eventually need a portal too. He walked over to the window and looked out over the city. On the screen of the laptop, a website was open on it saying that the legendary Black Stone had already been put up for sale. After this news, absolutely all players were just shocked. Say Black Stone somewhere appeared. It was a Korean server. It is said that this kind of stone was incredibly powerful compared to the red ones. Also, with the help of it, it would be possible to control natural disasters. In America, too, the captain was perplexed by the recent news and wondered in what hands such a treasure would end up. At this time, as the president had another employee come into the office with a report, they had a serious problem. Once the president heard that the owner of the Black Stone wasn't going to sell it to the Divine Star, he almost swallowed his tongue. The man immediately jumped up from his seat. It was just impossible. It was just impossible. And when the man heard that the seller was the same Full How and didn't want to sell just because he didn't like the star, he was furious. By the way, Arthur's sister was also furious. The girl was ready to burn everything around her. There were headlines everywhere about what her brother had done, and when he'd even managed to get himself in such a mess. As expected, everything that could be of any use to Arthur had disappeared, and the boy sat and studied the information. Looking at his sister, Arthur asked why she was the one kicking everything. Seiya was holding her leg and yelling that she would sue all those journalists. After that, Arthur tensed up. Do they really want to reveal their true identity? Let them not even think of flaunting the information. The saint continued to rage. How could anyone even write such nonsense in the form of an article? They have no right to say that. Miriam was also shocked. Her sister was absolutely right. How could they write such false articles? Uncle was a very good man, after all. That was how Necromancer puffed with indignation. Arthur was even a little surprised. Did he appear to her as such a good man that he deserved such reverence? He said that it's not important, and everything is already decided, to be honest. This is quite natural. Girls were silent. Now was not the time to worry about such trivialities. Meanwhile, people were checking all possible information. Crunching his knuckles, Arthur said he had the black stone, and of course he wouldn't sell it to the Divine Star at no price. On the day of the auction, a real celebration was organized for this purpose. They rented the whole Colosseum. People came there in droves, each wanting to snatch a tidbit. Serdian asked to be told the exact location a few minutes before the start, then no one can pull some trick. Arthur, along with his minions, stood above, still needing to prepare for the opening. His assistant's advice was very sound. First of all, before entering the auction, everyone will need to disarm. The minimum that can be allowed is wearing armor. Of course, it was a good idea to take the elders with him and also to put guards everywhere, which he did. Naturally, there will be those people who have been banned from participating, and they will be extremely unhappy. People tensed when the voice of the auctioneer was heard as he welcomed everyone to the auction. At the head was Arthur, thanking everyone for taking the time to attend his event, and the currency they would be using was gold coins. If everyone is ready, then it's time to start the auction. Arthur was standing in the middle holding a black stone, and there was a dark aura around the guy. Holding the stone in his hands, Arthur said that the players had to choose the starting price, and then the price of 600 billion was announced. After Arthur heard, he tried to restrain himself, but inside he was thrilled. The numbers were staggering, and it was hard to imagine that people had that kind of money. The player stood in front of the others and held an item in his hands. Prices were rising at a simply insane rate. Arthur felt a shiver run down his spine as prices reached up to 1 trillion. Could anyone really be willing to part with such a fortune? When suddenly some man raised his hand and calmly said, 30 trillion. The hall fell silent. The amount was really impressive. It was a rich man from the Middle Eastern North, the ruler of the continent of Pyra Rendal, and one could only guess how rich he was. But the bid didn't last long. Someone offered 1 trillion more, and Randall was even a little surprised. Well, the man was not confused, and immediately raised a finger up. 50 trillion. Seems he didn't feel sorry for any money at all. The people standing a little higher up began to whisper. Such an amount was really shocking. Serdian was absolutely thrilled. Was anyone willing to offer such a fortune? The woman nearly jumped out of her pants. Arthur announced the amount and asked if anyone would offer more. The guy was wary. When suddenly words came to his ears in the name of a great evil, all were ordered to be destroyed. The guy tensed up. Who else it was? Looking to the side, he saw an unidentifiable man wearing a strange green cloak and holding a bomb. The man's face was absolutely insane. He didn't seem to doubt his actions. He wanted to do it for his own glory. For the sake of the great and absolute evil, a shot rang out into the air. A column of dust rose up. All the people were shocked. But it wasn't until Arthur, in a calm voice, ordered Johann to deal with it, that Assassin immediately took the hint. Naturally, those people who were forbidden to participate in the auction in every possible way tried to stick their fingers in the wheels. It was not surprising. The aide, on the other hand, was not surprised. It was the worst possible plan one could come up with to self-detonate as ignorant. Someone was standing on the top podium watching what was going on. The stranger had green hair. The man didn't even have time to realize anything before Johann formed behind him and ordered him not to move if he wanted to live. He grabbed the stranger and pulled him to him. It seems they're too fearless if they're planning to make such a mess here. This was starting to annoy Arthur. But really, why can't we just have a normal auction? Everyone had done what Serdian had said without a single iota of deviation from the course. Arthur's gaze was incredibly perceptive. Luxo, who was standing nearby, said that the force of the explosion was enormous, but Arthur said not to worry. There was a shield everywhere protecting the auction items and the bidders themselves. If we're talking about such high-ranking people, safety should have been the first thing to think about. This kind of explosion can't be tolerated by these people. Yes, and besides, the organization of the event was top-notch. Meanwhile, Johann's heavy hand held by the throat, the impostor determined to undermine the honor of the auction. The man held the intruder and demanded that he tell who sent him after all. But it seems it was too late. The man decided to take his own life by swallowing a poison capsule. Returning to his master, Johann apologized. He couldn't find out what the cause was, but Arthur praised him. He had prevented the explosion. That's already good. The American participant, Captain, has concluded that this act was committed by some unauthorized person entering here. Everyone started to turn to him. The man said he came here because he thought something like this would happen here. But the captain assured that such incidents would in no way turn them hostile to Arthur. Trying to keep himself in control, Arthur said he was in a bad mood. He didn't know who was behind it, but it was someone who wanted to hurt him. After saying that the Overlord had exhibited this item for the advancement of humanity and world peace, the captain was shocked. Then taking out 2 more black stones, Arthur said he wouldn't sell the rest until he found out who was behind it. The captain's back was creepy. The man was completely confused. He had never thought that something like this would happen here. Arthur said that in that case he would be in the Korean section and would be taking a big loss. Randall smiled, he understood. In addition, Arthur said that even if the customer was determined, he would not sell to the alliances of Divine Star and Ellen. The man sitting somewhere upstairs asked, "What was the reason for all this?" Arthur faltered a little. After thinking for a couple seconds, the guy replied that the reason was because he just didn't like them. His eyes were smiling. Suddenly, a representative from the East approached him and asked, since Arthur was a chaos player, trading through direct exchanges was not possible. In such a case, Rendall is willing to provide the entire amount immediately provided Arthur with a bag of gold coins. The guy was even taken aback. He, of course, accepted in his hands, but was still surprised. This man was willing to part with such a huge amount of money without any intermediaries. Looking at this man, Arthur even felt a little ashamed that he wanted to run away as soon as he got the amount. He held out the promised goods to the buyer, and the man gratefully accepted the stone, so either way he got the money and had nothing more to worry about. In response to Arthur's interest in what he was going to do with the object, Randall looked at him with a look that made him feel sick. Meanwhile, the man said he was using it as decoration. Arthur even swallowed his tongue. This is a joke. Meanwhile, the man said he was using it as decoration. Arthur even swallowed his tongue. This is a joke. The Easterner said he had some thoughts on this stone. Arthur was wary. With a little sadness in his voice, Randall said that there are many needy people in this world suffering from hunger and other hardships. And there are also children who are not able to go to normal education. He wants to reach out to these people. His company is in the business of giving everyone in need what they need. However, with money alone, it would be difficult to solve this issue. And so having a stone in his hands, he thinks he can realize his plan. Lastly, the man said that he had always grown up royalty and had everything he needed, so it was worth taking on more responsibility. Arthur was completely satisfied with this answer. According to his beliefs, this was the perfect world. It seems the guy was not wrong. Huang, who was in the office, was furious. He couldn't believe that Arthur had 3 black stones. It was unthinkable, but his ward assured me that this information was true, so there's no doubt about it. The man asked what became of the one who was sent to riot. All traces were covered. The deputy assured me that everything was fine. Even if someone started digging into them, they could never know the truth. The warden sighed heavily, but that was fine. The only question was where Arthur had gotten the 3 black stones. If he's announced he has such a treasure, then there are many more of these stones than Arthur said. The principal even broke a pen out of anger. That guy is absolute evil, the true embodiment of a nightmare. He fell back in his chair, but it's still a real black stone, plus there's 3 of them. It is simply incomprehensible. The man agonized over what to do in such a situation. With a bitter end, the auction was over. They had quite figured it out, although they didn't get to find out who was behind this inhumane act of attack. With a satisfied expression on his face, Arthur evaluated the money he had received, and with such a fortune he could not deny himself anything at all. Appearing out of nowhere, Serdian marveled at the Lord. Once again, he was simply marvelous. Arthur looked at her over his shoulder. Before he could talk to his assistant about anything, Arthur needed to check something out. And later, they would have a conversation. Turns out that out of the remaining 3 people, 2 recognized him as an absolute. But how is that possible? Suddenly started flashing. Luxo wary, someone had broken in here again? Arthur looked up. What happened again? Rexor, the man, appeared in front of them and landed on the ground, and it immediately shook from his power. He said he'd never bow his head to some brat in his life. It's beneath his honor. The man thrust his sword forward and said he challenged Arthur to a duel. Let him prove his strength to him. The player was a little shocked. What does all this even mean, duel? What the hell is a duel? What kind of circus is this? Rexor managed his ardor a bit and said that today they were watching the auction, and 2 of those who came recognized Arthur as their lord. Elders look inside a person's character and assess whether he is worthy to be called their lord first, which would be charisma and wisdom. Next is ambition and determination to the extent that a person can make life choices. And Rexor judges people on strength. To the rest of the elders, Arthur has shown his good sides, so can he surprise him too. Luxo. After this came to a rage. He was ready to tear his colleague. His words were too impertinent. If he says he saw the actions of the overlord, then he must understand everyone else and why they came to serve Arthur. The elder then looked at Johann why he was suddenly quiet and not saying a word. After all, he was the one who had convinced the elder to take his time and wait a bit this time too, thinking of ways to change his mind. Or maybe Johann is going to fight the elder instead of the challenger. But the assassin stood motionless and said nothing. He was just about to move forward when Arthur, in a booming voice, stopped all this arguing, and everyone must stop. This is exactly the obstacle Arthur must overcome alone, so let the others have no interference. Arthur said he had speculation about this elder, but Rexor proved too flashy that one showed up. A smile appeared on the elder's face. He is not going to serve someone weaker than himself. Zeta asked the nearby Johann if their overlord had any chance of winning. Even the assassin hesitated a bit. He doubted. He realized that the Overlord was much stronger, but he was still confident that he could handle Raykor, but there was no choice but to trust in his Overlord. Arthur was well aware that his opponent was a first-class mercenary specializing in surprise attacks. But in hindsight, the lad remembered Eddard, who had joined him completely, for natural reasons as well as Johann. In short, so far the game had only allowed him to fulfill scenarios that were within his capability. In that case, there was a chance to win. Arthur prepared himself, and a dark aura formed around his body. He was serious. Smiling, Rexor drew his sword and asked not to be disappointed if Arthur called himself Lord. The player snapped his fingers irritably and said that for an assassin, Rexor talks too much. It's time to get down to business, because he's got a lot on his plate. No sooner had the guy put his fingers back down than his opponent began to move with such speed that even with his eyes, it was difficult to catch his movement. Suddenly, a man whizzed past the R2 once with such speed that he managed to hit it, and blood appeared on his cheek. At that moment, Arthur realized that he was indeed in a dangerous situation. For what this man's specific intentions are to destroy him. Arthur could see his opponent's silhouette forming behind him, but there was still a way to defeat him. The elder had already lowered his sword, and Arthur noticed at the last moment the blade coming towards his face. The others who were watching the battle from the sidelines were horrified. However, Johann is the only one who remained sane. He said to stay calm is far from over. Rexor was confused. He did, after all, hit right at his opponent. So what happened? The man noticed with horror that Arthur was holding his sword with one hand, not too careless of his opponent's behavior. It was only a moment before Rexor was already flying in the opposite direction at a tremendous speed. Arthur was incredibly strong. The player said that his opponent will not go to the other world, but it will hurt a lot for a while. Shocked to the core, Johann ran up to his overlord and congratulated him on the amazing victory the man had not expected. With a smirk, Arthur said to the others not to forget who is in front of them. He is the successor of the great technique, so simply could not lose. His opponent, on the contrary, was lying on the ground and trying to put his brains together after such a blow. Seeing this, Arthur rejoiced at last. He came to his senses and now saw that he had lost. Kneeling down, the elder acknowledged that he had been smashed to smithereens, so the victory was fully deserved. He realized that he had acted very arrogantly by daring not to recognize the rightful successor, and asked to be punished for his liberties. Johann approached Arthur and asked him for leniency, but the player smiled. Do they really think he intends to destroy him? With full confidence, Arthur said that this duel was a proof of loyalty, and he was not going to punish his opponent, to the contrary. He realizes that this man has shown intolerance, so he had to show his strength with due confidence. From now on, he wants this man to be his confidant. Rexor couldn't believe his happiness. There were tears glistening in his eyes. He immediately grasped his ruler's leg and asked to accept his body and his allegiance. He begged to be spared and pardoned for so unfaithful and ignorant an act. Arthur only looked at him in wonder. How could he show him such mercy? Elder continued to sob with happiness. He could not forgive himself. The quest to exalt the Absolute was accomplished. Arthur was recognized by the third elder. The others also ran up to their lord and began to praise him, but Rexor could not forgive himself for such behavior. Ciardian appeared next to the boy and asked to go back to the conversation she had started earlier. She had something to say. With eyes burning with impatience, the woman suggested that they arrange to move the capital since they had such money. Arthur blinked his eyes and still couldn't understand such a spontaneous decision, why they should move. Soon, an urgent gathering was organized. All the settlements gathered here with the exception of a few. So we must begin by first voicing the reason for such a sudden gathering. It all boiled down to the fact that the resource base of this place was depleted, and it was necessary to change the location, and there was no basic infrastructure. However, she has one place in mind called Nine, which is located in a very picturesque place with many different resources. Arthur had been listening all this time and realized that there was a lot of logic in what he was saying, so it was worth listening to. But when he heard it would take 10 trillion gold coins to move, Arthur bit his tongue. Though on the other hand, his buyer had shelled out 50 for a single pebble. Plus, when they set the plan in motion, they were joined by the 8th elder. The 11th elder, too, joined their company to help implement the plan so that they could succeed in achieving a good result. In fact, this place was a real paradise that no one had ever thought of organizing. Arthur sighed heavily. Well, those who go behind his back are the main target of the quest, so it's not worth it. Hearing that the Lord was in agreement, the assistant cheered up, and she would take up the matter together with the 8th and 11th elders. Everyone accepted their commander's orders and began to praise him, but Arthur sat at the head and enjoyed himself. Loyalty had increased so much that it had already reached near maximum. It was the biggest expenditure Arthur had ever made in his life. Soon the plan began to materialize. Construction began immediately, as soon as they arrived on site. Arthur asked if the assistant who was standing next to him nodded her head and smiled brightly. In this case, Arthur was satisfied he relied entirely on his assistant, and the woman understood that. But there was one more thing that needed to be solved right now. Arthur opened the information window. It was the reward for the quest, Elevation of the Absolute. In the end, he even had to fight with an elder. He hoped the reward for the quest would at least be impressive. The first reward was the ability to move his central altar anywhere. Arthur wondered, could he really have done it all this time? Either way, it's a good reward, but what happens in second place? The guy opened his eyes. But, to his great regret, the second award could only be obtained by fulfilling certain conditions, namely the black stone. What is it? Arthur began to tremble with impatience, and what must be there that required a stone of such value? However, it was necessary to find out, and Arthur, without delay, pressed the button consent. His body was immediately covered with energy. To his horror, the boy noticed that there was a change of occupation. His eyes went wide as to what it was. The minions standing nearby were horrified. This demonic energy frightened them to the core. For the first time in their lives, they had seen something like this. Soon it was over. Arthur had gotten many enhancements to his characteristics, whatsoever it was worth to give the black stone for it. The elders immediately rushed to him, wondering if he was all right. The Lord replied that everything was fine. And by the way, the others arrived just in time. Pointing a finger at himself, the guy asked him to help him with something he needed to check. Olympus News said that all 7 holy thrones were officially confirmed today. Arthur sat at the computer monitor and read the news. Thank God that now all the opponents had been identified. It seems his sister immediately heard his thoughts and ran into the room screaming. Brother immediately asked how it went. It was obvious from the girl's face that she was extremely excited. This was something 5 out of 7 Koreans in the translation system had no need for. Their levels are also no joke. Even there is a person who has 130th level at these words. Arthur tensed up a bit. The boy wondered, is this by any chance the unofficial ranker his mentor had once spoken of? But when he heard Kang Moo Seok's name, his eyes went wide. It was the man he had fought with the other day. The sister said that apparently this man holds a grudge against Arthur and won't let it go. The boy smiled, which wasn't surprising since he'd roughed him up last time. The sister said after a bit of silence that there was something else last news. With some irritation on her face, the girl said that they had gotten the quest for the saints and now had to all act together. Arthur was happy. It's the opposite of good. They'll become friends quickly and everything will be fine, but his sister didn't share his enthusiasm. Noticing this, player said to take it as a good opportunity since there's no need to wander off in search for thrones. Since everyone is in the same place, it will be much easier to get useful information. In short, let her take it as a spy role. Seiya seemed interested. The girl's eyes lit up at this interestingly. It sounded like a lot of fun. Arthur wondered if this was a mission only his sister could accomplish. Looking at herself, the girl stirred a little, and as if remembering something, she asked her brother how the preparations were going for what had been agreed upon in advance. Arthur looked at her. The guy said he was just about to bring it up, and his sister would need to go somewhere with him tomorrow. He was going to sign a contract to buy an apartment in Seiya's name. The girl was stunned as soon as she heard that. Soon they had already arrived at the real estate agency, and there they were greeted at the entrance by a friendly salesman. When she heard that they were interested in the Hillstay apartment complex, she was visibly surprised that few people bought such expensive apartments for themselves. But when the woman realized that the client was willing to pay in one lump sum, her eyes widened. Of course they could pay with gold coins. Arthur smiled, amused by this reaction. Soon the purchase was made, and a satisfied Seiya was already holding the purchase contract in her hands as they said goodbye to the seller. Of course it was possible to buy a better house with such means. The guy looked at his sister and asked if she was satisfied, but it seemed no answer was required by the girl's face. It was clear she was not insanely happy, but this purchase had a plan of its own. As soon as Arthur connected to the virtual reality, Rufendal was already waiting for him, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Leveling up is certainly good, but their ultimate goal is exactly here. The guys were standing near the cave. As soon as the guy heard that they would go in there and see hordes of different insects, he tensed up. He had no doubt at all. Of course they would go in there. Rufendal was embarrassed by such a thing. Taking Arthur's hand, Marion said that if she stayed close to her uncle, everything would be fine. Looking at her, Arthur asked what was wrong with her. She was unsure of her own strength. Rufendal wondered, wouldn't the elder protect them? However, the necromancer looked kind of downcast, although she had reached a high level a long time ago, but something was wrong. Behind her is a large army of undead capable of destroying anyone in their path. So what's wrong? And now they are already moving forward. Rufendal was raring to fight, but the necromancer was always hiding behind the player's back. As soon as they stepped inside, the crackling of numerous insect legs could be heard from everywhere. There have already been a few travelers trying to fight off hordes of spiders. So far, they've been successful. A magical wall of fire was created, instantly incinerating dozens of monsters in its path. The commander ordered his subordinates to get busy harvesting and finding something useful in these ruins. It was Union leader Markin. The man immediately saw a red stone lying on the floor. Finally, something valuable fell out. He moved forward. In the past, he worked in the Divine Star Union Department but was forced to leave there due to political differences. Fortunately, his subordinates who did not want to stay in that rotten collective followed him. The man was distracted from his thoughts by the shout of one of his subordinates calling his boss to him. The frightened man told of seeing a real chaosite walking by with his eagle-like pet and a necromancer nearby. This man was emanating an incredibly sinister black aura that gave me goosebumps. There was only a question of what here forgot a man called absolute evil. Did he really come here to farm? But the answer to the question didn't take long for Arthur to appear literally out of nowhere. People stood around and didn't dare to attack. The player started talking first. He said that if no one attacks him, he won't start the fight first. Markin let his eyes widen in surprise. He immediately bowed and said he had no intention of attacking. Then Arthur told them to pass quietly. Suddenly, the faction thought of something and raised its head up. If you think about it, something is about to happen. Any minute now, the ants were going to be resurrected. If Arthur didn't have anyone who could use fire magic, there was something that could be done. But there was no need for that. Coco immediately rushed forward to attack upon smelling the ants. The bird started furiously destroying the insects, and what had gotten into her, the rest of us just stood and watched. The squad of other players were also a bit shocked. They that hunt in such an unusual way then, and mages are not needed at all. With tears in his eyes, Markin realized there was nothing for them to do here, and ordered his boys to pack up. If that's the case, all their hunting's gone to hell. They won't find anything here. That bird will destroy everything. Musiak. Meanwhile, he was sitting in his office and was extremely concerned when a woman came up to him and said that she'd already watched the video. Sitting down next to him on the table, she said she was a little embarrassed for him. He is, after all, a divine star. This woman's name was Eugene. She said she heard her acquaintance was lucky enough to be the first Holy See. With that, he might even be able to gain the favor of the Heavenly Ruler Sons Guild, so let him try his best. The man thanked her for her advice. He was extremely in no mood to have a dialogue with this girl. He was determined to repay her for all the humiliation. Eugene suddenly remembered something since they were talking about the Holy See. As soon as she thought of the seventh throne, she immediately became furious at how this girl dared to go there. She didn't know anything at all. But the man said it's best not to touch her yet while they're in the process of becoming a couple. In a clearly angry voice, Eugene said, "We'll see," and headed for the exit. She turned around and shouted that she did not intend to look at the plebeian who had dared to climb into her seat. She seemed furious. While in the cave, meanwhile, Coco was destroying monsters one by one. For him, it was a real feast. Arthur was left to watch from the sidelines, just flicking away the little ants. Markin reported that they had a problem. If they acted on the pet, they would not be able to handle the rebirth cycle. But no one seemed to listen to him. Coco continued to destroy the monsters one by one and shouted at the top of his voice. Arthur noticed the movement of the monsters and wondered why they suddenly started running in one direction. These ants are now running away from them, which suddenly happened. Even the group leader was surprised. It was some kind of special skill or something. The bird seemed to have overdone it a bit and got a scolding from his master. It was all money, and the necromancer could add to his collection of insects. But the guy noticed that the bird was pointing somewhere deep into the cave. Apparently, there was something there. Markin asked permission to say something. Arthur turned to him with a questioning expression. The man said he watched from the sidelines and decided that the pet was pointing to the cul-de-sac that sits there in the back. The others turned around there indeed. This was the name of the area at the back of the dungeon. As was known, the dungeon was divided into 5 zones, and this was one of those places called a dead end. Looks like this man knows the dungeon like the back of his hand. Maybe he'll come in handy in the future. In that case, Arthur offered to be his guide, and they would give him half the reward if they found something. Markin waved her hands. The man smiled. They would just take what they themselves had gotten by their own efforts. Excessive greed could come out sideways. Meanwhile, the bird had gone deeper into the dungeon somewhere and obviously wanted a situation. The man wanted to say something else about monsters and such, but no one seemed to be listening. He said we should have prepped before going into that zone, but the guys just went ahead. Once the guys got inside the dungeon, it popped up a sign: they are accused of trespassing on the sacred realm of Garaktu. When the guys stopped, they saw that there were hordes of ants approaching them, and they would be able to leave the place as soon as they destroyed them. Meanwhile, Markin and his charges stopped nearby. They didn't run away, they took the fight. But things happened much faster. Coco moved forward and began exterminating the swarm ants one by one. Arthur sighed heavily again. This bird had taken over. The necromancer shook her head brokenly. With a few accurate and quick strokes, the bird pulled a bunch of red rocks out of the monsters. Before she could even blink an eye, however, Rufendal immediately gathered up the stones and presented them to his lord, hoping for praise. Still, the boy got the master's approval and said he would collect every red stone he saw on his way. But it was too soon to rejoice. Coco was already standing in front of him, furious that his food had been taken away. Their gazes crossed and Rufendal smirked. He was pet number 1 after all, and the older boy likes him more. But the bird was not going to back down and immediately lunged at her competitor. She considered herself the #1 pet and was not going to back down. The rest of the crew was just shocked. They'd been hunting here for a month, and these people came and fished so much for me. In addition, a passageway opened up that had never been here before, and everyone turned their gaze there. Seeing that there was something dangerous in this darkness, the commander said that they had better get out of here if they wanted to stay alive. The man turned to Arthur and said that this was the road where they would diverge, and in the background Coco was getting ready to step on. Markin smiled and good-naturedly said goodbye until the next meeting. He was pleased to be in this man's company. Soon they used the move list and found themselves at the very beginning of their journey. Everyone had worked hard. The man told no one to talk about what had happened today, but turned his gaze back. There was already someone standing there. Someone's voice was heard demanding that they finally come to their senses, and the man asked if anything interesting had come up. Frightened, Markin turned her gaze back and was stunned. But why this person came here? While in the dungeon, the necromancer approached Arthur and asked if they shouldn't help Coco in some way. Arthur looked at his pet and said that everything was fine, although he was surrounded by monsters. But so far, they had not attacked. It looked more like they were trying to get away from something, and really the insects were just getting away from it. He looked at Marion and said that if they were trying to attack her in any way, there was something to be done. Saying this, the man lifted the girl in his arms. The necromancer did not expect this, and still for a while she did not understand anything. Turning to Rufendal, Arthur asked if he had cast a protection spell on himself, and the boy nodded in readiness. And then he turned to the girl asking if she was going to get her thoughts together. The necromancer finally came to her senses. The player advised her to get ready to use the soul slavery technique. Now they will conduct one experiment here. As soon as the guy said that, a dark sinister aura began to hover around them. It was a skill activation. Rufendal, who was standing next to him, also felt a change in himself. He was wearing some strange clothes and examined himself. It was an evil space. Arthur smiled. Everything was going as well as it could. Now he had something to check. What he's done is an area where the power of absolute evil can be unleashed. The test with the elders managed to see the true result. There was a bunch of different amplifications. Arthur smiled. This skill would play a very big role in the upcoming battle with the Holy Thrones. The overall effect reached and the necromancer girl changed. She felt as the power in the flyer increased and also changed her appearance. There was so much notice that she didn't have time to sort out what was what and just lay in Arthur's hands. Still, she dared to summon any of the undead. The man nodded his head and something began to happen around her. Soon there was a huge monster that looked like a lion and a tiger in one person. His appearance changed apparently under the influence of a spell. Even the mighty necromancer was surprised, so it seems like this skill looks good, so it would be worth using it. She ordered the use of the volcano and the monster's mouth immediately opened. There was a flash. It didn't take long for the monster to spew out a beam of energy that pierced several monsters at once. The necromancer rejoiced, but Arthur was a little confused. This is some madness to the point of absurdly large area of defeat. Even Coco was frightened by such power and immediately hurriedly bounced off somewhere to the side to avoid being burned. Arthur was surprised even he didn't have such an ability to cover such a large area, even somehow embarrassed. By the way, plus the necromancer's level increased noticeably after destroying so many monsters, quite a useful thing. In addition, everyone in this space is subject to the darkness attribute of evil and demonism. A sign flashed in front of the necromancer's face. She is an associate of evil, and let her accept encouragement from the overlord. Marion changed her body. Covered in a dark hoodie, she began to tremble. After such an uplifting message, the girl did her best to create an entire legion out of her ants. Watching all this, Arthur marveled. Crazy to think he now has an army of ants. That's just great. The necromancer seemed to be insanely happy. She was commanding her new legion and directing all her power at the enemy. Now the girl looked even more threatening. She was directing her soldiers straight into battle, needing to create a gloomy and majestic atmosphere. But looking at it all from afar, Arthur realized she could never be evil. She still looked like a child. Unfortunately, the girl didn't even have time to blink before it was over. She'd already beaten everyone. Turning to Arthur, she asked how it was that he did all this in the first place. The guy smiled and said he just wanted to use his new skill. They began to talk among themselves, and Rufendal stood back and tried to understand something. He felt useless. The unfortunate guy felt incredibly alienated. He felt like everyone around him had turned their backs on him, and he was no longer the best. Wishing to be as helpful as possible, he pointed to a secret passage that opened up to the side. It was time to go there. Once the guys walked a little further in front of them, a sign popped up. They entered a secret area. The necromancer was clearly saddened. The girl really wanted to take Arthur's hand, but he protested. Still, the necromancer had not abandoned her attempts to get closer to her master and what had gotten into her in the first place. Eventually, Arthur got fed up and asked Rufendal to finally take her by the hand so that she'd have some way of unhooking herself. The boy wanted to take the girl's hand, but she looked at him with a look that made him want to fall through the ground. She jerked her hand away and said she'd go on her own. Arthur noticed that she looked annoyed. However, it was really too dark here, and the guy decided to light a small wick in his hands. There was a flash of light. Rufendal was surprised by such a spell. Although it was basic magic, it seemed to be the first time the guy had seen such a thing. But when the Overlord used it with its characteristics to its fullest, the guy had to clamp his eyes shut to avoid going blind. Suddenly, Arthur threw Rufendal aside and his back hit the rock with a painful thud. The kid didn't understand why it was the older boy suddenly reacted like that, and just looked down at him. Does anyone upstairs have a guy freaked out and surprised along with it? It was some kind of madness in front of them was just a huge-looking python staring with green eyes at its future victims. As far as Arthur knew in this dungeon, the boss hadn't entered the arena in over 80 years since it had opened. So what happened? Speaking of which, in front of him was only a doppelganger wondering where the original serpent was hiding, meanwhile was looking at him with burning eyes. It didn't even try to block Coco's attacks, it just didn't feel them. Wait a minute. This mix wasn't paying any attention to the bird from the beginning? A was concentrating on Arthur the whole time. Meanwhile, Coco was infuriated by this treatment of himself. This snake dares to ignore him, so now will pay for it with his life. The snake had already lunged at the defenseless bird, but Arthur was just in time and had his fist ready to strike. As soon as Rufendal came into the snake's sight, he was immediately petrified and unable to move. Meanwhile, a bright light appeared in the monster's mouth. The monster was already approaching him, opening its wide mouth. The last thing the boy saw in front of him was the older man who came right into the snake's mouth. It took only one blow to destroy the huge monster, and now Arthur stood breathing heavily. Rufendal could move now. He looked around and was glad to be alive. Everyone looked with surprise at the Lord, but Arthur said it was nothing special. He just had to do it. The necromancer bowed and thanked the wizard for saving her petrification, but Arthur waved it away. It's all right. Originally, of course, the girl had wanted to say that when she found herself in his arms, her heart fluttered, but Arthur would have reprimanded her for that. Meanwhile, the guy was extremely puzzled. He had only completed part of the quest with which to reach the original. Besides, the scales that fell from the monster are only the binding element. Rufendal has already tried to pocket the valuable material. It seems to be worth the gamble, so we have to try. Arthur ordered a short break and then reconvene. They don't have much time. Moving into the real world, the guy felt very hungry, as if he had just woken up. The first thing he heard was his sister's voice. He looked at the girl who seemed to look crying. Despite her excuses, Arthur still saw everything perfectly and demanded an explanation. But his sister refused. Something had happened, and Arthur wanted to know what it was. Saya hesitated. She didn't seem to know how to say it. Turns out that when she was at another meeting, she was told not to get involved in the conversation and was called a worm without any roots. If some girl is lucky enough to be a saint of the throne, she should just keep her mouth shut and not say anything. Arthur immediately asked, "Who is this person?" Sister cried again and said she didn't remember the nickname. The guy kept looking at his crying sister, and it was breaking his heart. Apparently most of those people were of noble lineage. Anger began to boil up inside of him, and he had to get even anyway. Who gave them the right to behave like this? He would soon get to the bottom of it. When Arthur returned to the game, he was extremely angry. The guy immediately asked what had happened during his absence. In front of him stood Markin. They had met before. The man had no particular business, just wanted to say something. His mind flashed back to a recent conversation he'd had with the principal when he'd gotten really upset. The director's words were extremely strict. He had given them permission to hunt here because they had performed extremely well. They are not just having fun here, as a responsible mission commander tried to justify himself somehow, but it came out badly. In the end, the director told them not to even dream of hunting here for their misdemeanor. That's how they fell into the disfavor of God's star and had to dissolve the union. Necromancer listened and almost cried. Rufendal was also extremely puzzled. How could it be possible that he could have done such a thing? Arthur understood all this perfectly well and listened to the man from beginning to end. He nodded his head in principle. Everything was clear. It seems these people had an extremely bad situation. Their leader was standing in front of him and looked very anxious. It's probably not the clan's position, but the personal animosity of the clan's director based on the words of Mu Siok's sister, who wants to claim exclusivity. When he fulfills the role of a noble gladiator, it is obvious that his attitude towards people is extremely condescending. Sighing heavily, Arthur felt a little frustrated, and why he would have to mess around with this particular person. But it can't be helped. Since that's the case, he suggested that the leader clean up this dungeon together as a last resort to help out. Besides, the man said he had to pay his daughter's tuition, so he came here. Scratching the back of his head and clearly embarrassed, he said that he would like to get a single red or even blue stone, then it would all be solved. Arthur said that one red stone was nothing to him, but he could use the man for political purposes. The man already understood this in the end. Absolutely, and evil will sooner or later encounter big alliances and try to use it. But more importantly, he said that getting the red stone was nothing to him, and that's the most important thing, so you don't have to worry. But when the man found himself inside the dungeon, his mood changed dramatically. He was utterly confused by what he saw. Coco was destroying monsters one by one, and getting just dozens of red stones for him was a real entertainment. He used all his skills and moved like lightning. The man watched it all and couldn't believe his eyes. It was the first time he had ever seen red stones fall out so often. Last time he'd seen it, he doubted it was just luck, but now he was sure. Let's just say it's a really good day, but it can't all work out that way. Arthur finally notices that the secret passage has opened again, and a huge serpent appears in front of him again. Markin was horrified, but Arthur was starting to get bored. Again, it was the double, what a shame the guy already rolled up his sleeves. The man looked at him in surprise. Is this man going to fight the monster alone? Arthur had already prepared himself. It only took him one blow to disable the monster once and for all. It was over. Is it all the same? Arthur folded his arms across his chest and waited for the second part of the quest to appear. Markin, who was standing behind him, didn't know what to say. He completely lost faith in himself as he watched this man deal with the monster. Meanwhile, Musiak was sitting in his office, bored, and he didn't think he'd be called away for such a trivial matter. Grandpa sat right in front of him and said that looking at the public behavior, his grandson seemed a little over the top. Even if he is the owner of a large company, he should carefully watch his words and actions, otherwise it may cause a public outcry. The grandson had no trouble listening to his grandfather's lecture and nodded his head in agreement. The lad reflected that his relative had become much weaker than in his younger days and had aged greatly. An assistant came into his office and said that he had already made inquiries. The man asked what the result was. He was looking for young people who recently bought a house worth over 300 million won, and there's also a girl named Hasea. The man hesitated. Although he had assumed she was poor, Eugene looked like she was in the water. It was completely useless information, and he himself knew it well before, as suddenly his co-worker offered a very interesting thought as he looked at hiring the 7th throne sitter for a job. The employee assumed they'd make her a subordinate, and thereby gain power over the girl. The director crossed his arms in front of him. Not bad. Of course, there was an idea, but how to realize it. Meanwhile, Arthur and the rest of the team were in the dungeon. Markin said he needed to watch his step because the road was going to break off. Looking down, Arthur could indeed see a large dip about 70 meters deep. It was quite a dangerous area. Kakov, in turn, was busy exterminating small cockroaches and other bugs to get more stones. Arthur was able to deal with this snake, so there was no problem. He called the bird to him. He thanked Markin with his help. They easily reached their destination without any problems. The man looked at the others at this moment after the pet hunt had dropped out too many stones. It's great luck if they even find one, and there are so many. Such a catch can't be called anything other than absolute luck. It must have been some kind of special skill. In this case, these pets are the real jackpot with the help of which you can get a lot of stones. They were already flying onward, and Marion asked to fight together with the host this time. Arthur was even a little surprised. But still he agreed, and the girl glowed with happiness. This time she would be truly useful. It was too dark here, so Arthur decided to add a little fire. Rufendal was frightened and said that only his spell would suffice today. But Arthur didn't listen to him, and again the whole dungeon was filled with a blinding light that could have blinded you. The unfortunate lad again failed to stay on the bird and flew somewhere down into the dark abyss. Out of the darkness again showed the huge snake's mouth. Rufendal shouted that in a few hours they would meet again. He had already resigned himself to it. Arthur didn't react in any way, so it turns out that's where the snake's doppelganger was, surprisingly. Okay, this guy will figure out how to get back, and now they have other things to do. The necromancer began the summoning. Markin, surprised this assassin snake swallowed in one sitting, is it wise to entrust the battle to this girl? But it seems the answer to the question came to itself behind the man's back. Something began to happen, and monsters appeared from there. They were huge ants that looked different from the usual ones, their eyes burning with an overabundance of dark energy. All around began to be consumed by darkness. From somewhere appeared huge monsters. It was the army of the necromancer. A random evil space effect was applied. The girl concentrated all of her magic. One of the ants changed. 2 wings grew out of his back, and now this monster had the ability to fly. Watching all of this, Arthur was amazed. Crazy, more than 1,000 monsters could now fly. It was simply unthinkable. Turning back, the guy noticed that the girl was drinking some kind of potion. The guy advised to be a little more careful. And so they moved to attack. Down below sat the serpent. He was ready to take victims of his huge mouth. Markin, who was observing all of this, marveled. It was indeed an incredible ability. The snake was defeated in just a second. Soon they got out of the dungeon, this time allotted the same amount of time. So it was decided to meet again in 24 hours. Suddenly, the necromancer raised her voice. She said that because well done today, right? Arthur nodded. Arthur still took pity and praised the necromancer. Girl was extremely pleased and even blushed from embarrassment. But suddenly they were interrupted by someone's voice. Arthur looked forward. The man said he thought they would be here. It was the director who suddenly appeared here like out of nowhere and came to make an offer that naturally couldn't be refused. The man had already started to speak as Arthur came within striking distance of him and already had his fist ready. It was good that they had met. Everyone else standing nearby just watched in horror and didn't dare to say a word. The man didn't even have time to realize what had happened. He just stared in front of him in surprise and tried to realize something. Was it now destroyed, and indeed the body fell to the floor exhausted and the soul flew out? Arthur began to wonder and smile without a single regret. Had he now destroyed the arrogant holier-than-thou? The man didn't seem like he was going to give up. Even now he shouted that no one would get away with this. The first throne was still trying to stop Arthur somehow, but the guy didn't listen to him at all and just waved his hand. The image of his sister crying was in his mind, and he vowed that every time he met this man he would beat him like this. But his sister didn't seem too happy about it when he returned. How he could have done that, Arthur didn't understand it at all. But he smiled and said he'd do it every time now. He even liked it. Besides, Sister said that when she told the others that she was moving out, everyone treated it with great disdain. Arthur was surprised. He sighed heavily and told the girl not to worry. He would give all the bad people a good scolding. Soon they met with their parents. The mother was happy that her daughter had succeeded at last, but in her heart, she was a little ashamed. The woman wiped a tear from her face and said that the most important thing for her is that there is peace and harmony in the family. Arthur was a little unaccustomed to the sensation, but it was pleasant. At this time, the news feeds were bursting with the fact that absolute evil had once again destroyed the Holy See. Once again, Arthur and his companions headed into the cave to conquer the last location. Here, too, he easily defeated the snake doppelganger without any problems. The altar has been activated as a sacrifice. One must use the body of the doppelganger. Arthur thought about the skin he got from the monster he hunted. Maybe 4 of these things should be put on the altar. He did, and into the fire flew 3 hides. The sacrifice was made, so the monster is about to appear. The summoning altar was launched, and something started to happen around it. Everyone got a little creepy, but no one let on. Suddenly the altar glowed brightly, and a strong wind rose around. Soon a serpent would have to appear. Arthur sighed heavily at last. After so much labor had appeared, and he would be able to destroy it with his own hands. Before him stood a huge serpent that suddenly had arms. The monster had come out of its hiding place. He tried to take possession of the player's body with his eyes, but the defense worked successfully. The necromancer appeared nearby, and the girl asked to also join the attack. Arthur looked to see if she was still okay. Marion, as if she didn't know what she was talking about. She felt fine and looked at her master with wide eyes. The guy was looking at her from Kos, and how he should even call it genius or stupidity is kind of weird even. Anyway, at this point, he ordered her to stay behind. The uncomprehending girl still agreed. The monster came out of its lair, furious that it had been disturbed, and cursed everyone. Arthur was already ready and flying at him with a loaded fist. He was ready to destroy him momentarily. The serpent tried to use his petrification, but it was to no avail. The player resisted. Soon there was an explosion as if it were thunder. All the others watched in horror as the Lord destroyed the serpent in a single blow. Arthur landed on the ground in one fell swoop. He went up a few more levels. This is just great. He finally unlocked a few more skills that were quite useful, by the way. He could now perform reconnaissance. Looking at the dazed Markin smiled. Meanwhile, the necromancer was summoning more and more undead. Soon they left the dungeon. It was completely cleared out, and there was no point in staying here. The principal with a disgruntled face was already waiting for them outside. This time they were also here exactly as he thought. When Arthur saw him, he wondered why he was even here last time he had gone to the other side of the world. But the director didn't seem to be hostile. He said he was here to make an extremely favorable offer. But Arthur didn't even want to listen. Before destroying this man, he uses his new skill. Something like a thermal imager immediately popped up in front of his eyes. He could now see even his opponent's breath on it. Judging by his mana flow, the intention to attack this man's attack intent is quite strong. Arthur crunched his knuckles. The guy didn't hesitate to send several beams of dark energy towards his opponent, but the headmaster withstood it all with the help of his shield. The player was even a little surprised. Could it be that his opponent had withstood an entire one hit is already a real achievement? But it seems the man was furious. He wanted to destroy everyone in his path. He wanted to give him a chance. This kid didn't take it. Taking out a small bundle of paper from his pocket, the director ordered everyone to get ready. Now everything will be accomplished. But he had no time to do anything as his body was covered with dozens of ants and other insects. The monsters began to devour him, and Arthur and his minions just watched from the sidelines. The ants were getting close to his throat and ready to devour him, but Arthur stopped him and ordered him not to touch him. Jumping closer, the guy landed one crushing blow and destroyed the player in one fell swoop. He wanted to deal with him himself. The principal's soul resented. Yes, who the hell is behind this guy? Arthur looked at him and asked, didn't he see yesterday's comment under the video? And then the text, "I don't like you because you're so ugly," popped up in the man's memory. It was like a thunderclap. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in the heavens, and from there came a thunderous female laughter. Arthur looked up. The stranger admired, she said, that she had heard about this man, but having seen everything with her own eyes, she recognized his talent. She climbed down from her dragon and fixed her hair that, well, a divine star and no big deal. Now the woman was offering him to work for her because she was a monster lord and a very powerful fighter. It was starting to get annoying. Arthur sighed heavily. Who was she anyway? showing up uninvited and claiming to work for her. Even at first glance, this woman could not be more than 20 years old. What kind of self-confidence is this? But looking at her pet's special class, the guy seemed to be starting to figure things out. It's the beast Lord Eugene. Hearing this made him happy. He finally recognized her. So he's in or out. She demanded that she hand that pet over to her possession and let the boy himself become her subordinate. Arthur wondered how that seemed too childish. Unlike other alliances, the Celestial Sons Guild is an unofficial force. Besides, this woman wanted to find Arthur. Looking at the bird, she thought this beast was pretty savvy, even more so than she thought. Smiling, Eugene said she liked the bird and would take it as a pet. And the kid is extremely intelligent. They stood across from each other and didn't say a word while the situation slowly escalated. Arthur asked. They had met somewhere before, and why she was socializing like this, Eugene was perplexed at such insolence. She lit up with rage. How dare this man even dare ignore her? Now he's going to the other side of the world. Despite all the entreaties, Arthur just kept going forward. He didn't even want to listen to anything. It's a real nonsense. He used his spiritual eye, and judging from the mana flow, this woman was ready to attack and had been for a second. In a calm voice, the guy said that if she was thinking of taking advantage of that lizard, she'd better stop right now. This kind of humiliation wouldn't get away with this guy, but Arthur replied in a perfectly calm voice to her that she was completely cliched and a villain. The lizard, soaring in the sky, continued to watch everything going on with a lofty attack. Arthur turned to Coco and asked if he was even ready. The bird looked at his master. Increasing the characteristics of his pet, Arthur ordered some fun with this lizard. Coco immediately soared upwards and headed towards his prey. He was ready to destroy the lizard in a second. Arthur smiled. He was just wondering what this woman had brought along with her. As a pet must be something strong. In that case, we need to test the abilities of these two. Coco has already prepared his clawed paws to attack. Looking carefully ahead, Arthur frowned. This wyvern had far more stats than Coco. But the bird didn't seem to care at all. It clawed at the scales with its sharp wings and began to flutter at the enemy. Eugene looked at her pet and screamed in fear of what her beast was even doing, why it wasn't attacking. The woman was simply terrified. She didn't expect her mighty dragon to be so useless against this flying chicken. She jabbed her finger at Arthur and screamed how dare he demean her dignity with the help of that chicken. But to her great dismay, faithfully went to the other side of the world. Resurrection time is almost 3 days. This fight was pretty quick. Arthur scratched the back of his head and wondered what she meant by "I'll keep you alive." The woman began to rage. Coco looked at her, wondering why this wench was even allowing herself to behave like this. She was the first to attack. Eugene approached him faster and faster. No sooner had the guy finished what he wanted to say than he received a powerful slap, and his cheek glowed red. Everyone else just watched in horror while the necromancer continued to record everything on her camera. The Beastmaster kept beating the guy, and Marion kept recording all the events on camera. Even though everything was fine, the necromancer's mood was not worth a damn. How dare she even dare slap her master on the cheek? Still, the Beast Lord calmed down, and breathing heavily, Arthur asked if she had finally calmed down or not. Eugene kept screaming. She said the guy can't live a normal life on Earth anymore. He understands that very well, doesn't he? Smiling, Arthur said that her right did fall to the ground after all, so it plunged the woman into more fury. So now her attack is over because Eugene didn't seem to be giving up. And now Coco leaned over to the girl and looked at her with a very eloquent look. Eugene started freaking out about what the chicken was doing, but Arthur just stood back and watched. The woman kept screaming, and Coco just pecked her in the back every second. At one point, he bit her too hard, and the woman herself, without realizing it, went to the other side of the world. Arthur only sighed. Marion was beyond thrilled. Great job, Coco. She finally showed it because of the signs of where she belonged. As soon as an object fell out of the woman, Markin immediately rushed to pick it up. Rufendal thought for a second that his job had been taken away from him. The man asked not to consider his efforts futile. He was, after all, now in a desperate situation. Arthur nodded. In the bag that opened, there were many red stones that glistened in the sun. Coco got his well-deserved reward of 2 pebbles. He had now done a good job. The bird's eyes were burning with happiness. Marion also got 1 stone for her work. The girl looked surprised and thanked her master. In addition, their companion was also paid, and Markin wondered why he had been paid, since he had done nothing. Arthur looked at him sullenly. He gives this stone not out of pure grace, so let him take it all. Now it is recorded. The man realized what he was talking about and bowed before Arthur, thanking him from the bottom of his heart and calling him the fairest leader. The environment in which the man had worked so far was filled with rotten people who valued nothing in their lives but themselves. Arthur even cringed a little at the surprise. He hadn't expected the man to be so eloquent. Soon the boys returned to their settlement, where they were already met by Serdian. She couldn't be pleased with everyone's hard work. She immediately started muttering something to herself and running from side to side. Arthur just watched her and smiled. The guy smiled. His assistant was a bit of a peculiar person, but there was logic in her words, so it was worth listening to. Plus, she's not a bad strategist. The woman finished her rant and had one more thing to say. The woman squinted her eyes and said that since the gentleman was now dealing in black stones, it could be inferred that they had plenty of money now. Arthur had already realized what it was about, and the woman suggested that they set up their main base here to advance to the continent. Still, it was a logical plan, and Arthur agreed. The woman immediately rushed to make a plan, and the boy only sighed heavily. Meanwhile, President Kwang was sitting in his office, pouring an expensive drink, and lamenting about the current situation. A man took up a glass of liquor. Fools treat this villain as some sort of folk favorite. There was a plan. If any of the livestock got a hold of the owner, it could be the perfect tool for sabotage. Arthur stood near the capital last time it was moving the border, and now it's handing the base money to the wind. After scratching the back of his head, the guy had to agree. After all, he was in charge now, and this was his frontline duty. A notice board suddenly popped up in front of him. So much time had passed, and he hadn't done anything yet. Meanwhile, Marion walked down the street and caught the eyes of passers-by with her beauty. She looked in the mirror, which was the window, and could not understand what was wrong with her image. The girl was dressed quite normally, but it was unclear what she didn't like. All her thoughts were occupied with Arthur. He had told her he liked casual style, so the girl tried to match it. She wanted to be irresistible to the object of her adoration. They came to the big building where the meeting was to take place. The girls were still hesitating and wondering if this was the right place. As the girls approached, a man standing beside his Lamborghini stopped them. Marion looked at him from the side. She really didn't want anyone distracting her at this time. But the man was extremely persistent. He begged for the girls to give him at least a minute of their time. And here again, this man started hitting on Marion as soon as he saw her. He immediately had the idea to go out for a bite to eat. The necromancer looked down and said she was underage, yes, and was also on her way to see her boyfriend. The man laughed and handed the girl his card. It's not like he's suggesting she date just to have a bite somewhere. It was the head of the union now coming closer. The man realized that this girl was the type he liked and could no longer retreat. But the necromancer didn't seem to be listening to him at all. As soon as she saw Arthur A., she immediately ran towards him screaming. The man looked at her with a surprised look. Does this girl really have a boyfriend? So she wasn't lying after all. The head of the union gritted his teeth. Could it be that this unattractive little guy is her boyfriend? What does she see in him? As soon as they entered the game world, the necromancer was furious. She stomped her feet and panted. Arthur asked what had happened there during his absence, and the girl blurted out. The girl said that her friends in the real world made her take a closer look at this head of the union. He is much better. The girlfriends did not miss the opportunity to discuss the whole situation among themselves. They sincerely thought that the head of the union was much better. The necromancer was ready to cry. After all, they came to a housewarming party and spread such gossip in a new house. As soon as her sister entered the room, all the girls started to ask her if it was because she was bringing her brother and Se-sung together. But the girl didn't understand anything. As soon as the sister heard these phrases, her face immediately changed, and she was ready to destroy everyone. Still, she exploded with indignation. How can you even judge a person by the car they drive? Marion supported her friend. And now she stood in front of Arthur and said that from now on she decided not to socialize with those girls. But the guy still didn't understand anything. Yes. And besides, the girl said that Arthur, in her opinion, is a very outstanding personality. The player was still standing and flapping his eyes. He wished he didn't talk about him so much in the real world. It could have consequences. The girl clapped her hands and agreed. Suddenly, Rufendal's shout came from somewhere, and it seemed that the guy was in trouble again or had found something, and everyone immediately turned to him. But no, the guy just ran towards them with joyful cries that he was back. It seems this guy missed his master quite a bit. The unhappy lad almost cried. During this time, he thought he would go crazy with worry, but now he is here and can serve. Rufendal stood in front of Arthur and saluted like a soldier. The player just looked at him without much enthusiasm. But the lad continued to admire his master. Arthur had earned so much lately, yes, and besides, something is going to be done through Markin. That's right, they are in an exit position, so they will be able to make deals with NPCs, and that's a plus. So they'll be able to run a full-fledged business. That's the way it was. In addition, with Serdian, they will be able to buy the land quite legally without any legal problems, as all formalities will be complied with. Still, there was one thing, but the reaction of the other alliances could become quite unpredictable. Yes, and besides, the two high leaders showed loyalty to the Absolute. Of course, the rumor that Arthur still had a few black stones played a part, although he had already used one. Somehow, the Divine Star and Ellen are now acting in concert, worse than all of them against Arthur. But there was nothing to worry about yet. Arthur had some pretty strong allies at his command. So even if a battle broke out, there was nothing to worry about. The best defense is offense. So Arthur ordered Rufendal to announce to the community that they were starting a battle. The guy didn't quite know what he was talking about. Arthur explained he told the boy to make an announcement that they were attacking the Ellen Union, and the Divine Star Boy went cold with fear. Arthur took out a map and began to show a plan of further action, but Rufendal still could not borrow what was going on. Even though only one person is attacking two unions at once, it was still a senior. so there is nothing to be afraid of. At that time, the man who was the head of the union was driving in his car and agonized over the failure to get that girl. She looked simply stunning, that cold stare and casual image. The man gritted his teeth. But the worst part was why this girl rejected him, what she saw in him in the first place. But it was too early to despair. If he started to drive a wedge into her, perhaps in the near future she would be his. The man braked sharply as the radio broadcast that the Battle of the First Territory was declared to be the Rumen Valley. The man braked so hard that the truck behind him honked. Yes, it looked crazy, but a man as evil as the ultimate evil could have taken such a step. The man ordered everyone to tell everyone to avoid direct contact with absolute evil. It would be fraught with annihilation. The head of the Divine Star Alliance was also troubled by such events. Absolute evil had completely crossed the line. The situation had become complicated. Now they need Karma's help. He must have known absolute evil would attack. A voice was heard. A man said that in the upcoming battle, those sitting on the holy thrones would not participate, and the director wanted to know the reason. The director listened. So this person is hoping for the defeat of the Divine Star. Well, that's to be expected. Well, if that's the case, then most likely he's being influenced by someone from the shadows. The fourth and fifth Holy See belongs to his relatives. After defeating a Divine Star, they would most likely want to invade the battlefield as saviors. The principal's teeth gritted. The nasty old man decided thus to wash his hands of what was going on and get away with it. The director turned towards the exit and with a quick gait and walked away. The conflict with absolute evil is predetermined in advance, and he will capture it by all means. Seiya, in her new home, came to Arthur on his previous statement, had already had 30 million views. What did he want to strike? Without delay agreed. The girl said that this time seated on the holy thrones will not participate. All decided to refuse. The fourth Holy See in particular was in favor of this and insisted that the Holy Sees not be involved in any way. When the girl spoke of this man, her eyes filled with rage, and she didn't know exactly who he was, but he was probably a terribly strong and nasty type. Arthur spread his hands around to admit that he was indeed a complete social misfit. Seiya shook her head lately. It seems to her that the holy thrones and the big alliances are the real trash they look down on. So the girl pointed her fist at her brother and told him to send them all to the dump, by all means. And if she learns anything new, she'll be sure to let him know. Arthur smiled and nodded his head. Their fists touched. After all, relatives always help each other, and the bond between these two was incredibly strong. At this moment, in the valley where the battle was scheduled, preparations were underway, and there were many military personnel there. The commander stood at the head of everything and waited for the right moment. Given Valley is literally a valley. All players hunt monsters from the heights. They attack either by looking down on monsters with ranged weapons or by Minami. But there was still the question of why their main rival had come here now almost alone. Indeed, Arthur walked with his pet through the gorge and ordered them to be careful. Beyond further could be dangerous. Rufendal was even a little scared if he went to the other world. Perhaps he would never be chosen as a pet. Arthur seemed to get the point. It seems that the opponents above didn't expect him to come from the valley below. Perhaps they thought Arthur would fly overhead on his eagle, but in reality it wasn't the guy holding the blue stone. Player 1 decided to start a dialogue. He asked there must not be many players here who came of their own accord. The squad leader stared in horror at his adversary. Arthur continued to speak. He said he was the one on whom the mercy of the Divine Star had fallen. The guy asked all those mobilized as subcontractors to raise their left hand, and he would not attack them. His main enemy is the Divine Star, and he has no intention of touching the rest of them, but everyone else is terrified. Roughly speaking, the question is whether the Divine Star knows that everyone here is fighting and sacrificing their lives. Lupin came furious. This man is inciting and wants to turn the military against him. Standing next to him, Kurtel shouted that such propaganda would not work. Lupin looked at him with surprised eyes, and the bodybuilder continued to yell whatever this player says is not worth listening to. He continued to rant, but Arthur didn't listen to him at all. He was getting bored listening to this nonsense. Lupin asked the assassin if he saw anything at all. Kurtel was furious, because Arthur was ignoring him now. It was obvious that Rufendal was so adept at avoiding the mines that he seemed to sense them somehow. Arthur was standing there waiting for something, but now the monster rebirth was going to happen any minute now, so everything would change. Several of the fighters immediately sprang from their seats and did not hesitate to rush at Arthur and his assistant. The check was complete and the shield ready. Rufendal prepared his hands to put the shield forward. The protection spell began to work. There was an explosion, but Lupin knew that such a thing would not break his adversary. He had always followed a strict strategy. Arthur stood in the middle and said, "While such moments could be damaged, how are they even going to replace these fighters? As for the self-destruction in this, is not the fault of his opponents. The Divine Star is the culprit who created this situation." Smiling, Arthur said, "Let them mean however they sacrifice their guys, it doesn't take away from the fact that they will be destroyed." The commander began to fear he thought it was just the ravings of a madman, but in fact, there was truth in these words. Kurtel kept shouting for no one to give in to provocation. He's a man of chaos. so all his words are lies. Seeing the tentative sign, the necromancer smiled. Finally, she should get into action. Kurtel continued to shout, but the man behind him was surprised that something was flying in the sky. It was Coco. He was already preparing to attack. Arthur had planned everything perfectly, and now all that was left was to make it happen. Together with the necromancer, he created a space of absolute evil where the reinforcement acted. The soldiers rose from this light. A few hours ago, Arthur was talking to Marion and saying that being a chaosite is extremely uncomfortable. The girl was embarrassed and assumed it was all because she was totally necromancer. She felt guilty. Although, of course, thanks to her master, she was able to make progress, but she still supports absolute evil. And the girl believes that sooner or later she is destined to become a chaosite after all, so she decided to accept her fate. Arthur smiled and nodded his head. Well, if it was her decision, so be it. As a result, the girl controlling the eagle carried directly into the crowd of enemies intending to destroy them. Marion was overflowing with enthusiasm. It was her debut. She couldn't let down the uncle who had pinned his hopes on her. The bird flew past Arthur, putting out its huge, spiky paws to grab his opponent. The rest of the soldiers just watched in horror and didn't understand what was going on at all. The girl held out her hand and started summoning the undead. She was going to summon an entire army of monsters. The people below were still standing there, not understanding what she was going to do. It was a necromancer, after all. Lupin realized she was going to summon the insects and ordered the fire mages to be on standby. They must at all costs destroy the monsters. Ants started appearing from the ground and devouring all the soldiers. They didn't even have time to react to what was happening. The man looked closely at these ants, looked very familiar. Could it be the undead from the cave of Giraktu? How they managed to subdue them? One could only wonder what this necromancer was. Apparently this woman is a very powerful mage. Suddenly the man felt someone's presence elusive. A dark aura enveloped his consciousness. It was Arthur. When he had only just managed to get upstairs anyway, the guy was already there and preparing to attack. It seems now it was necessary to use his extensive action skills, and dark energy began to develop around him. He thought it would be exactly the same as when the skill was activated by Zeta, so why does it look different? It was not one, but a cluster of smoke figures that approached the opponents from all sides like tentacles. Seeing his army dwindling by the second, Lupin was horrified that his enemy had become so much stronger that it would be difficult to cope with him. Meanwhile, Arthur noticed that his charisma was increasing in every second the guy was on the horse. The necromancer didn't notice, and while her magic space evil gradually disappeared, the girl only sighed. The undead created by this effect also disappeared, and the surviving soldiers stood in their place. The commander shouted that the number of undead is decreasing. The necromancer is exhausted, so about 3 needs to attack. The man noticed that their enemies were clearly not attacking those who raised their left hand. Should he start to act or not? He didn't think long, even if he was going to the other world anyway. He should fight to the last as a true warrior and rush to the attack. Everyone else just looked at him with surprised looks. No one wanted to rush into this hell. Let their ally fight first. And the man was just waiting for that. He jumped up the map and prepared to deliver his crushing blow to his opponent. Although inside himself the man realized that this man is not the one who will go to the grave from a single blow, so an easy fight should not be expected. But everything happened even faster. Just one blow from Arthur was enough to send the player to the other side of the world instantly. His lifeless body lay on the ground, and in his head there was only one thought: how it happened at all. It is impossible. Arthur turned around and walked irritably in the other direction, while his opponent continued to shout that he would soon come crawling on his knees before the divine star. Meanwhile, there was a broadcast on which the necromancer was destroying opponents with the help of an army of monsters. There were many viewers. In addition, Arthur Charisma has also entered the frame. The director saw all this and realized that the public mood was slowly shifting to the side of absolute evil, and it irritated him. He watched his opponent's every move. This guy knew politics. Meanwhile, the small union was completely disarmed. They were running in different directions and were not ready to fight back. In any case, let them proceed with the plan. The man's lips moved and a smile appeared there. Arthur felt that his whole body was bound by some invisible spatial chains, and he could no longer move. It took them mobilizing 300 mages to finally catch him. Arthur tried to get out of the trap but failed. The effects of slavery worked and resistance failed. The very muscular man came up to him and taunted Arthur, who was more useful in his business, and had failed. Following this, the player felt a powerful blow to his jaw. The man didn't seem to be about to be ceremonious. Arthur heard Marion's voice. The girl was wondering if he was all right. Arthur was still alive. The guy was in captivity. Around him already gathered members of a small union and prepared to destroy the absolute evil. The necromancer tried to find out what was going on downstairs, but Arthur advised her to wait a bit. Soon she would see everything. Kurtel ordered the assassin to pull out whatever they had prepared. Now they would destroy absolutely and evil. A man approached Arthur and asked who was behind him, but the player replied that he would then never have become full How, if that was the case. The man had already pulled out the slavery handcuffs he was going to put on Arthur's legs and arms. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard saying he would put the shackles on himself. A muscular man turned in his direction. Who would have doubted that it was Crimson Gladiator? He was incredibly pleased that he had finally managed to catch this smug boy. Arthur wondered by what right this upstart would administer the justice he had become king. The gladiator moved closer to Arthur and said nothing more his filthy mouth could say. In a very tired voice, Arthur said that he had forced himself to listen to all this nonsense, and he was even getting a little bored. But now it was his turn to strike. The boy miraculously freed himself from the shackles and prepared a powerful fist to strike. The gladiator couldn't believe his eyes. This man had broken the highest-level shackles as it was even possible. All the other members of the small union came to the horror of the director, struck with absolute evil. Of course, Arthur knew that to maintain his status, the Divine Star Alliance would do everything possible. It was all Sordian's cunning plan. She knew the Overlord would be able to spot all their preparations with his skill. So she decided to bring to the stage of the hero, carrying Enlightenment Woman, all trembled with impatience. If, of course, the Overlord is going to destroy this man, wasn't it better to show his greatness to everyone? That's how it happened, with Rufendal behind him, filming the whole thing in real time and streaming it to the internet. After Arthur was tied up, he had been checking the skill window the entire time and had strengthened his true mind technique. Lupin noticed that as soon as the absolute evil broke free from the shackles, the atmosphere immediately changed and it became hard to breathe. Arthur prepared to finally destroy the Divine Star Alliance and asked everyone to keep their left hands raised. Kurtle wanted to shout something else to cheer everyone else up, but Lupin was quick to stop him. With a laughing voice, Arthur reminded, didn't he say earlier who his enemy was? The guy had an ominous aura about him. He repeated once again his main enemy is the Divine Earth Alliance, not ordinary players. The soldiers who went to the other side wondered, did he really not destroy those who raised their left hand? It only shows that this man wasn't really fighting at full strength. He was just having fun with them. Sitting at the computer, one of the players came to horror. This guy is really fucked up. But still, this man's opponent, Divine Star Union, will be able to handle him at all because of some bug. Meanwhile, Arthur was deftly dodging all the attacks flying at him as if he were playing with his opponents. He also had a powerful ally in the form of a necromancer, and also an area attack using dark magic. It seems the Divine Star Alliance has really disturbed someone who shouldn't have been touched in the first place. And besides, the man couldn't get to the girl he saw this morning. He hit on a girl today, and even asked for her number, but now she doesn't seem to be responding at all. It was still extremely difficult for him to get that pretty girl with the long black hair he'd seen recently out of his mind. Meanwhile, Marion didn't think about him at all. She just flew on top of the bird and watched the fire below. The girl couldn't get enough of her master, who was simply magnificent and destroyed everything in his path. The scenario that he had thought out in advance all came together perfectly, and is going according to plan. Oh, and besides, how manly Arthur looks when he's doing his job, and even then he's capable of compassion and caring. At that moment, the girl realized that she would have to become stronger in order to stand next to her master. Arthur, being downstairs, didn't think about it at all. He had done what he needed to do, and now he was stepping to the side. He thought that when he had destroyed the members of the Divine Star Alliance, this scenario seemed slightly familiar to him. Suddenly, the guy stopped and hit a powerful attack on the ground. The ground began to separate in different directions. Watching all this, the girl saw a huge hole appear as the hunting grounds expanded. The player pondered this situation was similar to the one with the river flowing through the sky, which means something will happen soon. Several monsters crawled out of the ground. It was a large armadillo and a mole-like creature. Appeared quest for big bosses? Arthur smiled. Well, finally everything goes as it should. The hidden part was complete. The only thing left to do was to destroy the monster, and everything would be as it should be. Behind his back, dark aura appeared. As soon as the guy used intimidation, the seemingly huge monsters trembled with fear. The armadillo hid and the huge mole dove underground. The bird, along with Rufendal, watched it all from the sidelines and were extremely impressed with their master's power. But it wasn't over yet. Arthur used his spiritual eye to get a better look. It seems the monsters didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. The armadillo tried to hide and looked extremely scared. Walking over to him, Arthur put his hand on his powerful head and told him not to worry, everything would be fine. The guy smiled and added that he wasn't going to touch him, so there was nothing to worry about. The armadillo glowed with happiness. It seems the monster saw this man as his friend and now considered him a full-fledged master. The host of the live broadcast, Rufendal, was beyond happy now his master's status was officially confirmed properly. But still, their opponents were not going to surrender. The commander ordered everyone to take a defensive stance. Before the man could say a few words, something hit his chest very hard. He fell to the ground. What was that armadillo suddenly attacking them? Now they have to fight monsters too. But what is it? While watching the video, monsters looked weak. What has happened to them? Now they have turned into real monsters. The enormous mole was destroying the warriors one by one just by using its huge claws. At this rate, the strategies they've used so far will be completely useless, and these monsters will destroy them. Someone shouted to the host that the black mobs would be coming soon, but the man already knew it well. The situation was worse than ever. He was already thinking about raising his left arm to at least stay alive if that was the case. Seok, sitting in his office, was furious. This cautious boy had completely outplayed him. Suddenly, Eugene came through the office door and said she'd seen the whole thing. Is the man going to sit idly by? A man punched himself in the face. Again, she's going to get on his nerves. The situation is bad enough as it is. In response to all her nagging, he said he just let his guard down, and now this. He realized that this woman, without the support of the Holy See behind her back, was nothing more than a dog trembling with fear. He rose from his seat. One day he would squash her like a bug after all. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the army was suffering a crushing defeat. It couldn't even do anything against the enemy. Soon it was over. Arthur had dealt with everyone, and his pet was picking up items dropped from the enemies. They had already emptied the 5 hunting grounds of the Divine Star, as suddenly the guy received a notice. It was a notification from someone named Jang Hyun-seok, who was a video editor and offered his services. Since Arthur had been destroying the members of the Divine Star by all means, he was constantly receiving tons of notifications, which was starting to get annoying. Even though he didn't know the sender of the letter at all, the guy was still interested in the offer and needed to talk to him. Nearby in the bushes sat an unfamiliar man. It was the sender of the letter. He was trembling with impatience. Arthur's sister was furious at what was going on in the media. Marion tried to calm her down because this was a cafe, and you should be careful. Arthur looked at the notifications. The sender wanted to show off his class. He was a journalist, and agreed to send a screenshot. The player read the message carefully, but suddenly discovered that there was someone behind him in the closer bushes. And indeed, from the bushes. In a second, a full-figured man in glasses with burning eyes jumped out. He offered his help. It was a real media battle, so he was willing to facilitate. Arthur still didn't understand anything yet. But the kid assured me that he wanted to edit a video about absolute evil, and it would be his debut work and proof of dedication. Suddenly, Rufendal appeared next to Arthur and continued to broadcast live. And when did he even have time to appear? In the meantime, Arthur pondered the proposal. He basically didn't have to do anything but just observe the situation. Quite tempting. Without thinking for a long time, the guy agreed. The bespectacled man happily flashed his eyes. He would never fail. And so began the production of the video. Eventually, the footage was edited. Arthur looked menacing. He said that everything they say about him in the mainstream media is an absolute lie. Absolutely evil only fights monsters. He also shares blue stones with those who help him fight black monsters. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Divine Star, an extraordinary urgent briefing was going on with that very video on the agenda. Everyone present realized that the actions of absolute evil were now undermining the absolute market order. There was extreme concern on people's faces with the voice of the principal everywhere. Huang was so furious that he was ready to personally declare battle against the absolute evil. He could no longer tolerate such an attitude. Soon the union director gathered all his best army and went up against the absolute evil in full force. Arthur was already continuing to broadcast live from the scene. The guy looked into the camera and coughed up. With a smile on his face and a laughing voice, he said he was happy to accept the challenge from the Divine Star. It would even be for the best. Serdian, standing next to her, was delighted everything was unfolding exactly according to her script. She assumed that the enemy would think they had their main forces focused on defense and fighting a guerrilla battle, and moved forward. Then he'll go and pay them a personal visit to see what's going on. Soon the guy returned to the real world. His sister wondered what he was going to do when something went wrong. Arthur asked what could go wrong. His sister suggested that if the main thing was taken away, everything would go wrong. Arthur wondered. He rose from his seat and reminded his sister not to forget that he still had the main camp. In addition, even the mighty empire of Erfes is unable to find his location, let alone any union. But Seiya didn't stop. The danger was that Huang himself had joined the fight. But Arthur was calm. He was much stronger than him. It was okay, he had the trash skill he was counting on. His sister didn't understand anything at all. The girl said that in her divine union everyone was running around like crazy, and thought she would get stronger. She wanted her brother to show them properly. There reigned its own atmosphere, saying that noble people should understand their social status and not to associate with ordinary people. Arthur understood what his sister was talking about, and intended to do it. He took the girl by the head and pulled her away. The first thing he was going to do was to tap into the system. His main target was monster tamer Eugene. Huang, together with his high-ranking commanders, thought over a plan of further action. They were in an extremely favorable position. He had high-ranked mages with fire elemental. With such power, they would be able to easily defeat absolute evil. Assuming they are outnumbered, the ultimate evil will have no choice but to cower in the deep pit. The man smiled. According to the rules, if all NPCs were destroyed, it was considered a territorial defeat, and that place was considered a barren land. The action moved to the imperial castle of the Empire of Erfes. It was a monumental structure. Imperial intelligence was at full strength. They were trying to find out more about this revolutionary. At the same time as the appearance of this stranger is seen moving sarmak and black colors, this causes an extreme degree of concern. Looking at Arthur's resume, people involuntarily marveled. Pretty good. If he buys new lands, will need to be notified immediately. While in his base camp, Huang was thinking about the assassins who had invaded him and needed to react immediately. He certainly saw this coming. The man realized it was just a partisan battle, so there's nothing to be afraid of. But suddenly his musings were interrupted by one of his subordinates. A man with a frightened face burst into the tent. The supervisor asked what had happened, and the man said that they had not even foreseen such a thing. A grimace of horror appeared on the face of the chief, and he himself had not expected such a thing. Arthur moved into the merchant city of Derhan. I found myself right outside its gates. Tumian, the merchant city manager, did not understand why did absolute evil even appear here. There were goosebumps running down his back. Had this man come to destroy the city alone, Arthur meanwhile made no attempt. They immediately began checking the condition of the fortress walls and fortifications for future defense. They are currently using redstone and a few other high-grade materials. The attacker won't be able to do anything. Suddenly a flame appeared near him. The man pulled away and ran aside to avoid being burned. Huang suddenly pulled out a huge blazing bow, a legendary holy weapon that had only been heard of once before. He jumped up from his seat and unleashed a huge flaming arrow straight into absolute evil. Arthur looked at his opponent with annoyance. He didn't want to attack, so why are they getting into a fight again? Effortlessly caught the arrow with his hands. The guy looked at it. Somehow it doesn't look impressive. The men standing on the fortress were silent. What is this even? How to understand it? He caught the arrow with his bare hands. The rest of us were horrified too. This madman is out of his mind. It's impossible. Arthur patted himself on the shoulder and put out the fire. Stamina had increased slightly, so it was time to get into action. Without the skill of swift travel to get there would be problematic. The guy looked up. Well, we'll have to think about that later. Arthur moved forward with incredible speed. It was time to attack first. The action is transported to Arthur's deep childhood when his teacher spoke of his destiny to take over the world. It was to achieve this goal that the old man set about teaching the boy everything he knew and would make him a true warrior. 10 years ago, Arthur had a very different dream. He just wanted to live a normal life like everyone else. He thought that the skills designed for feudal battles, it's a total suck. The old man arose at his back. He gave the student a devastating blow and said that with just these skills alone, you could take over the world. Arthur thought he wouldn't be able to use it, since this skill is quite high level, but he was able to temporarily boost his performance. And now the boy has struck a devastating blow right into the wall of the fortress to finally destroy this hated city. But things went slightly off plan. As soon as Arthur touched the wall with his fist, there was a bright flash of energy. Tumien came to terror. What was that flash of black energy on his eyes appeared real fear. Standing nearby, Huang jumped up. He ordered not to think long, but to finally attack. Looking at his hands, Arthur concluded that working with his fists was much easier now than it had ever been before. The fire arrow was flying at him again. Now Huang himself had decided to attack him with his bare hands. The man flew straight at him like a meteorite, but Arthur stood still and did nothing. There was incredible rage on Huang's face. Now he would personally destroy absolutely evil, no matter what it cost him. The man launched Arthur several dozen of his fiery arrows. He was operating at his limit. Well, Arthur was ready for that too. He put his hand forward and applied destruction. All the arrows vaporized in a flash. Lupin and Kirtel were in complete shock. They thought it was just a dream because it was impossible to repel such a powerful attack. Huang returned to his seat and ordered to take control of the situation. Information must not leak to the local media. The commander of the trading city ordered everyone to keep what happened secret. Any filming was forbidden. The man lamented, and why it was during his reign over this city it seemed the whole world was against him. Arthur meanwhile stood surrounded by divine arrows that he had reversed directly at his enemies. Next to him in the air was a mini camera that recorded everything that was happening and broadcast it live. It was Hyun Seok's job from the beginning. He filmed everything from the beginning without missing a single detail. The guy was over the moon. But the soldiers would be, what kind of skill was it that could reverse such a powerful attack? No one understood anything. For starters, Arthur had managed to get inside by breaking down a strong wall. One problem solved. But if he wants to take possession of these territories, he will need to destroy the 3 crystals that are located in the center of the city after all. The crowd of military men who saw Arthur began to shout that there is absolute evil out there and it must be stopped immediately. The frightened Tumayan ordered his soldiers to immediately destroy the enemy at all costs. Lupin asked what about the head of the Union assassin, said he would try to contact him, but promised nothing. The pumped-up man concludes that they must destroy absolute evil because that is their main goal. But there is only one question as to how one can even get close to him. No army can defeat such a man. But unexpectedly, reinforcements arrived from the state of Helen, needed to break down the gates immediately. Huang stood beside them. The man had never imagined that the abilities of an absolute not extended so far across the perceived, now running goosebumps of fear. In that case, if the absolute evil struck a trading city, they would be forced to strike Cernia. The soldiers ran forward to the gate. In any case, this city is the only point of absolute evil on the world map. Huang already had his own plan. But something was wrong inside. The fortress was completely silent. The soldiers were in a state of bewilderment. Come to think of it, they got into the castle without the slightest resistance and even made it to the main crystal. At this moment, Serdian stood Shi elevation and watched everything from the side. The woman had some plan. She ordered everyone to deal with the teleporter, leave no trace, and withdraw all troops from the city so it would be a blank slate. Of course, the invaders would never know that everyone had been evacuated from the area through the teleporter. Huang tried to find any trace. In the meantime, Arthur stood surrounded by military men who were hesitant to attack him and made preparations. Clenching his fist, the guy applied the skill of gathering around the air, began to do a clinch. From Arthur's body began to spread out, aimed directly at the military and anyone else who was standing nearby. The people standing on the dais thought that the opponent's skill was disappearing, but it wasn't like that. On the contrary, energy tightens around absolute evil and forms a sphere. The military concluded that the absolute evil doesn't even think of looking for crystals. He tries to hide like a rat smelling danger. But to his horror, the man saw that all the crystals were already in the hands of the absolutely evil. What is this even? Even more surprising was when Arthur's basic skills destroyed the crystal. A notice popped up in front of him. If he protected the newly created crystals for 15 minutes, he would become the lord of this city. The guy looked at the crystals in front of him. Thanks to the defense skill, he doesn't need to move anywhere at all and just wait here for the allotted time. There was only one question: what do they do there when they attack the enemy, that they fell asleep or something? But it turns out Arthur was wrong. The firebenders tried their best to destroy his defenses, but they failed. The guy didn't even notice that he was already under attack. He looked at his protective dome with a surprised look. It was kind of strange. It wasn't like they had weak attacks. The warrior was constantly firing his divine bow. But the guy seems to have realized the thunderous fog of the devastating blow seems to cancel out all attacks, and they can't even get to him. The allotted time passed, and Arthur did become lord of this city, and now sat on the throne as a full ruler. Meanwhile, the Divine Star army was completely defeated and had to leave the city with a defeat. Hyun-seok leaned back in his chair and sighed contentedly. Finally, everything was done the way it was supposed to be. He was already paying homage to himself when suddenly a notification appeared on the nearby screen saying something strange was happening there. There was some kind of press conference where the highest-ranking member of society was speaking. A man stood at the podium and said, "It was the Great Hellenic Union. Its leader Eve said that absolute evil is very strong. Too much power is put in his hands." Hyun-seok is already a little frustrated. They keep saying the same thing, but they still can't do anything. But the guy suddenly saw that there was a real commotion on his airwaves with people discussing recent events. Judging by their nicknames, the guy concluded it was the Divine Union. Did they resort to such low methods? If he's some kind of streamer, it doesn't mean he's going to sit back a guy put on a virtual reality mask and immerse himself in the game. He immediately started blocking these bots that were sending those very messages. Now it was done. The guy chuckled seemingly. These people didn't know that skills could be used this way. So let them find out. Having finished his press conference, Eve headed back. He was tired and wanted to rest. Suddenly, he received a call on his cell phone from his own aunt. The man picked up the phone. And from the phone came the angry voice of a woman demanding that he return to the conference room immediately, instead of chilling. Right now, he's heard there's some material leaked on the internet where he's taking a bribe for what he's even done. Arthur was in the city looking at reports. They had managed to make the capture fairly quickly. Let the people who had dubbed themselves nobles now get nervous. His eyes glittered, every last one of them. These people are not to his liking, so he will destroy them. Hyun-seok snapped his fingers and it turned out just fine. Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. The computer genius said he would edit everything immediately and put the material on the net and immediately left the game. Anyway, the content is prescribed by this particular person, so everything will be top-notch. Arthur involuntarily wondered, could there really be so many weak aspects to this place? Ciardian. In her office, she was also outraged at the sheer chaos in their reports. It was a mess she had never seen in her entire life. But the woman quickly calmed down. With her skills, she would quickly be able to find all the flaws and fix them. As soon as Arthur heard that she had a few more great ideas in her head, he tensed up and had to listen again. In the main office of the department was going on another briefing. They were talking about the fact that in the city of Durhan will be a big change and reorganization. Huang sat in front of his subordinate and listened attentively. He could never even think that such a situation would arise. They're going to have to get their act together and attack this person on the information field. From that moment on, their information battle began, each of them collecting dirt on their opponent. Agents began to operate everywhere who agitated to sign a petition against absolute evil, or else everyone would be in big trouble. They wondered what they should do in such a situation. If the power of absolute evil is not a phenomenon, then they are in big trouble. Meanwhile, great changes were taking place in the new fortress, and Rufendal's cry was heard everywhere. The boy brought a huge sack of supplies he had collected from the bodies of the defeated warriors. Arthur praised him for his excellent work. After saying that, Rufendal was glad if he continued like this, it could maintain the position of the #1 pet, and the master would be pleased with him. Arthur began to rummage through the bag, and the pet meanwhile was jumping out of his pants with joy he hadn't served up such praise. Arthur tossed him as a reward a small necklace. Its price was 7 million. When the boy's eyes lit up with joy, he thanked his master. The enthusiastic pet ran to rejoice in his new finder with a glint of happiness in his eyes. And Arthur had a few more unsolved problems now the number of people registered in the city exceeded 10,000. Except that a feud with a divine star might complicate things, but the assistant said it's a good thing. All you will have to do is demonstrate your greatness during the battle for this city. Arthur still doesn't understand anything, but if his assistant says so, then it must be done. She knows best. And as word continued to spread online about Eve taking bribes from everyone he could, it undermined his reputation. The man didn't know what to do anymore. His name was tarnished. No matter which way you looked at it, he was now failing. The man pulled his teeth. It's bad enough when you get caught taking bribes. It's going to be hard to get away with it. But my aunt said to close my eyes for a while. It seems to be a kind of business. My nephew didn't understand. She explained that it's just a big social game where the beggar class tries to rise to the top. Her nephew was glad he managed to stay afloat. The man bowed to his relative and thanked her for helping him so much. He would try harder from now on. When it came to the city of Darren, the woman tensed up a little. She had just remembered it. Her nephew looked up at her. She said, "What is an important figure so must take part in the siege. How else does this battle involve players of the first, from first to fifth place in the ranking? How can she miss such an occasion?" Meanwhile, in the hunting grounds of the divine star began to appear, uncleanness is all the work of a necromancer. She was, of course, only able to take control of the place because the uncle asked her for help for the first time in a long time. It depressed her. But the girl could not think that she would have to mobilize high-ranking undead to defeat the paladins. After all, the Union is not called such for nothing. She was already dreaming of going back to her uncle and being in his arms, but another warrior was already approaching her. The man calculated his attack as he expected the necromancer has a huge amount of stamina, but she can't fight in close combat. The girl finally noticed him and shifted a bored look in the direction of her attacker. She certainly didn't feel like fighting him, but the man didn't even think of stopping. He rushed at her with his sword and was going to destroy her in one blow. Holding out her hand, Marion ordered her warriors to rise, and finally the man realized what this was all about. This girl reminded him of someone, but he didn't have time to think as the huge monster swallowed him. From where it appeared a huge serpent, which he also managed to tame, and ate the enemy in a flash. Arthur stood at the east gate with his assistant and watched the unfolding events. There were so many of them that it was hard to count them. Arthur tensed. Serdian, noticing such a large army, offered to gather the elders, but Arthur saw no need to go that far. The guy took a few steps towards the cliff and ordered to watch carefully. Now he would figure it out completely on his own. Arthur prepared his powerful blows to finally crush this hated army. He was already starting to get annoyed. A magnificent demonic energy developed in front of the woman. She even covered her mouth with a fan in surprise. Huang also noticed it. What was that demonic stream in the first place? Did this person still have something else in mind? The problem was that absolute evil did not obey any laws of common sense at all. It was impossible to predict what he would do this time. Crimson Gladiator snapped out of his seat and decided to check the situation. Huang said to be careful here. But the man didn't seem to hear the last words. He was already running at full speed towards his opponent to destroy. But no sooner had a few moments passed than his body was pierced by several dark spikes. The man immediately went to the other world. Arthur was just ecstatic he had once again destroyed this arrogant gladiator and finally got even with him. The rest of the participants in the siege had the same fate. Mages could do nothing at all and were hit by the skills instantly. A frightened Huang ordered the defense squad to immediately get into a defensive stance. The gladiator felt unbearable pain. The man couldn't even do anything. He was being held captive. Next to Huang stood Blueheart. She was looking through her binoculars and saw something strange. Without a doubt, this skill should have used up an incredible amount of mana, but the villain is still on his feet. Indeed, Arthur just stood on his fortress, covered in a dark aura. He was fully alive and well. He could now see perfectly well where and what attacks were being made. Nothing could escape his gaze. In that case, if the opponent failed to even make an attack, it meant he had won. Didn't the monster appear behind Arthur's back? Huang finally realized to make his opponent have a mana absorption ability, so that was pointless. However, a man could not let his best warriors go into battle. To throw them into such a scorcher is the lot of the weak. His opponents began to retreat. Most likely they decided to wait for a better moment and regroup. When Arthur said that he intended to visit them for a while, the assistant raised an eyebrow in surprise. If they don't go to him, then Arthur himself swims to visit them and immediately jumped down from his fortress. The guy opened the plaque with the information. At this point, he had collected many points of absolute evil worth applying the bonus. Meanwhile, in the airspace near the city flew Marion along with an eagle. She was patrolling the area. The girl was terrified she had wasted all her time because she was doing stuff now. Arthur would definitely scold her. She had promised to give Coco a blue stone, so let it fly faster. The girl was extremely upset. Arthur would definitely get angry. But flying a little closer, the girl saw that it appeared Arthur had been downstairs all this time. But why? Meanwhile, the player had activated his skill and was about to visit the guests. Before the girl's face spread an impressive picture, a huge pillar of energy illuminated her face. The video can't convey the full power of Arthur. His abilities blocked even the signal. Streamer said he can't do a live broadcast like that. It's unthinkable. Even the public channels were unable to keep up with the footage. The guy looked sideways at the second monitor and marveled. Arthur approached the enemy army and scattered them like toys. He felt no resistance at all. The remaining soldiers who managed to survive rushed in terror to preserve their lives. Remembering the old man's admonition, Arthur grimaced. This should be enough to even get him recognized as a crazy teacher. When Arthur used absolute annihilation, his level began to rise at an incredible rate. Is this thing really that powerful? In the meantime, Huang was trying to get his army in order somehow. He demanded that they come to their senses and not surrender. He got a report that half the army was just vaporized from one blow. The man went cold. He couldn't believe that his opponent was so brazen and inhuman that he was destroying everyone in his path like that. As soon as Blueheart heard that she was being sent to fight absolute evil, she turned cold with fear, but still agreed. Huang stated that he has always been friendly to their union, so the bond will become stronger in the future. The woman agreed. Once she advanced the absolute evil, she declared she couldn't let it advance any further. Surprised at who was standing in front of him, it was Principal Allen, who he had seen earlier. What was she even doing here? From the intelligence we received, we could tell that Arthur... It was an unusual player who couldn't just be fought. This situation out of the blue had 3 points on which to act. The first is a class of absolute evil. He exceeds all available expectations. The second is a wanted criminal. The facial expressions of Arthur and Ramtian were very similar, although it was impossible to tell that they were the same person. But one of the intelligence members said it wasn't so. The man with the report stopped and interjected. It turned out that the one they were looking for had surrendered a few hours ago. He was very scared and did not want to go to the other world. There was still one last third item. Quan from the Divine Star Union rent a Ramada. The man placed a small leaf on the table. It was a huge energy cannon that was rolled out as a last stand to contain evil. A man with 2 lanterns steered, showing the way forward. But unfortunately, these people will not be able to properly utilize such weapons and will not unlock their potential. Arthur noticed that a huge cannon was aiming at him and had to move as quickly as possible. But suddenly someone called out to him. It was Blueheart. She displayed her blade and said Arthur's life would be cut short here and now. The guy looked at her and saw a real fear in the woman's eyes. She was afraid of him, you could tell. With a snap of his fingers, Arthur said there was nothing to be done in that case. They would have to fight after all. In a matter of seconds, the guy accelerated to an incredible speed and passed literally through the woman before she even had time to realize anything. Marion, the bird she was flying, still didn't know what to do or how to act. The girl with frightened eyes looked down there. A real battle was unfolding what they were going to do. Her gaze fell on a huge cannon. At first glance. You could tell that this thing was quite powerful. The girl ordered Coco to be at the ready and the hawk tensed his whole body. There was no other way out. Necromancer decided to summon all her evil to help the Lord win this battle. The air began to fill with dark energy that formed a huge, horrible face. The girl unleashed all of her strength and even ignored the fact that her mana consumption exceeded all allowable norms. Players were sent to the other side one by one. People couldn't even realize what had happened to them. A huge serpent appeared. He activated his petrification skill. The monster's eyes lit up green. The guard standing behind them saw a huge kite suddenly appear in the sky, flying straight at them. The frightened girl finally realized she had made it through. They were all petrified. Suddenly, the hawk noticed that the girl had overexerted herself too much and fell to the ground. A smile appeared on the necromancer's face. So after all, it wasn't supposed to happen. She can't just go to the other world like that. Fortunately, Arthur was nearby and with a deft movement grabbed the girl in his arms. The girl's cheeks lit up with embarrassment. She didn't expect her master to come so quickly and save her. Getting her to her feet, Arthur immediately rushed to attack the others. But the necromancer was in complete confusion. She could not believe her ears. The girl found herself in the arms of the master. Arthur ran with all his legs forward now that he was certain it was the Union weapon. Then, to completely destroy it, you must first get rid of all the mages in the vicinity. The cannon was already preparing to fire. Suddenly, something happened. The guy didn't expect that his skill would be so useful that it would acquire a synergy effect. Suddenly, there was a message from Hyun Seok, who was on the east wall and was broadcasting and needed to come back here as soon as possible. In front of the east gate, Principal Allen gives an emergency interview, and indeed a woman was standing. Fury glistened on her face. The woman was arguing furiously about something. She said that the ultimate evil is a coward who attacks sneakily and doesn't know how to fight fair. No sooner had she finished her press conference than Arthur appeared literally out of nowhere and pointed his fist at the ground in front of her. Blueheart immediately pulled out her blades and ordered everyone to move back out here. It was too dangerous. Where did such a monster even come from? Arthur waved his hand and relaxed his muscles. He put all his strength into the blow. All things considered, it looks like the plan to use Ramada has failed. They no longer have a trump card up their sleeve. In that case, the woman should fulfill her task and give the president some more time. She thrust her blade forward. Arthur didn't have to ask for long. The guy immediately rushed into the attack, preparing his fist. It was still only enough for one blow to slay the opponent. The woman began to dissolve into thin air. The guy even got a little upset, somehow too mediocre for someone ranked a whole 5th. With the help of his spiritual eye, the guy saw that there was a large amount of magical power concentrated in the rear. It's immediately clear that the other rankers are also there. A guy opened a portal and said that if no one interfered with him, they would stay alive. Huang continued to give orders. The tanks were to move forward, but for some reason no one moved. Grand Mage Lamian finally caught her target within spell range and prepared herself. He had nearly 300 high-class mages at his command, who were willing to unleash all their power on evil. The woman said that even in the worst-case scenario, she could tie up her opponent for a few seconds, so there's nothing to worry about. The enemy is currently only at level 70 and poses no threat to her. The sorceress activated the magic circle around her, and the space began to change. Arthur also noticed that magical symbols had appeared under his feet, and stopped for a second before he realized what they were. Lamian put all her power into this spell. This magic circle should have bound the victim for at least a few seconds. But unfortunately, her spell failed, and the restraint failed. Arthur was already flying towards her with a huge fist. Fear flashed across the girl's face. She didn't understand what had happened and why her spell hadn't worked. How strong is this man that even her spell couldn't stop his advancement? Program, he incredible strength explosion. Huang covered himself with his hands to not see such a nightmare. This guy really was crazy. Arthur sat beside the defeated enemy, and bored, somehow even pitiful that his opponent turned out to be such a weak girl. Still, the commander kept giving orders to attack absolute evil. Arthur didn't understand why they still wouldn't calm down. Everything had failed, and now the Divine Star employees stood in front of the boss with their heads down. Even an article like this was published. Huang was completely devastated. The man didn't even know what to do. He was completely destroyed from within. His entire army, along with the high-ranked players, failed. The only good news was that there was no such thing as how absolute evil used this skill of his. The man was pulled out of his thoughts by an employee who burst into the office and informed him that they had an emergency. It turned out that a video leaked to the internet where absolutely and evil uses the very skill. Huang jumped up on the spot. It was Hyunseok's job to carefully record every moment of the battle in relative safety. In addition, the video was uploaded to a private channel. The man immediately began to study the information. When he realized what had happened and how bad the situation was, Huang threw the tablet straight into the wall. He barked for the others to immediately find out the identity of who did this, down to where he sleeps and what he eats. The employee who brought the bad news immediately cried on the spot, but complied with the order. The heated Huang plopped down in his chair and sighed heavily. If he had known who had done this, he would have destroyed him immediately. Meanwhile, in the captured city, Johann approached Arthur and told him that their editor was being hunted down by every known means. Arthur was even a little surprised, but immediately realized it was because of the video of his battle with the Alliance. In that case, the guy decided to send Johann to deal with the matter. Assassin thanked him for his trust and disappeared. A frustrated Arthur shook his head. Even the internet had leaked. It might be more dangerous than he thought. Suddenly, an unexpected guest came to him. It was Randall. The man smiled good-naturedly and extended his hand to Arthur. Soon they were sitting in the residence and talking. Randall said he had wanted to make an alliance with South Korea for a long time, but everything was in the way. Arthur still couldn't understand why this man was against him. He hadn't opened the auction yet. So what had brought him here? Looking at Arthur with good-natured eyes, the messenger said that if we made an alliance with them, the price of monster stones would drop significantly. In addition, large unions have proclaimed themselves nobility and lorded over the common people. Continuing to smile, the man said that he hated people acting like this is inhumane. Holding out Arthur's hand, Randall said that it seems absolute evil doesn't pay attention to grand alliances. That is why he would be obliged to support such a man in his endeavors. It seems the messenger from the east was not joking. For a few seconds, Arthur still sat there, not understanding anything. To conclude an alliance without any conditions was somehow strange. But no, this man wants to make a deal specifically with Korea, and it is if Arthur breaks the big alliances that he will achieve his goal. But still at the moment he had no reason to refuse, so the men shook hands. After his brief press conference, Arthur approached his assistant and asked how she was doing. Serdian. With the help of her organizational skills, she quickly sorted out the paperwork and now everything was in order. Although the woman looked very good to say the least, she had bags under her eyes, and it was obvious that she hadn't slept. It was decided that they would not leak all the information now, but wait a few days. As for the rest of the nuances, the woman also reassured Arthur, so you don't have to worry, she will solve everything, being in the real world. Saya looked at her phone and couldn't believe her eyes whether it was really real or if she was dreaming. Marion, who was sitting next to her, looked at the screen to see what had happened there, but there were very valuable documents. Managed to uncover the evil deeds of the Divine Star case, 1 Olympus retirement case, 2 exploitation of contracted players. They just took players who pumped their characters for an incredible amount of time. And also, Beastmaster Eugene was paid money, even though she wasn't a member of the Divine Union. The girls were shocked that even in retirement they put their paw on the Divine Star, just disgusting union. Marion, of course, didn't know what they would do next. But she didn't like the Beast Lord, so she was glad. Saya thought she heard that her brother had found a lot of useful materials in the new city, but she didn't expect such a bomb to explode. In the meantime, Arthur was engaged in conquest, so matured that it was a stroll for him. Arthur's actions have not changed in any way since taking the fortress. He is simply waging a feudal battle against the Divine Star. 260 feuds were in the hands of this alliance, and Arthur captured 1 or even 2 every day. Xiardian had spent all this time gathering the right information for her. It was a paradise. Arthur scratched the back of his head. It seemed to him that this woman had a tired look the other day, and now she was working with renewed vigor. Now, Arthur can see how cheerful she is. It seems she doesn't even sleep all day to find the information she needs. The head of the office said that it would be nice for the Lord to visit them more often. They want to greet their master. In the meantime, a co-worker came to Huang and tried to calm him down. It was an unprecedented incident, but it should be forgotten in time. But the man was of a different opinion this time. They faced a really serious problem. This is a real information battle. Absolutely evil, this crazy man made a grand plan in which he calculated every tiny detail. They tried to bribe him with money to destroy him by force, but now he has Rendall on his side as well, who has grandiose connections. Everything was falling apart, and Huang didn't know what measures he should take to save the situation. He ordered his grandson to convene an emergency board of directors to discuss further action. The man said he would have to make an important decision, and the grandson tensed up. Grandpa's voice sounded extremely serious. Huang said that although it was a forced measure, it was necessary to take out his weapon for a short time. The next day, the news reached the members with lightning speed. It was a restructuring. Several thousand employees were laid off. Huang declared it a difficult economic situation. Now Arthur sat in front of the monitor and read the news. They were talking about black monsters. The guy somehow did not think about it. Really, destroying this kind of monster is much more difficult. Perhaps it's just an attempt to save face. From the reflections of the guy was pulled by his sister, the girl burst into the room with joyful shouts. An annoyed Arthur asked her to knock next time, but Saya let it pass and said she thought she could help him. With burning eyes, the girl looked at her brother and said that she had already managed to reach the 70th level. In addition, she got a purification skill after that. Arthur got a little cold. What kind of skill is that? They went to test out their sister's new abilities, and a huge bull was already running at them. Being in the desert of darkness, the girl looked around, but it had been a long time since she had been here somehow. She even missed it. There used to be a lot of people here, but since the black monsters appeared, only the highest ranks come here quietly. But let her not worry now. She will solve everything. The girl raised up her staff and concentrated the magic. And to the amazement of all present, the bulls, which seconds ago were fierce monsters, became ordinary cows. Saya winked at them and said goodbye to the horrible monsters. Now she would clear these grounds in no time. Watching all of this, Arthur came to horror. What kind of purification is this in general? How to understand this skill? Huang was furious, and why is this 7th saint interfering without any permission and messing everything up? The grandson standing in front of him suggested that it seemed to be a commoner who had gotten powers and had become very self-conscious. In response to the suggestion of sending the PCs, Grandpa shook his head. If they did so, the heavenly rulers themselves would immediately calculate them. Moreover, if the players form groups and go to the hunting grounds, this will be the last straw. Musiak asked what about recruiting the 7 thrones into their ranks. Earlier they had talked about it. The man fiddled with the status of their firm. Can change depending on the background of the participants, so let him think about it. There was nothing good about the commoners living happily ever after. While Saya bragged to her brother about her successes, Arthur was very pleased. The necromancer standing next to her was in good spirits and smiling at the sight of it all. Arthur saw her mood and asked what happened. She had something good happened, the girl blurted out. The thing is that lately, the internet has been improving on the idea of absolute evil. Arthur hadn't heard of it, and was surprised. The girl was very excited, and listing all Arthur's merits seemed to impress her. The guy switched and said it was just a result of Sidrian's plan, so there's nothing surprising about it. After defeating the enemy forces, the number of people registered. Since they pay paltry taxes for use, it means they must have realized that corruption in the Divine Star is present after all. The only thing left is the task of expanding the area, but that won't be a problem. The only problem is that Arthur can't take care of all the conquered territories by himself. It would be great if the military personnel issue could be resolved, the guy thought. Marion said it was as expected, but for a second the girl thought for a moment and looked closer. She had seen Arthur with her own eyes, and now she found him even more beautiful and enchanting. The more she looked at the uncle, the more he seemed masculine. Serdian noticed the woman had already realized that the overlord liked the necromancer. Suddenly there was a worried shout. Markin's man was extremely concerned he had something to say. He ran straight to the overlord and shouted that Arthur should see it all, stirred up what had happened. The man dragged the ledger of the welfare fund of the unfortunate, breathing heavily. He walked around and decided to look around the office at some point to find something interesting, and suddenly noticed something. He saw a small black book lying on top of a stack of papers, seemingly overlooked during the general inspection. He decided to inquire. Perhaps there was data about this castle, and it might be useful in further research. Arthur took the tablet in his hands and began to scrutinize it. There was the nickname Gladiator Foundation. This man was seated on the holy throne. Everyone stared at the tablet, and their faces began to change. Arthur said his sister had previously shared the data with him, so he knows for sure. Anyway, the fourth throne was a necromancer. He had the nickname As Said, and this person is pretty mighty. Saya Resentful. She used to think that the first throne is an annoying person, but it turns out there are worse. Arthur finished his story. The assistant standing next to him said that the overseer should know about it, and showed him the tablet. Looking at all this data, one could even see Markan's name, and the man became suspicious if his name was there too. Seems to have found the right thread. Are they saying the reason he was kicked out was because of this foundation? Arthur was beginning to think the situation was getting interesting, but Markan couldn't find a place to sit. After quitting the game, the guy kept thinking. At first, he thought this fund was set up to launder money from his pension. It turned out not to be the case. This fund was created by the funds of a large union and had a direct impact on its work. And I mean, he was pulled out by his sister entering the room. Arthur was even a little scared. The girl reported that the clearing work of the hunting grounds is also progressing normally, so there is nothing to worry about. The sister reminded Arthur about the Beast Lord. The guy asked what's up with her. She seems to know Kang Mu Siak. With a meaningful thumbs up, the girl continued to talk, but Arthur was immersed in his own thoughts. There was a very interesting picture emerging. This woman was directly connected to the Foundation. This game was a place where a character could be deleted, and people would start all over again from level 1. Being a contractor for a divine star usually put the player in a very unpleasant situation. The character that the player has been developing all his life and invested in him could be deleted, and you would have to start pumping again. Players who have lost in this way, all that they have gained at the moment, 15, or the information is withheld. Naturally, Arthur couldn't help but take advantage of such an opportunity and immediately summoned all those in need. The only place that will accept such needy people is the town of Durham, along with the Absolute Evil Corporation. People immediately began rushing to register in that city, knowing that they would be supported there. Hyunseok. Watching the live broadcast and scratching the back of his head, really Absolute Evil, did a very good job. The guy saw that the reaction of the public was extremely ambiguous. Some praised Arthur, and some called him a populist. Arthur knew all this, of course, and he knew about Randall's capital too, but he tried to explain that it was money raised solely from taxes. He didn't know why this city couldn't or wouldn't show support, but it was now in a position to provide enough. After a brief press conference, Arthur and his assistant walked out of the castle on the walls and looked at the people arriving. As expected, the reaction to such a speech was very impressive. Arthur chuckled. People were extremely happy. For the first time in a long time they should be supported, and understanding now the ranking of Absolute Evil has increased. And the result is that the number of people gathered in the city is now almost 1 million. The girl standing at the reception waved her hands. They were no longer able to accept anyone as a resident. The city was overcrowded. But what about now? Sending back so many people would be utterly foolish. One of those who came suggested going to other cities that were under the rule of Absolutely Evil. One could do the same. So they did so. The entire crowd of people immediately turned around and scattered to the rest of the Absolutely Evil cities. That was good, but Arthur noticed that, in that case, they would have to manage other cities as well, and that would be difficult. But it's even better that the gathered citizens in the cities will serve as troops and provide security during the attack. Serdian said she had calculated everything properly, and at that rate, about 10 feuds could be exploited. The woman turned around and walked back to her office. Arthur only sighed heavily. It was good, but it would be difficult from now on. So if he has a spare moment, he should mind his own business and check out the city of Nan. There were screams all over the city. Even Coco was a little scared from such an advent of people. In Nan, the Overlord was welcomed by almost all the inhabitants. It was a stronghold of Absolute Evil. There were enthusiastic smiles everywhere. Arthur wondered why his assistant was beckoning him to this town. As soon as Arthur stepped inside, he was immediately showered with flowers and thanks. It was a real parade in his honor. Suddenly, the sign in front of him, Central Altar, reacted. Something had changed. When they stopped in front of the altar, they saw that there was a real flame spreading there. The conditions for the linking quest were met, and immediately a plaque announced it. The next condition made my eyes water. Arthur had to have 300 settlements and 3 million permanent residents in 60 days. The guy took his head on his shoulders. The task was impossible. If he didn't complete the task, the penalty would not be serious. Right. Suddenly, the image of the necromancer who was addressing him with her inherent tenderness popped into his mind. The guy wondered, and why he was suddenly thinking about her, what had even happened. In retrospect, and how much the girl helped him, she was a very useful ally. Suddenly, Arthur said he was returning. The elders nodded in agreement. He's done very well so far, and if he ever falters again, he will never regain his position in society. 300 settlements sounds complicated, but it's realizable. You just have to act as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the president of the third largest large union had returned from vacation and was extremely unhappy with the state of affairs. Hearing that he wants to go with the help to the absolute evil, the rest of the employees are horrified because their opponent is too strong. But it seems the president was determined. Even if absolute evil didn't pass the test, doesn't that mean they should make the first move? In the eyes of the president, Arthur was not a villain, but rather a hero who gives help to those in need. At this time, the men have a plan to create a new Republic of Korea if they can follow Arthur's lead. The president had decided to meet Arthur immediately, and now the boy sat in front of him and listened to his report. Their meeting proved to be remarkably fruitful, and now a strong cooperation arose between them as they joined forces. NZ is a union that has done more good deeds than all the others combined, so cooperation with it would be beneficial. Although this man is different from the rest of the nobles, he constantly criticized the other alliances and did not want to cooperate with them. The man wanted to go away as suddenly his granddaughter appeared literally out of nowhere and turned to him. The man pointed his finger at the girl and said that his granddaughter would be useful to the Absolute. Arthur, along with his minions, reveled in the surprise the girl said she would now give her full support. She said her name was Warp Master Lee Ju-ran and she would now be happy to assist their team. Hearing those words, Arthur tensed up a bit. She was a master. She was also the granddaughter of Zhang Gongjin himself, and it seemed he had a powerful ally. Of course, this girl isn't a ranker, but she has her own reputation, so that's saying something. She's done a lot of good deeds, so words are redundant, and her actions speak for themselves. Ju-ran said with a smile on her face that she was confident that her abilities could benefit absolute evil. Therefore, she would help with great diligence. Arthur said he was very pleased to meet her, and the girl could call him by his nickname, just Arthur. With her abilities, it would be very easy for Arthur to put his plan into action, the woman immediately inquired. When they heard that he would have to capture 300 settlements in 60 days, their faces twisted in surprise. On that day, a contract was signed between the NZ company and their long partnership began. They had secured reliable allies, so it was time to move into action. Arthur was serious. He already knew which place he would visit first and was getting ready to hit the road. It was the Taurus Fortress, which was now under the influence of the Divine Star. It was well armed with the water-based magical cannons of the 5th-rank dragoons. Let's say they hit this fortress first. Coming up through the gorge, the guy laid out his plan. He said he would go with the Warp Master on the expedition, just the two of them, all the others nodded accordingly. Shiardian, surprised, raised an eyebrow. Did they really? They are going on an expedition right now. Hearing such a thing, Marion was ready to fall through the ground, as if she was now in extreme bewilderment. Lee Ju-ran looked very competent and mature. Besides, she was incredibly beautiful. The competition was ramping up. Would something like this happen? And the master will say that now this girl will be his indispensable assistant option, could not allow it. Arthur noticed a very intense worry on the girl's face and became alarmed that I was so upset. He walked up to her and asked, "Does Miriam also think that the Taurus Fortress is stronger than him?" the girl, as if she had snapped out of a dream. He stroked her head and reassured her that he was still much stronger, but Marion advised him to be careful. With a smile on his face, Arthur said that in that case, he would go. His companion was already waiting for the master near the portal. The necromancer continued to admire her new master. She saw in him a true deity. Serdian finally said that she seemed to like Arthur. But immediately the girl came to her senses. She wasn't worried about that at all. At this time, a general assembly was scheduled in the army. Lamian inquired about the preparations, but everything was ready. The girl was furious. This man was really crazy. How dare he humiliate her like that? She was incredibly ashamed of herself that she had made such a monstrous mistake to supply mana to the troops. For this battle, the president had unveiled his blade after all, and was now ready to show off his full power. Now she simply couldn't lose the rank. 5 weapons were fully charged. They were aimed straight at absolute evil. Target identification was a success. The weapon detected the absolute evil that was approaching them. Meanwhile, Arthur rejoiced. The collaboration with Ju-ran had made his life much easier. Now they could travel anywhere with ease. At parting, the girl said to send a whisper to Arthur and she would come to help again. The guy saw streams of mana that were traveling around the fortress. Apparently they're preparing for a shot. Looks like these people rely on their guns, but it doesn't seem to have been much of a problem for Arthur. The sorceress was furious. She wished to avenge her humiliation. and would now destroy absolute evil with incredible ferocity. The command to fire was given, and the cannon fired an energy stream. Arthur stood motionless for a moment, and a shot rang out. But unfortunately, nothing happened. Lamian, could it be that her opponent managed to block such a powerful shot? Arthur put the amulet forward and ordered the snake to attack, and now they would experience real fear. The monster was transformed. Now it looked like a real monster from the depths of hell. A great ability, though it doesn't work for long. Noticing that all the streams of magical mana instantly stopped, what was this even? Arthur thought that maybe the bullets of this gun are very strong since petrification only works for 1 minute. Nevertheless, this will be enough time for him to destroy everything in his path. The guy was already preparing his strike. The sorceress noticed that Arthur was heading straight for them and ordered everyone to attack, her voice sounding like a baby's cry. On the other hand, such resistance even pleased Arthur a little. He would at least be able to have a little fun with these people. Hyun-seok was sitting in his office eating popcorn and watching through his computer monitor. Soon Arthur managed to destroy one cannon and is now in a pile of rubble. The guy turned his head. The people who supplied the shells for this weapon weren't around, but it felt like they were preparing something else. Turning around, he picked out that it was the same sorceress standing in front of him, looking furious. The boy wondered if he'd seen the face of this woman before. The woman's face seemed extremely familiar to him. Maybe she should be teased, a little guy asked who she was, Lamian. After such insolence, was at a loss for words. She screamed, sprinkling the guy with curses. How could he ever forget her name? He had destroyed her so recently. Smiling, Arthur pointed his finger at his camera and said it was recording everything. So she better watch her tongue. Smiling, Arthur pointed his finger at his camera and said it was recording everything. So she better watch her tongue. The girl wanted to hit him, but Arthur dodged in time. That's how she's going to fight now. In that case, now she would taste his fists. The boy's hand lit up with an overabundance of energy. He had to minimize the damage so as not to turn the girl into dust, but still she got a hard blow to the head. A lump immediately grew on her head. The girl was furious at how this man even dared to treat her like this. After that, she started shooting spells at him. Arthur dodged each one without any difficulty. Looking at the way this girl interacts with other people, it was safe to say that she is no different from other nobles, just as arrogant. Continuing to call Arthur every possible insult, the girl prepared the next spell. Following that, she ordered the rest of the mages to get ready as well. The people shuddered slightly, but still accumulated magical power. It wasn't a limited explosion of blood. The girl was covered in red light. She had magic whipping literally over the edge. Arthur noticed this she that tries to gain power using the magic of others, how low it is. Something was definitely wrong here. The nearby sorcerers began to fall to their knees with no energy. Suddenly, Arthur got a call from a computer genius. He had an urgent report for the guy. After Arthur heard that this skill resulted in the removal of the enemy character, a chill ran down his back. Streamer confirmed indeed, those affected by this skill were becoming more and more, so it pays to be careful. A phantom aura also began to form around Arthur, and he was literally swallowed up by the bloody vortex. Lamian was furious now that this commoner would know her power. It's just trash, isn't it? But to her great surprise, Arthur used only one spell and gathered all the magic in his fist. Sorcerer. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was just some kind of nonsense. The skill was just cancelled with no possibility of recovery. And now, being under the protection of his dark dome, Arthur began to shower the girl with his magic charges. She had no option but to watch her end approach, which was impossible. In a few seconds, it was all over. Arthur had delivered the final blow and defeated his opponent. Although the girl was a fairly strong mage, her other characteristics were below average. Only ashes was left of her. Arthur turned to the other contestants and said that if they left here now, he would keep them alive. The new territory under the jurisdiction of the Fortress of Taurus was now finally at peace with various animals running around. Arthur stepped out of the cave and looked around. He had heard that this fortress had not dared to be taken over for the last few hundred years. He was the first to leave. If he seizes the opportunity correctly, he will gain a lot of benefits. Suddenly, Arthur was disturbed by someone. It was the Warp Master along with Rufendal as Arthur, and requested they come to help and further support. The pet immediately rushed to his master and began to report that he had collected all the items and brought them to the master as intended. The girl stood behind and was a little dumbfounded. She certainly wasn't sure about this venture, but it seems the gentleman had succeeded. Suddenly, she got a text message on her phone. She looked at the screen and was horrified at what she saw. The smartphone showed a recording of the fight. There was Lamian cursing Arthur, and the audience's reaction was appropriate. Rufendal suddenly ran up to the girl and asked her why she was standing there. She apologized and said she had been thinking for a while. The guy said he seemed to know what her thoughts were right now, and then literally the guy quoted all her thoughts as if she was just in shock and started to refuse. They continued to argue amongst themselves, but Arthur looked off into the distance at his new possessions. Rufendal had a lot more to do, so had to deflect and immediately ran away. The girl thought that this man really didn't fit any other status than great. Suddenly the guy stopped. In a second, The pet was already near the girl's face and said in an ingratiating voice that he had something to tell her. He moved even closer to her, almost right up close, and whispered to her so she wouldn't forget that he was the #1 pet. Arthur noticed the confusion on the girl's face and asked what was wrong, but Ju Ran replied that everything was fine, although she was a little uncomfortable. The blue deer of this field was a rare monster that could only be hunted in the Kogonis Mountains. The blue fur that falls out when you defeat it is of high value and can be used to make first-class clothing or other craftable items. Back in the real world, Arthur was immediately met by his sister. He found the blue deer, now he's a real rich man, and the guy said to forget it. You couldn't talk about your accomplishments yet. Otherwise, everyone else would get greedy for the wealth, and then there would be a lot of problems. And besides, if Arthur monopolizes the sale of skins, he'll be no different. The guy said that in order to use the gorge, they would have to go through the fortress, so all the necessary materials would be stored there. Getting into the artificial reality machine, he said that a few conditions would need to be met as entry would not be free for all. After a while, a lot of people appeared in the Taurus Gorge. Having learned that it was now safe to enter, people wondered how many travelers were coming here. It was just beautiful. A man walking down the gorge suggested that the others join together if they were going where the others were going. But suddenly the man he was addressing was struck by a shot to the head and immediately fell to the ground. The gun came out of sniper mode and went to reload. The target was destroyed. The people heard the loudspeaker. All those who are under the jurisdiction of absolute evil can pass the members of the Divine Star, and Ellen will be destroyed. Arthur, sitting in his throne, took the report. He asked what about the mage in charge of using the cannon. They offered 3 times the normal wage. Plus, as they supply the deer fur, the price will drop. The woman said that in many occupied territories, a large number of players gather and all just to register. Arthur got up from his seat. He already had all the preparations finished, so the guy was all armed and ready to take on any challenges. At this time, an army of many knights led by an intimidating commander was moving forward. They were moving towards a huge monster that was an incomprehensible monster with no shape or form. Arthur held one of his black stones in his hands and examined the valuable item with a careful eye. Rendall, who was in his residence, received the notice and couldn't believe his eyes. The lifeless bodies of mages who were involved in the Divine Star were lying everywhere. Arthur, standing next to them, received the strange notices and immediately had a change in his face. A new location opened in front of him. The guy stood near a cave and did not know what to do next. Besides, there was something else. Another notification popped up on the screen. To prepare a sum of money to expand the territory, namely 1 trillion gold coins, he met with Rendall. They shook hands and thanked each other for fruitful cooperation. It turned out that the ruler of the East still hadn't returned to his residence and was away. Arthur said he wanted to sell him one more thing and pulled out another black stone. The merchant was shocked. The guy said that since they were cooperating, he decided to let the merchant be the first to buy it. The man from the East was incredibly happy. Such a meeting was incredible, by the way, just when they needed it most. The man snapped his fingers, and a servant immediately appeared behind him holding a pouch. It was so full of gold coins that they didn't even fit in it. Learning that the merchant was now willing to buy the stone for 55 trillion speeches is incredible. Then the merchant said goodbye, saying that if anyone needed cash, just let Arthur contact him. Arthur waved, but still couldn't understand what this generosity was all about. The player was left in utter confusion. Somehow he had prepared enough amount, now it was possible to start acting. Now it was no longer a difficult task to fulfill his plan. He stepped out onto the balcony and looked at his territories. With tears in his eyes, he pressed the consent button. The guy put all his money into expanding the area. As soon as his finger touched the consent button around, something began to happen. The air and ground began to vibrate. Because Arthur accepted the terms of territory expansion, in an unexpected way, his fortress expanded into the Great Fortress. The last award is given out. All conditions have been met. Arthur stared at the screen and could not understand anything. Meanwhile, the hidden dungeon of the Taurus was activated. A large structure made of stone appeared. There were several men laboring in the fields. One of them was stunned to see a strange man in the distance. In front of them was none other than absolute evil. People began to greet their ruler and give him every possible honor. The excited shouts of the townspeople could be heard everywhere, and Arthur's fingers were already cramping from it. The guy asked his new ward to open the warp, but the girl looked at him surprised. She hadn't done anything. Soon, magical runes began to form under their feet, and the entire team moved to the designated location. Arthur had some doubts about whether this was the right place, but Rufendal assured him that everything was right. According to the map, they were in the right place. The only question that remained was what those people had forgotten there. And indeed, there were 2 people standing in front of them who were complete strangers. My acquaintance was talking to a girl, and as soon as he saw the newcomers, he immediately changed his face. As soon as Arthur and Marion saw the man's face, they were stunned. It was the same warrior they had fought. Arthur came closer to find that this man was so resourceful that he had already found the entrance. The man scratched the back of his head. He made a mysterious face. Since they were the first to find it, means their being here will be a priority. That's right. Arthur had doubts about whether this man was trying to screw him over, and the necromancer was getting ready. She summoned one of her warriors and had already ordered him to deliver the crushing blow that this insolent man had in mind. The acidic blow reached the stranger's head, and the man felt a hard thump. Now, the girl ordered him to do squats for the rest of his life, and the man obediently complied. Being in the real world, Musiak watched it all through his phone. Now all that was left was to do his job well. Suddenly, there was someone's familiar voice. The guy said the girl needed to be less cocky if she wanted the award. But it seems the woman was determined. In this world, nothing is easier than to charm a man. And besides, the more attractive men are, the more beautiful women he wants to possess. The guy slapped his forehead with the palm of his hand. Of course, he didn't want to stoop to using such a technique, but there was no way out. In such a situation, there is only one way out. It was necessary to somehow seduce the absolute evil and confuse him. At this time, the entire absolute evil team was all assembled and was in the dungeon on level 1. Arthur's surprised look went upward. He still didn't understand what was going on here. There were 2 doors in front of him. He had to choose the right one. Here comes the first riddle. Most of all in life, Arthur did not like to solve riddles it managed to confuse. In addition, the choice is influenced by luck. What's wrong with this dungeon that he paid such a lot of money for? The necromancer, noticing the concern on her master's face, said he had her. With joy, the girl reported that her luck equaled 48 points. The girl asked out of happiness, now she could be useful. Even Arthur marveled at such news. Why would she have such high luck? Where did she get it from? In a perfectly casual voice, Marion said that she was just pumping him up. That's all. Arthur was completely speechless. Turns out the girl just thought it was fun, so she decided to pump up her luck level too. Arthur thought about it. If it's his best friend, it's probably his sister, which might be a good thing. In that case, the guy said he would leave the choice of the door up to the necromancer. The girl begged with happiness. He was surprised to notice that the girl's luck increased even more when he applied the buff. In the meantime, the necromancer was trying her best. She had to do a good job and get praise. As soon as the door opened, a bright light splashed into his eyes. Arthur was surprised to realize that it was working after all. In the meantime, Huang was at his residence receiving another report. His head was already splitting and Rendal had disappeared. A subordinate said that the rulers of other alliances have set up surveillance on his entourage. The man's head snapped up. It would be better to send a formal request for guards already than to do such nonsense. The man ordered to contact the Blue House right now. They would provide Prince Rendal with unofficial security. In response to his subordinate's surprise, the man said that it was the will of the heavenly ruler's sons to announce it immediately. Randall himself was in his automobile asking the butler how things were going. Leaning against the window, the man looked out at the city and had the feeling that Koreans were all living in the same day. Now that he's paid an official visit here, he has a strong feeling that this is a country in need of change. Meanwhile, Arthur and his team seemed to be outside the dungeon. But no, it was only the second stage. First of all, there's no official information, so we have to move on, but it's a good idea to take a look around. But first of all, everyone needed to get on the bird. Coco readily lowered his head to the earth. But before they could get on the pet's back, Rufendal pointed his finger in the direction and said they should look over there. Arthur looked into the distance and saw that someone was approaching them, probably a lot of them. After the guy saw something, ordered the necromancer to immediately prepare a summoning. The girl was even a little scared. Arthur said that when he signals, then let the girl immediately start the summoning, then the evil encouragement space will be activated. Meanwhile, Rufendal was constantly trying to prove to Juran that he was the #1 pet and would not tolerate competition. Arthur in turn was alert to the fact that they were getting closer. When the cloud of smoke cleared, a strange picture appeared before them. It was a multitude of knights on black horses. Immediately feeling the powerful suppression force, Arthur realized that he was facing a rather serious opponent. Therefore, he would have to try harder. He was about to use his skill, but as if something prevented him from doing so, he stopped after a second. Quite suddenly, instead of attacking, the guards stopped right in front of Arthur and bowed their knees. They saluted their lord and swore allegiance to him, all frozen in a daze. Arthur understood nothing. Did he get his command of the cavalry? An unexpected but pleasant surprise. A message appeared that the cavalry officially confirms the qualifications to Lord Commander, was on his knees and crying. Rufendal smiled. Now he was no longer surprised, for his lord was a genius. The cavalry commander finished his bow and said that now was not the time to stand here idly. Arthur looked at him with a surprised look. In a frightened voice, the soldier said that the hour was approaching and the Balrog was about to appear. Arthur looked at him with surprised eyes and wondered if this was the same legendary monster whose records were kept only in the Imperial Library. Rufendal watched and continued to enjoy the guy, didn't even notice anything as danger was already approaching him. Suddenly he fell and blacked out. The necromancer pointed her finger upwards. This was a surprise attack. Something had to be done as soon as possible. Looking up, Arthur saw that the entire sky was covered in darkness, and in the middle was a blob of dark energy, the black sun. The Balrog was a huge monster at this point in time. The only place it existed was the Urfi's empire. The necromancer marveled at such a powerful entrance to the stage. Arthur confirmed, indeed, this monster is much bigger than expected. Honestly speaking, even the almighty villain couldn't recognize whether or not the sudden attack, and was extremely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the cavalry begged the lord to leave here. It was too unsafe for his life. And besides, at this rate, the monster could easily locate the settlement. Hearing this, Arthur asked the warp if he could use another jump. The girl nodded her head. Arthur cast his spell, and the necromancer felt as if her body was protected by a huge magical wall. The player sat on his horse next to the leader of the guardsmen and asked how much longer until the settlement was still quite a bit away. The cavalry could create a huge destructive force, but the Balrog was tracking them and the location of the settlement. These soldiers had special formations that created a powerful defense force, so there's no need to worry for now. If you use these 2 points, there may be conditions for a sweep. They kept moving, cutting through space. Arthur tried to touch the magic wall, but immediately felt a powerful pain in his hand. After all, this is quite dangerous. Now the only thing that mattered was that in this settlement, Arthur was also recognized as the owner, and that was already a great achievement. The lord ordered the others to ride on, and he would take care of the mopping up. The cavalrymen were a little scared, and then the guy approached the sorceress and asked if she was ready. The girl nodded readily. She applied her leap, and Arthur, along with her Wii U, vaporized in the air, moving to another place. The guy praised his new subordinate. She did a good job, and now let her hide behind his back and be safe. The cavalry commander was simply terrified that his master had acted so unwisely. He might go to the other world. But Arthur only asked him to trust him, and was already preparing his attack. The guy was not afraid of anything at all. He knew he could defeat this monster. The monster ran straight at the uninvited guest, opening its wide maw and ready to devour him in one sitting. But the player didn't move from his seat. He only prepared his magic power for a powerful strike. The rest of us believed our eyes as soon as we saw the monster in all its glory, as if it couldn't really be that huge. Arthur smiled impishly. Well, how the monsters must have liked what he saw. Now they will truly fight. The beast looked at the boy with 4 eyes and growled with rage. It could not allow anyone to trespass on its domain. The knight noticed the incredible amount of energy that enveloped their bodies. The man was significantly frightened. Standing motionless, the guy was preparing his most powerful skill to destroy the monster in an instant. As suddenly Arthur launched thousands of his projectiles at the monster while standing on Earth. The guy noticed that the monster managed to dodge, but that's okay. It's just the beginning. The monster's characteristics dropped significantly after the intimidation effect, and now the Balrog was forced to flee. After flying a few more meters, the monster transformed, opened its wide wings, and roared so hard that stone fell from the ceiling. The 2 standing below felt an incredible jolt, as if an earthquake was starting. Suddenly, a star flashed in the sky as if a new sun had appeared in the firmament. It seemed they had missed the monster, and Arthur looked at the monster in front of him with annoyance. But he thought he had caught it. The same girl with pink hair has arrived at the fortress to finally enchant the ultimate evil. Roan, in undead form, continued to crouch the entire time. He promised to get even with that girl who made him humiliate himself like that. Suddenly, the man raised his head and saw in front of him a beautiful girl who was looking out the notification window. The girl introduced herself and said her name was Manhwa, and she was a celebrity, and everyone immediately started asking for her autograph. The mercenary thought that as soon as she got the money, she'd retire, and that she'd have enough to live on. Roan still continued to crouch and praised the beauty of the girl and marveled at how graceful she looked. Sunhwa looked perplexedly at the strange man who was constantly squatting, but suddenly something else caught her eye. A strange flash appeared in the sky, and from it a terrible-looking monster emerged. Meanwhile, Arthur and the necromancer have returned home safe and sound. It seems the Balrog has gone to the usual fields. However, the flow of magical energy went far beyond the dungeon it made one wonder. Suddenly, he was distracted by the shout of a cavalryman. He had arrived here with his entire entourage. Tao stood before him with his hand to his chest and swore absolute allegiance to his lord who had defeated the monster. Arthur was even a little surprised at how he had cleaned up the dungeon at all, so the only thing left to do was to kick out the monster. Meanwhile, the rank of the Taurus cavalry was raised by 1 step. The soldiers felt a surge of strength. This was simply great news. Arthur smiled with a full mouth. Now he had an army of immortal soldiers at his disposal. Suddenly, the boy felt the necromancer's gaze on his face and immediately turned to her in surprise. At once, the guy realized that it was necessary to praise Arthur, stroked the girl on the head, and said that she was great, that she pumped the indicator of luck. The last award was given out in Arthur's hands. A strange ball of light lit up. The first reward was that the field of destruction skill was added to the first line of defense soldiers. The second reward was a strange elixir. A small flask of yellow liquid fell into Arthur's hands. The cavalry was understandable, but where to use this tincture, Arthur looked at it even more closely. Well, in any case, it was better than nothing, and Arthur immediately decided to drink the strange tincture. Suddenly, a change began to occur in his body. The chaos energy was gone. Now he could control it completely. The guy who had been standing still all this time didn't understand how it was even possible that something had changed in his body. His true technique had been enhanced with the elixir, and this was already a serious power boost Arthur took to his chest. A reminder popped into his head once his teacher had told him that he had to reach a level where he could control his power. He thought it was a simple game setting, but it turns out that this dungeon was also part of the scenario. Meanwhile, all the news channels were showing the Balrog monster that suddenly appeared in the heart of the city and created many victims. Huang looked at all of this and was just furious. Why did this monster appear in this place? A subordinate who came inside the office said that he had been informed that this monster had appeared for the first time in Taurus. The boss was just furious absolute evil after the appearance of this guy. Absolutely everything goes wrong. The man asked whether the youth subjected to the removal was a member of the Divine Star. Subordinate replied that it was a subcontract. The supervisor's face contorted. He said to tell them that they would be added to the staff of the Divine Star immediately. But suddenly the man cooled down. They have sudden reinforcements here, now he's a bit calm. The message said that the heavenly rulers themselves would send them the fifth throne to help them. Karma, who had not given any support up until now, suddenly decided to activate what had gotten into him in the first place. The man read the news reports. The monster appeared for the first time in several hundred years. It only attacks the player's estates, apparently looking for weak spots. The intelligence chief sitting at the table said that all the figures in the squad had no meaningful value. Meanwhile, the monster continued to rage. He destroyed everything in his path and made havoc disproportionate to nothing. The soldiers were ready for battle. They concentrated their mana on the castle walls to God forbid not to let the monster seep in. Jin shouted that he would have to block the attack here and let the others take care of other areas of the building. In the rear was the academy. If they failed here, the monster would break in and destroy all the students, which could not be allowed. The monster was already preparing its huge attack. In its mouth was dark energy ready to burst out at any moment. And now the superintendent, as an adult, must prevent a tragedy so that no students are harmed. People scattered in different directions as soon as they realized that the monster was attacking again, but it was hard to escape. Luckily, Arthur wasn't late. He arrived just in time and now let the rest be on him. The guy applied a strengthening potion, and immediately his body lit up with bright energy. They returned quickly, but Arthur still didn't understand why the monster hadn't touched the settlement. And where this contribution has gone in Arthur's absence. What is he trying to do? The boy has been thinking about it all evening. Suddenly, Ju Ran said she could locate the monster. She tagged it. It's her special skill that allows her to mark a subject by their mana flow. It was this skill that the girl had applied to mark the monster earlier. Moreover, it can track any living thing as long as it is on the continents. Centinia and Lunia all looked at her in surprise. Arthur said he would appreciate it if the girl would take him instead of finding the monster. Then it would be easier to defeat it. But when they got there, it was a little late. They were one step too late. And now the city was completely destroyed. There was fire all around. People were in panic. Suddenly, Arthur received a message from his assistant Sidrian asking if the Overlord was aware of the monster that had just appeared. The woman was just in time, and she immediately began to report on the current situation. As a result of the attack, several tens of thousands of people were affected. John Go-jin was confused. The man was aware of the monster but could not help his citizens. Right in the center of his town, a strange monster appeared and started destroying everything around him. Before doing so, Arthur asked to be moved to Cardi. It was a NZ Union township. Ju Ran nodded her head as soon as possible, needed to be welcomed there. And now here was Arthur standing outside the town. Serdian said that annexing this settlement would not be a very good idea. Arthur wondered why. The woman replied that the outside world would at any rate regard this as an incident of absolute evil and would immediately revolt. There was also information from Hyun Seok that some players attacked by the monster were permanently removed from the game. Another disappointing piece of news: the Holy See had been dispatched to defeat the monster and was on its way. According to the information we received, the man who sat on the fifth holy throne had to get there before him. Arthur clicked his teeth. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on Prune. Okay, we can do that later. But first, the decision was made to go to Cardi needed to help them fight off the monster. The Balrog rampaged through the city, destroying everything in its path. The monster's countenance was truly terrible. The people who had absolutely no expectation of being attacked by such a monster were simply defenseless against its attacks. The monster spat its beams of dark energy at them, sizzling one by one. Arthur stood erect with the commander and ordered them to fall back to save civilian lives. The rest they would handle themselves up above. Flew Coco fully prepared to attack the monster. Spaces of evil were utilized, and the encouragement of evil appeared a small light above the necromancer's head. The girl thrust her arm forward and aimed her ghost troopers straight at the monster. The soldiers from the other world rushed straight at the monster. The snake's huge mouth opened. After the snake's gaze, the Balrog was petrified for a while. The monster could not move and understood nothing. Despite the commander's admiration, Arthur said that this beast would not be contained for long. Arthur asked the sorceress if it was possible to leap now. The girl was already exhausted, but she answered readily. They moved right behind the monster's back, which was now petrified. Arthur prepared his powerful punch. As this monster dares to run away from him, now he will bid farewell to his life. Jin looked at the way the young man handled the monster without a single hitch. He really is an outstanding person. The man had never thought that Mr. Absolute Evil would be able to come to their aid at such a crucial moment. But still it happened. Sitting in his office, Streamer admired his master. He did not doubt for a second Arthur's truly outstanding personality. After destroying the monster, Arthur looked at it with surprised eyes. It was a small pouch. Hyunseok. Holding his breath must be from such a strong monster. There must be just a staggering reward. Arthur picked up the bag and looked at it, wondering what it even was. But the audience had already guessed it all. It was a bag of black stones, an unimaginable bounty that would fetch a colossal sum of money. Arthur still didn't understand anything, but it was beginning to dawn on him that the reward was indeed enormous. Word immediately spread across the planet that Arthur had managed to get his hands on a bag of black stones that was unbelievable. Now everyone needed the black stones, and everyone wanted to buy it. He was willing to pay any money. Arthur felt incredibly rich now. He could be considered a true monopolist in the field of black stones. The situation had changed dramatically. All the spectators who were watching were just shocked at Arthur in such a low level, and he is so lucky. Since then, the best players have been active to establish friendly ties with the ultimate evil and get their hands on at least one black stone. And Arthur himself was over the moon with the first successful hunt for a Balrog and a whole sack of black stones as a reward. But did he deserve something like that, although the guy inside him already knew he was great? He wondered if Randall would buy the black stone this time too. Meanwhile, Jin was already running to him with congratulations. He thanked his friend heartily for showing up so timely and saving their settlement from imminent destruction. And also the man congratulated Arthur because he received just a grand award. To his surprise, the man heard Arthur ask him, "NZ needs a black stone too, doesn't it?" Hearing that Arthur was willing to trade one black stone for several settlements, the man was horrified. Could it be so little? The joy was interrupted by the sudden appearance of strangers shouting that the ultimate evil is a worthless man. Suddenly there was a fifth Holy See who shouted that he would personally punish absolute evil for all the atrocities he had committed. The first Holy See and a bunch of journalists were also here on site, and Veli live. Worst of all, his sister was here. Arthur couldn't figure out what she was doing here. She had no choice. Since she was the Holy See, she had to obey. The Holy See stood in front of her and lectured her he would temporarily register her as a feud citizen so she could join the battle. The girl had a hard time listening to him. Since the moment he started pointing at her, she wanted to punch him really hard. Suddenly, Holy See number 5 stepped up and said he'd go there to handle the situation. It was a girl with green hair, a guide of light. She is one of the sons of the heavenly ruler, Seiya. Just watching their conversation from the side, there was getting more and more disgusted with those arrogant snobs. The girl was ready to destroy them right here and now. Look at the way they cheered up. They're such lowlifes. Suddenly, the quest signs started popping up in front of them. People looked with surprised eyes and couldn't understand anything. My sister sent a text message. They didn't get here in time, so a bunch of reporters came to take pictures. The fifth Holy Throne looked at Arthur with a condescending gaze. She was ready to destroy it all for a minute now. Although it was not possible to capture the moment when she defeated the monster, but it is even better on the face of the girl, appeared a smile. She, along with her retinue, stood at the gates of the palace and ordered absolute evil to attack and show its true face. The girl was so confident in her abilities that she even sent a request for a battle for Arthur. His sister also wrote to him and told him that he should never take a call from that lady. But why not? And all because they're using it to their advantage. Arthur ordered the cavalry to prepare. But in that case, he thought it would be better to fight her. His sister was furious. The fifth Holy Throne happily looked at her opponent. In the end, he still accepted her invitation. At this point, only cavalry attacks were allowed, and the woman used her entire army to destroy the evil. She was fully confident that even if she was facing an absolute evil without cavalry, he was nothing at all. But suddenly she hesitated half a word. The girl saw an incredibly sinister aura emanating from her opponent. He called for his cavalry, and immediately dozens of knights began to appear riding their horses. The others only watched from the sidelines and were in complete awe of their lord when he only had time to acquire cavalry. The sister admired her brother, but the first Holy See was furious. Where did you even get an entire army? Now even the fifth Holy Throne was a little shocked she hadn't heard anything about her opponent having an army. Though on the other hand, it doesn't really matter. She will still destroy her opponent going forward. Tao asked if they could use their newly learned skills in combat. Our turkey head, of course, as much as they wanted. The man put his helmet on his head and with full dedication rushed into battle. Now he was not afraid of anything. Seeing that everything had turned out completely differently, Fifth Holy Throne was simply shocked. She could only watch from the sidelines. The girl saw her army thinning with every second the enemy cavalry was much stronger. The girl decided to get out of here as soon as possible, because it was impossible to go to the other world right here, having been exposed to a blow. She started to curse Arthur again for being a vile liar, but the guy just looked at her with surprised eyes at what she was talking about. Not even a few seconds after the Fifth Throne went to the other side of the world, the chat room began to mock her, and it turns out they're not that strong. However, the question remained, what will the remaining thrones do? The answer came with itself, of course, to fight absolute evil, and then Seiya's mind started to wonder what she should do now. She can't fight her own brother. Should she even engage him, and then walk away as naturally as possible to avoid suspicion? Suddenly, Jiro appeared from somewhere and immediately attacked the First Holy See. This was really unexpected. The guy was surprised. Last time the Holy Throne was unable to repel even his single attack, and now he had matured. Seiya was also in complete shock that this player had forgotten why he was suddenly attacking them. The First Holy See was just furious at how anyone even dared to attack him. What a lowly piece of trash. Jiro was the only solo player who could claim the right to the Holy Throne. He was incredibly strong. Arthur just watched it all from the sidelines and found it amusing that someone else had entered this battle for him. A slight smile appeared on the boy's face, and they started to act faster than Arthur had anticipated, but it was for the best. I wondered why this player sided with absolute evil. Most likely he had some kind of personal gain. Deciding to help a little to keep the fight going, Arthur prepared his punch. His hand lit up with energy. But help, as apparently not required player himself, coped with the First Holy Throne. He needed only a few dexterous movements. The First Holy See seems to have been slowly restored to order here, and his sister is safe and seems to be fleeing the battlefield. Arthur looked at Jiro. Since he was here, the other rankers would be here soon, so there would be a lot more people here. Shortly after the battle ended, other high-level players decided to visit the residence of an absolute evil. This is where absolutely all the rankers and high-ranking players who had a great influence in the world of the game gathered. Smiling, Arthur said that they would negotiate on terms that were reasonable enough and acceptable to all parties. Pointing his hand at his assistant, the guy said that from now on, Serdian would speak for him. The woman took the floor. She said that all the players here are dear guests who have traveled a long way to get here. However, unfortunately, they can't sell all the black stones for today. As a strategic weapon, their host should have black stones in stock. Although all the other players got very agitated. Rendall thumbs up and said that outwardly Korea looks like a free country, but in reality it is not at all. He recently bought a small media company to help the ultimate evil. However, out of nowhere, some kind of accusation arose, and the constant investigations by the government kept sticking him with a stick. So he said he could act as a guarantor, that the words of the Counselor of Absolute Evil are true. Holding his head, Jin lamented what a humiliating thing it was. The great alliances were like little children. Captain Representative from America took the floor. He said that he is aware of the situation concerning South Korea and absolute evil. As far as they knew, Arthur had a deal with NZ, but they have a lot of settlements too. The Chinese took the floor and said they had an even bigger settlement. They were members of the Black Rose Union and Black Knight Laurent. Suddenly a large, muscular man appeared. It was the Union of Icelandic Swordsman Hawk, and the strength only they had. Jean went on to want to say that even the information that their deal involved settlements was leaked to the public. Arthur looked at his assistant with a slightly concerned look as to what she would do now. But the woman looked extremely pleased. It seems before Arthur, a real money devil, she never misses her opportunity. Either way, he needs to get 300 settlements. What could be easier when you have so many powerful alliances in front of you? Being in his residence, Huang was simply furious. Absolute evil had enlisted the support of almost all powerful alliances. It was unthinkable. What's more, he had powerful support from NZ. Don't they really get it at all? On top of all this, the Israel Union helped him connect to a high-speed transportation network. Now he has absolutely everything. Because of Huang's failure to stop him, all his plans had gone awry, and now the man was completely confused. He didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, the necromancer approached Seiya and said that she had a very serious conversation to have with her right now. The girl has already decided to confess everything honestly she really likes. Arthur Seiya even stopped chewing. It is already something new. The girl didn't seem to be paying attention at all and only teased her friend. But Marion seemed to be completely serious. The girls came out of the cafe and began to go about their business. They did not even notice how they were already being followed. The girl was walking down the street and didn't notice that she was already being discussed from the outside. It was Eves and his assistant. He demanded to bring the data of this lovely girl, whatever it is, where she eats, where she sleeps, and what she does. At that time, Arthur was engaged in another conquest of the settlement. He had already succeeded in absorbing all the towns in Prune County. Suddenly, he was disturbed by someone's voice. The girl marveled. This is really an awesome power in the future. He will probably own hundreds of territories. It was Shaman, the head of the Israeli Union, who promised to create a teleporter that would allow Arthur to teleport anywhere. Of course, they don't have the big territory maps of the other alliances, but they can't give up the fight for the Black Stone. So it was decided to make a deal based on their abilities alone, which is a pretty good deal, by the way. The other alliances of powerful powers identified the needs of absolute evil and made deals with it based on that. Everything went as well as possible. Arthur captured all the territories that he saw, although when he first started, he could not have thought that he would succeed. But suddenly, the altar in the city began to spew out dark energy, and a notice appeared in front of Arthur. He was congratulated with having captured enough territory and now a life of inability to Celestial Devil. The Heavenly Devil was an area that had absolutely nothing useful but still held its memories. Now it meant that the place would come back to life and power. Arthur couldn't be happy about it, which was great news. He had gotten so many new bonuses that it was now possible to even automatically level up. The guy was thrilled. It seems the harvest is much better even than in Taurus territory. Arthur turned his gaze to the side. An assistant ran to him screaming, how was it even possible? The woman was extremely puzzled. While she was sorting out the next reports in front of her, a notification popped up that Nan had been promoted. His status had risen to great. Arthur grinned. This is just a reward for his active work that he has been doing so far. The woman wiped away the tears of joy. There was another piece of information on the expanded Hillstay hunting area. There have been sightings of white-spotted otters and white-tailed deer, quite rare animals. If they use these resources wisely, they will soon become rich enough to realize their utopian plan. Hearing that Arthur needed to spend a small fraction of the budget this time, the woman smiled, but 2 black stones were needed. Arthur said he had a new power and would now need to use the black stones to awaken it. Now he has a limitless experience, will be able to send anonymous messages anywhere and everywhere without any restrictions. The second power was the settlement expansion, which he also intended to use. He could upgrade the fortress with renewed vigor. The woman finally realized how she could even oppose the Heavenly Devil's case. She immediately handed over the required amount of money. The expansion will take 70 hours. Arthur spent 2 stones, and the city was immediately transformed. Markin met the Overlord with a smile on his face. Must be an extension of the city, well still. All because the Black Stone can overpower relationships with heads of state. Serdian was hiding behind her expansive fan as always. Meanwhile, in the news broadcasts, there was a furor. All the information that was absolutely evil was formed. It seems they had completely lost their shame. Seiya concluded that the media seemed to be tightly controlled and constantly filtering information. Arthur confirmed this was the case. However, the guy was willing to guarantee that the Divine Star wouldn't last a couple years. The sister continued to watch her brother's every action until 6 months ago he was unemployed, and now he is extremely changed. That's the thing. The place makes the man. His brother was completely transformed, like he was a different person. My sister smiled and said that speaking of which tomorrow is Marion's birthday, how about we have a little party? But Arthur was adamant about it. He forbade to do anything about it. He still had to keep his anonymity, but at least the gift had to be prepared. The guy's thinking about it. About the gifts. He's already done everything. The next day, Marion received her gift and was beyond happy her uncle had actually given her the gift. Still, he should have congratulated her because she was an invaluable employee in a corporation of absolute evil. The girl shouted that she was really very touched by such attention and immediately threw herself into Arthur's arms. The guy did not even have time to realize. She started rambling that Arthur had been showing me daily that I was interested in this, but she hadn't expected it in any way. Arthur was even a little embarrassed when it was he who was even acting like he wasn't interested in preparing a gift for her. The girl tossed up the small box and scattered in words of gratitude. She was indeed very happy. For a second, Arthur was embarrassed, to be honest. The elders had put in more effort than he himself. He didn't understand gifts at all. Before his birthday, he said he'd clean up the fortress and let the rest of us prepare a gift for the necromancer. This girl was to become the Lord of the Heavenly Devil, therefore. Every effort had to be made to make a good gift. This is the perfect opportunity to prove your loyalty to this girl. Elder readily listened. To find the best gift for Marion, they put all their efforts, and yet it succeeded. Of course, Arthur did not know about all the intricacies of this process, and just gave the gift to the girl without thinking about anything. Marion was given a manicure worth a whopping 22 billion gold coins. It seems they didn't skimp. Meanwhile, Arthur was in the desert. He was conquering new territories, and there seems to be a new dungeon nearby. No matter how much he looked into the distance, no monsters or road could be seen. Everything here was absolute wasteland. It was decided to check it all from a bird's eye view, and Arthur jumped on the bird readily. Coco was already happy that he would fly together with his master, just the 2 of them. But there was a notice in this dungeon that flight was restricted. The bird stopped and looked at the owner with surprised eyes. Seems to be a bummer. But in that case, we'll have to ride the horse. Coco already resentfully returned from his master and almost cried. In a flash, a guardsman appeared. He immediately understood his lord's request and sat him on his horse. As expected, the cavalry proved useful in many ways. Arthur moved forward into the far reaches of the desert. The unfortunate Coco followed them and was extremely upset that he could not fly with his master. Suddenly, the guardsman reported that something up ahead could be seen more closely. The energy was painfully similar to the one present during the battle with the Holy Star. It was the Reapian cavalry. The boy wondered if this was already the army of the Fifth Throne he remembered well when he fought him. But what can we do? We'll have to go up against this army. Despite all the objections of his comrade, the lad ordered him to calm down, he would do everything himself, and jumped off his horse. After flying a few meters, Arthur released several dozen waves of magical energy directly into the enemy. With only one step left, he had already prepared his fist to wipe out this army in one fell swoop. It was the coming of the great god of evil. He unleashed all the energy he had. The soldiers, not expecting any of this, simply watched their demise approach them. The cavalry commander was completely shocked that he couldn't destroy an entire army single-handedly in one strike. He was left to guess how strong their Lord Arthur was only standing beside the defeated military. Suddenly, he was distracted by the voice of a cavalryman who was approaching with unspeakable speed. Tao kneeled down in front of him and asked him to destroy this minute. Arthur did not understand anything and just stood like a pillar. The man said in a weeping voice that he had not realized all the limitless abilities of his master, so deserved such a punishment. Arthur smiled and said he understood. It's not a sin that can only be washed away by going to the afterlife, so don't worry. He was about to suggest going deeper into exploring the area, yet when suddenly something began to appear behind him. Now it was getting interesting. It seemed the opponent was beginning to resurrect. Arthur prepared to strike again. But it turned out to be more complicated than it seemed at first glance. The army exclaimed again and again, no matter how many times Arthur destroyed them. He had already fought these soldiers dozens of times, but the result was still already. Tao watched all this from the side and involuntarily admired the Lord. He really is an incredible man. Meanwhile, Arthur wondered it was a bit strange. Why do these warriors exclaim time after time when you destroy them? With that said, the guy wondered if perhaps he had overlooked something, and now he couldn't handle the task. Arthur said with a heavy sigh that he certainly didn't want to use it, but they left him no choice. Boundless Whisper was used, and all elders capable of fighting were summoned to this dungeon to help. Absolutely everyone heard their lord's voice and immediately rushed to help them, which was a real gift for them. The two men were standing near the entrance to some dungeon and were about to go to the aid of their overlord. Tao, with a smile on his face, watched the elders appear one by one, naming their leader. But the man had no way of knowing who they were. Arthur stood before them like a true king. Tao looked at Luxo and didn't understand what kind of old man was emanating an extremely strange energy. Then he shifted his gaze to the two assassins and immediately assumed that they were like shadows attacking from behind and destroying their victims. He had never seen any of these subordinates before, and Cardi Arthur twitched a little. He said that no one should be afraid that he called these people. They are their supporters, so they should not be afraid. Luxo extended his hand to the knight and said he was counting on him. The guardsmen in turn reciprocated. Everyone seemed to be assembled. Arthur looked around at everyone and got ready. Suddenly they were distracted by two people approaching them, a little girl and an old man dressed in a cloak. The girl's name was Verdi. But who is this little kid? The guards had already revived and were ready to attack. The little girl jumped up to Arthur and introduced herself. Her name was Verdi. She was the 5th elder and also an archmage. The 9th elder wore a wide-brimmed hat and was called Panda. He was also a skilled tracker. Arthur looked at the newcomers with surprised eyes, but still allowed them to come. The girl immediately threw herself into his arms. Upon receiving permission, Verdi immediately rushed into the attack. She jumped to an incredible height. Magic circles began to form around her, and she would destroy anyone who got in her way. The girl's eyes widened as she read the spell that was meant to destroy the knights. Then there was an explosion so powerful that the earth shook, and everyone in the neighborhood seemed to hear it. Covering his hands, the knight was terrified what this incredible power was, how a child could possess such powers. The man was surprised to find such strong people among those close to the Lord. It turned out that he knew nothing about this man. Even Arthur marveled at such strength, though she's an elder girl. Look, how did she have such skills? Meanwhile, Verdi finished her work and clapped her hands happily. She did a great job, didn't she? Panda approached Arthur and told him that he had found a friend leading to the next gate. The guy didn't even quite understand what they wanted him to do. The guy was surprised he didn't even have time to feel anything, and the panda had already said that the right place was right here. It took the man only a few seconds to find the right gate, and there it was before his eyes. Arthur immediately felt a powerful flow of mana here. Verdi continued to swirl around the overlord and embraced him. For some reason, everyone felt a hostile aura, and it also appeared very familiar to them. Suddenly, the little girl felt something and said that something strange was in that direction. Arthur shifted his eyes. The girl's face turned serious. She said she felt Manu spoiling her mood. And indeed, they were not alone here in front of the guys, were a lot of guards dressed in white. They had only one phrase: "I will destroy evil." Arthur took a closer look. He wondered why the energy seemed familiar to him. It turns out this mana flow comes from the holy thrones. That's why the guy felt a very familiar sensation. In the meantime, white dragons appeared and rushed straight at the entrance, shouting to destroy evil. Arthur noticed them too. They were trappings of the holy place, no wonder. Luxo stepped forward and advised the Overlord to get out of here. This force is completely incompatible with them. You need to block the path. But Arthur stopped him. It was unnecessary. After all, he is a lord, an all-powerful man, so there is nothing to worry about. You can just trust him, and Arthur will do anything now he has applied the space of absolute evil. The elder felt an incredible surge of strength and energy throughout his body. He was feeling something like this for the first time. Standing beside him asked, did he feel it too? Luxo looked away with a surprised look. Rexer said that once he had already felt this power once, it was the same power that the Lord had given them. Johann said he would go first and deal with the offensive linemen. Rexer moved with him. They would destroy everything in their path for the glory of the Overlord. Luxo felt incredibly strong until now. It was as if he was blocked by a wall, but now his power was increasing by leaps and bounds. The two assassins slayed the dragons one by one. Their strength had grown tremendously, and now they could fight as equals. The others also rushed forward for the glory of their lord and master. They would destroy anyone in their path. Verdi got her portion of power too, and asked everyone to focus on attacking the girl was engulfed in flames. Nothing is no problem now. The girl let out all her power, and a huge three-headed dragon appeared behind her. The guardsman also felt his body being filled with unprecedented power. He felt himself becoming stronger again. The black dragon fought with many white dragons, and their forces were almost equal. Arthur, who was watching from the sidelines, thought that compatibility was unnecessary. If the opponent was strong, then they needed to become even stronger. But for the reinforced elders, only 20 seconds was enough to destroy the enemy completely. Johann and Rexer's side took the least amount of damage thanks to the power their lord gave them. When their leader is with them, they can do anything. The elders began to praise the Lord again. In addition, Arthur's charisma level is over 100, so he's gotten the monarch's greatness skill. Everyone else gathered around their lord Arthur pondered what they should do next. He asked the other elders in the village to swear an oath of allegiance to him. All agreed. Quite right. Arthur smiled. Of course, the elder would never let him down in such a case. Let them swear allegiance to him. A plaque appeared in front of everyone. They were to swear allegiance immediately without lies or deceit. Coco was the first to hit the consent sign. He was immensely happy to have such a master. The bird, of course, didn't know what was going on there, but it looks like something beautiful. So you have to click as quickly as possible. Verdi also began to poke his finger at the plaque. Of course, she swears allegiance to her lord. The others, too, began to swear allegiance and boundless obedience. Suddenly, Panda noticed something. He thought something about the place was strange. He said that, of course, he'd succeeded in destroying all the mages, but there was still something here. Streams of new mana began to appear. It seems the knights began to resurrect and prepared to attack again. She saw it and screamed that it was dangerous to retreat. Apparently, the girl was very worried. The eyes of one of the mages lit up, and it seemed to be a stream of mana directed at self-destruction, and there was an explosion. The elders tried to protect each other, all as if numb with fear and unable to move. Arthur cursed himself for his indiscretion. He had been too slow to notice an explosion of this magnitude. For the elders is naturally dangerous. He must at all costs protect them. The elders were already beginning to prepare to accept their end and cover themselves with their hands. But suddenly, with surprise, they noticed that they were fine. But what happened? Did the explosion disappear? The thing is that Arthur applied a protective buff in time and covered everyone from the consequences of the explosion. Thank God he had time. The guy was even a little scared. For the first time in a long time, he sensed danger. Everyone began to embrace the Lord and thank him for the miraculous salvation. His power really boggles the mind. On all the news channels, there was only one thing going on: mass unprecedented layoffs. All the massive unions are doing a purge. Arthur, along with his sister, sat in front of the monitor and watched the issue. Looking at her brother, the girl asked, "At this rate, doesn't he seem at a disadvantage again?" There was such an option, but they say that since there is capital, they will cut off financial flows. But in this case, people will not be able to earn a living. One way or another, the dirty deeds of great companies are revealed one by one, and it can't help but please. Arthur asked his sister if she knew why he had been acting so passive lately. The girl wondered. She finally realized her brother had recently solved the quest. So now he intends to act in full force, right? These arrogant people underestimate others too much, so it's worth paying for it. Arthur continued to conquer more and more lands for him as if it were an easy walk. He became so powerful that the rest of the audience felt his presence even in their room, or was it self-induced? Another city has been taken over. It's become a routine. The man approached local residents and said he had heard they couldn't get into the hunting grounds. When the residents heard they could use them unhindered, they were indescribably delighted. Besides, Arthur said he wouldn't charge any fees. Now, that was a real honorable thing to do. Serdian came and stood next to the Lord. In total, they managed to conquer more than 24 settlements. Everything is going as it should. The girl suggested that the enemy may have been operating on the information front during passive actions. On the other hand, the people who were fired are creating new forces in previously conquered lands. In this way, people awaken and begin to look at the world with clear eyes. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Arthur already wanted to finish for the day as suddenly a new notice appeared in front of his face. Meanwhile, the necromancer lay in her room and rejoiced in her new manicure what light to choose today. Suddenly her phone vibrated, and the girl jerked in surprise, wondering if someone was calling her. It was Arthur. But why is he calling her? Her heart started beating at a furious rate. But still, the girl picked up instantly and said she was home resting. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Arthur asked her to come over for something, and the girl of course agreed. The manicure I received for my birthday was an incredibly expensive item and had tons of useful features. One of them was to protect high-ranking NPCs or VIP persons. A few hours later, Arthur was already at her house, holding a little bug camera that had been installed in such a short period of time. It's not hard to guess who it was. Yves was furious. All his plans went awry. It's unthinkable. Now he's definitely screwed. He'll be caught by the police and taken to prison for years for espionage and invasion of privacy. Soon they went to a cafe where they discussed the situation. It seems this man was really crazy. Arthur looked at his phone. However, now that this man has openly committed such a serious crime, he won't be able to get away with it. The necromancer still couldn't believe it because what happened was her voice shook with fear. She was ashamed that her nails were so expensive. It's too much. She'll pay it all back. But Arthur reassured her that she could keep her manicure and not worry about it. But the leak of her personal data was still a concern. But now they met quietly in the cafe. Arthur spoke quite ordinary. The girl did not quite understand. So far they had only met online, but after such a major incident, there was simply no point in hiding. It's okay, Arthur even felt a little limited himself just because he was acting online. He returned to his residence where the elder came to report to him. He said that in the Hillstay dungeon, new monsters black fur deer and black fur otter have been discovered. It is also confirmed that when defeating these monsters, a black stone appears. The elder was holding a pebble in his hands. And Zeta and Verdi also directly investigated the hunting grounds and cross-checked the information. It was very good now Arthur trusted them to systematically guide the hunt to ensure safety. The guy turned to his assistant and asked if all the preparations were completed. The woman nodded her head. Now that they have a steady supply of black stone, no one will dare to harm them. It's time to show the world true greatness, and now no one will stand in his way. Recent news reports said that the leader of the Grand Alliance of Ellen was arrested for espionage and dissemination of personal data. The rumors reached even America, and the captain was talking about what had happened. The case also involved a manicure, so the unsub is labeled as an absolute necromancer. But so far, Arthur's involvement in the case has not been confirmed. But immediately new information came in from a trusted confidant. It's just been made public that absolute evil can engage in a non-stop supply of black rocks. Arthur said he was now absolutely evil to provide an uninterrupted flow of black stones. The shaman spoke of how if Arthur only wished they would assist them at any time. The leader of the Icelandic Knights also declared his full cooperation with absolute evil. The Chinese also called themselves their brothers and said they would help at all costs. And then there also followed a huge announcement he would create an allied evil. Now all the news was just talking about was absolutely evil creating a new union. Huang was of course aware of the recent events and was now going to take special measures. The only question that remained was how the hell he was able to ensure a smooth flow of black stones. They say that the girl who was disturbed was an absolute necromancer, so Marion from the Alliance of Absolute Evil is also a commoner. The man was furious not to give a damn about anyone else but these two. He would definitely not leave alone ever. Suddenly there was his vlog that said their agent went to town to face the ultimate evil. This is the man who can bring Arthur down to rock bottom. The man nodded his head. That's exactly what needs to be done. There was also information about the seventh holy throne. This girl is the absolute evil's own sister. Meanwhile, Arthur called his sister and the necromancer to Prune to deliver important news. He said that the bodyguards would accompany them until things settled down because of what had recently happened. Also, a CIA agent from the US and China will also keep them safe. The girls marveled at how cool Arthur is. He then held out the manicure to his sister and also instructed her to apply the nail polish and never take it off. It's all for their safety, so let them just take it and use it. The girls couldn't believe it. As for Arthur, he too made preparations as suddenly he was interrupted by someone running towards him with a notice. The man said to go immediately to the reception room. Arthur wondered, did the elders come again? In front of him stood a guy who was red with embarrassment. That wasn't the point. Some girl came in. He said Arthur was waiting to see a woman of indescribable beauty. Jae Sung Hwa introduced herself and fixed a lock of her hair. The girl was indeed enchantingly beautiful. In a perfectly calm voice, Arthur asked what business had brought her here to him. He had heard nothing before. The girl said she was on an interesting quest. Arthur looked at the notification window and it didn't look like she was lying. Well, more importantly, something else. The guy looked up at her from his scythe. Letting in the Lord's females to fulfill the tasks of the main users, this is completely absurd. The guy who brought her here blushed with shame. The girl looked at Arthur and asked, "Is there any way to gain the trust of an absolute evil?" She said she was willing to do anything, but inside the girl was a real monster. She went up to Arthur and asked him to take care of her. The guy didn't show any hesitation in her direction. Quite calmly, he said that here is his concern, she would be a little hurt, the girl wondered. The guy standing next to him clutched at his heart. It was Lord's base hit. The girl was on the other side of the world before she could blink an eye, and she didn't understand why it happened. Arthur asked why she was using the charm at all. What was the point? The girl tried to feign incomprehension. He had no desire to look into it anyway. He just turned around and walked away. It was starting to piss him off. This girl is beautiful, but the guy thought his necromancer was much better. He then met with Jin and said that he had just recently been able to block the mind manipulation skill with armor. The effect was on the face of the guy's back was a new armor that had a lot of incredible characteristics. Although he couldn't see this girl's charms, he could feel her influence on his mind. After his assistant's words, he decided to thoroughly prepare for this meeting. After all, it's not that easy. The man was extremely pleased. It was good that their products were useful to the Overlord. He had created a true masterpiece. The man noted that since the armor is made of black stones, it has some value. And besides, the main ability is that it can be worn in the real world just like a manicure. At this time, Ju Ran was trying to fend off buyers they wanted to buy the black stones. But for now, the sale was unavailable. The man said that their main product wasn't actually armor. Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. In terms of practicality, armor made of red stone has much more power, while blue stone products are more affordable. And especially white armor made of cheap white stone, anyone can afford them. They could be of invaluable help to the rank and file soldiers. Arthur nodded his head. That's good news. The man wanted to once again express his gratitude to the absolute evil, but the guy put his hand forward and said it was unnecessary. The next day came an ad campaign for the very thing that almost anyone can afford. At the first show, they decided to hold a charity event and gave away armor to anyone who wanted it. Following this, Arthur met with the necromancer. The girl said that everyone was discussing how generous and kind he was. The girl asked about the talk about Africa. Was it true? Arthur wondered what kind of talk was going on. The fact is that a prince from the Far East is doing a global good deed by partnering with companies in Africa. They say that by selling the black stone, they can get rid of their energy problems for the next 3 decades. Arthur's head was starting to ring. He decided to stop this conversation and handed Miriam a small bag. There was the black armor Arthur had prepared for her. The girl wondered if it was really her. The guy was thinking it was a good thing that he had started producing this armor at the right time. At first glance, it seemed quite dangerous. Following this, Arthur suggested to slowly get back into the game. Necromancer agreed. Indeed, they had been chatting. Back in the game, the girl began to destroy the knights with her undead army and enslave everything around her. It was already a regular activity for her. She was destroying monsters one by one without sparing anyone. Many interesting events happened along with this union. Eliel betrayed the divine star and turned to absolute evil. The Blue Heart said that they were extremely wrong, and if there were any demands, they would gladly fulfill them. Arthur looked down at her. Even at such an important moment, the president can't come in person and sends the principal. Arthur sat down on his knees and said he would think about it if all modern aristocrats gathered their possessions and helped the poor. In addition, this woman should delete her character and live only on 5,000,001 blue hearts. Surprised and trembled with fear. Of course, Arthur knew she couldn't do that, so let her go back. The woman was left alone. She was gnawed by her conscience. She had chosen the wrong path, and the bad side originally should have teamed up with absolute evil. Huang was in his office talking to someone on the phone, and his voice was extremely anxious. With nothing left but to cover one loud news, another man looked at the closed windows. In some mountains, a guy with glasses was hiding behind a tree and doing surveillance. He looked out from behind a nearby tree and saw his target, Kang Mu Seok, who was talking on the phone with someone and was completely oblivious. A few hours ago, Hyun Seok went out to buy himself a snack as usual and didn't think about anything. There was one single car on the crowded road that day that kept annoyingly honking. Director Mu Seok was naturally sitting in that car. How come he was here? The boy ran nose to nose with the principal, and moreover, he looked like he was in a hurry. Naturally, the computer genius immediately had an idea. He could smell the scent of sensation. He quickly caught the first cab that came along and chased after Mu Seok the whole time without stopping. He didn't even spare any money. And now the lad was in the deep woods and following the man's every move. Of course it was a little creepy to be here. And besides, that principal is obviously up to something. Hyun Seok heard one phrase, Monstergate. It shocked him when suddenly the object he was tracking disappeared. The guy couldn't even figure out where the man had gone. It was like he'd vanished. The principal was so fast that it was impossible to catch his movement. Fatty felt that there was someone behind him. The player did not stand on ceremony and hit the fat man in the back. The unfortunate man fell to the ground and could do nothing. The director immediately recognized who was standing in front of him. It was the same person who was running the channel with the broadcasts. He approached the boy and pulled out his huge, long knife. The fat man already realized that something very bad was about to happen. Hyun-seok scoffed at the director. Who else here are the trash citizens who are the masters of this country and not a lowlife like him? The man was already preparing his huge cleaver to finally teach the insolent plebeian a lesson. Yu-chul was standing outside the building, and as he was apparently waiting for someone, he was called out and the man turned his head. The girl Na-hyun appeared in front of him. She greeted her comrade cheerfully. They held hands and were about to go for a walk somewhere. The girl said that she was suddenly called by her teacher, and she couldn't refuse. The guy looked at her with surprised eyes. He noticed how cute and small this girl's hands were, and he just couldn't take his eyes off her. The boy even wondered if they being friends could walk holding hands. The boy immediately turned to his friend. He wanted to offer to hold hands with her, but the girl wasn't around. Turning his head, he saw a terrible picture. His friend was in the air as if something was holding her. The only word that came out of her mouth was run, run. A huge orc-like monster stood in front of them. It was the most inhumane attack in the history of this city. The Republic of Korea was plunged into chaos in a matter of hours. There appeared hordes of monsters that destroyed everything in their path, and without pity sent people to the other world. It was an unprecedented situation faced by the whole country. People were panicked and terrified. They were looking for some safe place. The news only talked about it, and the leading ones almost cried, and he himself was scared beyond belief. Saya couldn't hold back her tears and said that she couldn't watch it anymore. Arthur was extremely puzzled by this situation. If the military had reacted to the situation in time, though such casualties could have been avoided. Moreover, I wonder how the monsters were able to penetrate the real world at all. It's impossible. Suddenly, Randall texted him and the guy had to go to his mansion for an emergency meeting. The courteous concierge opened the door and invited him in. The boy nodded and moved inside. An old friend was waiting for him there, talking about an important conversation, but the scariest thing Arthur saw was a wounded Hyun-seok. The guy was hooked up to a ventilator. Apparently his situation was extremely grave. He had been stabbed. Arthur wanted to know what all this even meant. Randall apologized. He did introduce bodyguards to him from their side, but they were too late. The player wanted to know who even did such a thing to him. The comrade replied that it was the director of the Divine Star, and asked why it was necessary to come this far. It wasn't necessary. Handing him the tablet, Randall said Arthur would see for himself when he watched the video. There was a recording made by Hyun-seok before he was attacked, so it should clear things up. Director Hyun-seok was in the video, but there was also a strange portal. During this fight for his life, Fatty managed to place a secret camera on his attacker's back. It was now apparent that the monster gate had opened, and it was through this passageway that the monsters entered the real world. Only one question remained as to why this was even done. Arthur stood in front of the bed and understood nothing. He already knew very well who was behind this, and he wasn't going to let this one get away with it. Indeed, he had set out to destroy the Divine Star. Randall asked, is it that self-proclaimed nobles or who? Arthur looked at him with an angry look. The Eastern representative standing next to him was also furious. Why was the government and military so slow to react? Arthur concluded that this could be someone's plan, most likely an action very seriously thought out by someone. Otherwise, he found it difficult to explain what was happening. This was someone's dirty game, definitely. There was no need to speculate on the matter. Arthur was furious. He wanted to destroy whoever had done this. These people will not stop there for anything, so we need to prevent further casualties as soon as possible. Musiak held a press conference and said that as a responsible person, he can't turn a blind eye to what's going on. Since Divine Star is an alliance created by humans, he will do his best to prevent something like this from happening in the future. Still, he should show something to the people standing. Here the people began to stir and talk among themselves. He showed the video and said that the video was not a way to manipulate or anything like that. The video showed Arthur himself opening the very portal from which the monsters later emerged. The video clearly showed the absolute evil actually opening a portal from which more and more mutants appeared. The video ended with Arthur punching the man who was filming the whole thing. The director inhumanely lied. He set it all up, but now he's trying to make himself look good in front of the public. He told the entire public an absolute lie that he himself created. The Americans seemed to doubt, did absolute evil really leave Olympus? The man looked at his tablet. It depicted Arthur, whose exact location could not be determined. Meanwhile, the guy traveled to Iceland to the Swordsman's Union to ask for support. The head of the Swordsman's Union had already prepared the necessary items Arthur had requested. The guy asked if they had seen the video released by the Divine Star. He thought everyone would lose all desire to help him. The guy promised that if it seemed true, he would give up all the black stones he had. The man realized that this man seemed to have a trump card up his sleeve, so he said he could call for help at any time. Right after Divine Union released the video, his parents immediately saw it. Having to move to a new home to keep my family safe was a necessity. From the moment Arthur's identity was revealed, it was his assistant who did the preparation, and Rendall who helped him choose a suitable location. and the parents, with the help of the Israel Union, had to be sent traveling in Switzerland. One day, the guy will have to admit that he is the ultimate evil, and then it will turn his social life upside down. In the meantime, he had been arrested under suspicion of mass monster summoning and was in custody. It was predictable because the Divine Star possessed very large connections no one could do anything about. The moment the whole situation is broadcast on the internet, everyone is watching this moment. The guy was led under the arms of 2 policemen, and he did not even refuse, but just obediently walked along with them. Various reporters were circling around him, wondering how a guy could walk with his head up at such a moment. He looked to the side and saw a multitude of angry faces looking at him as people turned away from him en masse. The guy said they can watch the whole truth about the incident on his channel. People started shaking their heads even in this position. He is promoting his YouTube channel, but still watched it. The channel started a live broadcast that was hosted by none other than Hyun Seok, who had already regained consciousness and was in a more or less normal state. The guy said he was the one who shot the video, risking his life just for them. The video featured the union director, Divine Star, who was involved. All the people began to stare in surprise. They could not believe their eyes that this very man was behind everything that was happening. It turns out that absolute evil was falsely accused of something he didn't do. The guy just looked at the crowd. It was a perfectly placed trap that the Divine Star Alliance could not have foreseen. That's how Arthur ended up on parole, and now all charges against him have been dropped. Soon he returned home where his family and friends were waiting for him. The joy was incredible. And mass strikes against the Divine Star Union began in the streets after the terrible truth about their crimes came to light. The principal was just furious that those pigs dared to say anything else in his direction. But as you know, trouble does not walk alone, and an employee burst into his office to inform him that they are in big trouble. The building caught fire because people threw Molotov cocktails at it. Now it's engulfed in flames. A man walking down the stairs almost breaking his legs was a real emergency. His plan was perfect, but the man was already being waited on the lower aisle's steps by angry men. The people wanted to seize him and bring him to a fair trial, and the boy didn't know what to do. He found himself blocked, and there was no way to retreat, and the man had no choice but to stand on the steps. He was rounded up, and the principal was arrested for his crimes he had nothing to do but accept. Soon he found himself in prison with his grandfather, lucky enough to be assigned to the same cell. The grandson couldn't understand what he had done wrong. Was it such a problem that he had destroyed a few plebs? The man shook his head. No, that's not the problem. The problem is that his foolish grandson has been caught red-handed. However, there was still a chance they could be released on an early pardon. The news was that the president of Divine Star and his grandfather had been arrested. But of course it was all good, but now everyone knows that the holy sibling is totally evil. I wonder how the public will react to this. But no one paid attention to this, yet the girl rejoiced at the fact that the Divine Star would soon fall for so. The heads were behind bars and all public opinion was against them. Suddenly, the necromancer girl walked into their room, was confused about something, and approached Arthur. As soon as the sister heard they wanted to talk in private, she immediately vanished. They were left alone and looked at each other in silence for a while longer. Shyly, the girl handed him a small bag of cookies and told him it was a small gift. Fixing my hair, Marion said she got carried away with cooking and didn't realize she'd baked these cookies for him. Lately, she feels that Arthur is really an outstanding personality. The guy looked at her and gave her a surprised look. As soon as she heard the words of gratitude, she blushed even more. She began to shy away with all her might. The girl left the room in a flash. Arthur didn't even have time to blink an eye as she disappeared. Now he was left all alone with a bag of cookies in his hands and completely unaware of what that was now. He took the cookie in his mouth and began to chew it diligently while scrolling through the news feed. The bad thing was that he still didn't understand who his enemy was. The guy kept scrolling diligently through the tape. Back in the game, the first person to meet him was Panda. He said he found something in Lord's basement. Arthur wondered, is this really about the very basement of the castle? Panda nodded. The door was very cleverly hidden, so it was hard to find. It appears to be the ancient work of a skilled craftsman. The man assumed it was the creation of a master of the empire, or even higher. Arthur pondered this did sound interesting. A huge structure made by a top-level craftsman. It was worth checking out. While behind bars, Huang said they still had 100 trillion left, so we can use it. It's that hidden power of the Divine Star. This money can be used for parole. There's a hidden vault his father ordered years ago. The principal was furious, but it was still the only good news he'd heard in the last few days. Here they began to be bullied constantly as soon as they found out who had gotten into their prison. The man was furious once he was sure to destroy them with his own hands as soon as he got out of prison. Grandfather continued. He said that the vault was arranged so that no one except the descendants of the direct line of the Divine Star would be able to open it. As it turns out, Panda has only spent a few hours and has already opened the lock. Arthur came to rapture as expected of a ninth elder. He is truly a master of his craft. This man really had many hidden talents. Besides being a masterful tracker, he was also an excellent burglar. Rufendal was already eager to fight. He could smell the gold coins and wanted to get his hands on them as soon as possible. By the way, he changed his profession now. The guy was a mage type of collector who specialized in collecting items. It was a hidden class, but it still said that it could be used to acquire something interesting, so he took it. Arthur couldn't help but notice that his pet had been a little too active lately. But the guy realized that skipping the Pledge of Allegiance as a result of going to the other world carried big consequences. He was furious some bird was in first place and he was somewhere at the end. It was not allowed. So Panda concluded that they could go inside without any obstacles. But Crystal had said that entering for people who were not blood related to the divine star lineage could be dangerous. A caustic smirk immediately appeared on Arthur's face. Could it be that this divine star vault was just great news? The guy said let them count from now on that they are going to raid the dungeon for danger. It will be something similar. The guys moved inside. The doors opened, and the vast expanse of the vault appeared before them. Panda assumed that there were many traps set here, so he would go first. The man walked ahead and pondered the message obviously said about Master. This is the title of this empire. Someone who has achieved exceptional achievement in some craft can claim this title, and putting all his pride as a tracker on the line, Panda vowed to finally solve the mystery. For some reason, Coco became active. He ran forward as if he could smell the jewels. The panda didn't have time to stop him, and the bird rushed forward in search of the treasure. But he was told to ignore this bird. It always behaves like this when it smells treasure. Suddenly, Arthur was visited by a feeling of powerful déjà vu once before he had seen a similar situation. The bird opened its wings and screamed. It was the king's scream, as if it was calling to someone or trying to scare them. Coco looked to the sides, looking for someone. A secret passageway opened up. Arthur concluded that he seemed to have the ability to find hidden passageways. Well, that's pretty good. Panda couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't think that an ordinary bird could have such outstanding tracking abilities. Coco, on the other hand, just looked haughtily at everyone else as if showing his exclusivity. It turns out that he and Rufendal lost by instinct to some flying chicken. Juran looked at them with surprised eyes. What's wrong with these two? Why are they acting like children? Suddenly, there was someone's voice saying that they had managed to reach far enough, but what would happen next? The voice said he had a soft heart, so he wasn't going to destroy them all at once, and everyone tensed up. However, at the second gate they will meet their end, so the way is closed, but the bird was not going to retreat as soon as it saw the colored stones. Coco was already raring to go. Everyone followed him, and the persistence of this bird was enviable. Folding his arms across his chest, Arthur wondered what Huang would think if he saw that his secret passage had been opened this way. The voice gave them one last chance, but it seems the heroes weren't going to back down and only moved deeper. A magic symbol in the form of a circle suddenly appeared in front of them, a kind of protective amulet. The voice demanded they go back from whence they came, but Arthur didn't seem intent on backing down. Secret magic circle, long corridor. Is this the next gate? They froze in anticipation. Panda said that he doesn't know the exact code, but it seems to be the cipher of the divine star's bloodline. Arthur asked, is there any chance of deleting a character after he goes to the other side of the world? He asked his pet if he was still able to use his magical defense spells. Rufendal nodded. He had that ability. Then Arthur ordered him to get down to business. They were in for quite an adventure. At this time, Huang, freed from the IV, asked what about the direct access capsule to Olympus. Recognizing that she was in his room, the man ordered to connect immediately. There was not a second to lose. He should have just joined the game and been done with it. Then he'll figure it out. Laying down in the capsule, the man thought it would be nice to change his identity and start his new life, but it was much more complicated. Rufendal patiently endured all the traps. It was a huge power. Even his defense skills struggled to cope. But how the Overlord could withstand such a strong pressure remained a mystery. The guy wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was incredibly hot here. It felt like being on a beach, and the sun was close to the earth. Arthur passed inside the blazing inferno without any delay. He felt as if he felt nothing. Panda realized that the quality of their mana was at completely different levels. It was completely unattainable. Tears flowed from the man's eyes, and he began to mutter and praise his lord to himself. Juran. Listening to all this nonsense, I can't believe they really have no brains. They're adults after all. But she herself involuntarily marveled that Mr. Arthur was now single-handedly handling all this. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the flames went out. Arthur stopped. Did the trap end somehow, even faintly? He motioned for everyone else to move to the next door. They were not far away at all. But suddenly, the guy saw a whole mountain of gold coins in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes how many there were. Rufendal, along with Coco, immediately moved there to collect the treasure. They could not let this goodness go to waste. Behind Arthur and Panda only watched the whole thing. Panda marveled that the Overlord had overcome absolutely all the doors. Meanwhile, Coco was enjoying a real feast. He was eating gold coins. His belly had already become perfectly round. Arthur sighed heavily. Let him eat as much as he wanted and fill his belly. Juran couldn't believe that such a treasure had been hidden here all this time. Even NZ doesn't have that kind of capital right here under people's feet. Rufendal, with burning eyes, shouted that now he would show the power of a magic gatherer. He would take absolutely everything. Watching all this, Panda pretended that this kid turned out to be such an unserious mere child. However, this devotion touches to the core. The guy looked at him with a surprised look while continuing to collect coins. As soon as Panda named him the successor to the tracker, the guy said he's good for now. Arthur was somehow bored. He was of course glad that the vault had opened without any problems, but at the same time it was somehow depressing. How many items he prepared, spending a lot of money, and all he had to do was walk through a few traps. He even bought a ring in Iceland the other day. It's a shame he spent a lot of money on an item of divine rank. Suddenly the guy saw a bright flash in front of him. A jet of flame burst out of the ring. When he came closer, he saw that there was a small chest in front of him. No one expected someone to get here. Just as he was about to take the loot for himself, he was stopped by a voice. Behind them stood some obscure man in a hoodie, a man shouting absolute anger. Not only did he hang the accusation on knowing, but he also had his hands on the treasure. There was a strange aura emanating from the man. His mana was incredibly strong, and it wasn't hard to guess who it was. The man stood in front of them and said that now he would destroy them in the name of all that he had accomplished. And his eyes slid over the treasure enough to pick up the very box that was in the center, and all would be done. It was for this that he came here. The man's teeth gritted with rage. Now he would destroy everyone. It didn't take a second before the man jerked forward and ran straight at Arthur with his arm out in front of him. Arthur only sighed sadly to this man, because it is known that alone he will not defeat him in any way, so why attack? But one wondered why he needed that little chest Arthur was holding. The man suddenly had a red dagger in his hands and prepared it for a sneak attack to destroy the absolute evil once and for all. Not a second's hesitation, and the man plunged the dagger right into the boy's stomach. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he finally got even for all the humiliation he had endured. The others only looked at their leader in surprise, wondering if this was going to be the end of it now. Now Arthur had truly met his end. The man laughed a thunderous laughter. He said he'd known for a long time that Arthur could read other people's mana, so he'd taken advantage of it. The man smiled, but Arthur couldn't understand what he had just done. The others were also in complete shock. The name of this item is the Dagger of Divine Punishment, this item that removes the character from the game. Arthur wondered if so why he was now perfectly fine and in the game as usual. Huang looked at him with astonished eyes. It can't be that way, he had made a direct hit. Smiling, the guy said that a man after all should know that divine rank items sold far more than one could imagine. The old man still couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it, but Arthur stood before him alive and well. The exhausted man fell to the ground. He was completely destroyed, both inside and out. He had no trump cards left up his sleeve. A dagger blade suddenly appeared in front of his face. Now he was on the verge of life. Arthur said that he too had searched and found many items with a delete function, and by the way, one of them is in his hands right now. It would be interesting to know how a person feels faced with removal personally. The man was horrified. But Arthur was in no hurry to destroy him so easily. He struck a powerful blow with his fist and destroyed the man in a flash. The man's soul flew out of his body, but the guy wondered how he even managed to stretch his legs from a single base hit. Huang was furious and shouted that he would kill Arthur as soon as he had the chance. But the player wasn't sure if he could even do it. The others continued to watch with surprised faces. Turns out his pet had been filming it all along, and every last frame was a great recording. It remains to be seen how the man managed to connect to Olympus. Huang didn't know what to say, and blanched. Pointing his finger at him, Arthur said that they should be in jail right now, but did he fake being sick and connect? And now he has returned to the fortress to find this very treasure of his ancestors and use it. Since their main streamer had not yet recovered, the installation was entrusted to a necromancer girl too, was pretty good with computers. The girl said she was ready to be a good wife and a wise mother, but Arthur still didn't understand what the connection was. The player wasn't sure if the case would go to life imprisonment, but he has a lot of connections at the top, so this man can find a loophole. Since they had now commandeered the hidden assets of the Divine Star, they had a complete increase in money. Now something definitely needs to be done about them. The girl looked at her lord with loving eyes. She didn't know what to do with herself anymore. This man was so classy and cute, the necromancer waved him off and wished him luck. Arthur approached his assistants and said that if he got this opportunity, he would like to use the funds to establish a foundation. He would like to take part in helping the monster victims to restore his good name. It was a good idea because, according to recent reports, some of the donations go into the wrong hands without proper auditing. However, there was only one question as to how he was going to help those people. And here Arthur thought. The picture was of two people, a guy and a girl, the same ones who were the first to suffer from the monsters. The mother looked at her daughter's picture and cried, even if the whole world forgets about her, she will still remember. The woman sat alone in an empty room and sobbed silently, looking at the picture of her beloved daughter. Suddenly, she was disturbed by a knock on the door and a voice asking if anyone was home. The guy did set up a foundation that will compensate all victims at the rate of 1 billion per person for the next 20 years. But Arthur grew stronger and didn't stop there. He created new jobs on it and social workers for the foundation. But Huang had lost everything. He had no more money, no more attention, No more influence. He sat alone in an empty room and didn't know what to do. What's more, he's now deprived of the ability to connect to Olympus, and it's literally taking his hands off of him. But that wasn't the worst part of it. The man couldn't let his grandson go down the same path. At this time, Arthur was having a lively conversation with someone on the phone. He didn't understand what they meant by the word fund reduction. The man on the other end of the line insisted on a small adjustment. It was the Minister of Employment and Labor. He talked about Arthur becoming a financial monopoly with such large amounts of money. In other words, he proposed to divide everything amongst ourselves and live in peace and harmony so that all would be well off. Arthur was furious at such a statement. He could not allow them to be helped. In this way, management comes at the expense of income. So let the esteemed minister mind his own business and thank Arthur for his generosity and mercy. Arthur was extremely puzzled. And what kind of ministers are they who don't sit on the internet and see what is the situation now? Besides, if this is how an ordinary minister behaves, then how are things in the government at all? Meanwhile, the very same Minister of Employment was furious some milkman dares to tell him how to run his business. The man was fully confident that he could defeat the ultimate evil, but he miscalculated. If they find out at the top, he's going down for the count. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Mr. Karma indeed. The attempt to persuade the boy had failed miserably. Meanwhile, being in his residence, the old man was trimming a small, ornamental tree, and behind him stood two girls. The man's lips quivered with anger. It was time to cut the unwanted branches. The two girls trembled with surprise and fear. The fifth throne stood before him and was a completely defenseless girl who was trembling with fear. Also here was the fourth holy see. The girl had an extremely puzzled face. The man looked at them with an extremely eloquent look. Did he really overestimate these two? His eyes were burning. He said that even absolute evil could not defeat them if they achieved their absolutes by uniting their efforts. They must join forces to finally put an end to this nefarious boy who's been plotting against them. Of course, the tortuousness of this process may fill their heads, but still, it is the right way. So it should be followed. However, what about these two girls stood in front of Karma and didn't know what to say? They felt guilty and couldn't do anything. The only result they got from coming to the Holy See was to put their pride on display. Finally, the fourth holy throne couldn't stand it and screamed Karma, after all, could have helped them from the beginning. Or she's wrong. If the man had made a little more effort, things wouldn't have turned out like this. They themselves have been disgraced, and realize what happened on the girl before she could say anything. Dark magic appeared near her neck. The ring began to tighten around the unfortunate girl's neck, and she rose up. The fourth throne looked fearfully at her sister. The man said that the reason he accepted them into his guild wasn't because they were one family. It's just that they are aware of his affairs, so it's best to keep them on a short leash. The girl trembled with fear and apologized. The father took pity on them and let the girl down on the floor. Fifth holy throne immediately jumped up to her sister and started asking her. Karma kept talking. Even though he was watching all this time from the sidelines, he thought he should postpone his retirement. His daughter looked at him. The man said there's been too much noise lately near the first holy see. A guard approached the first saint sitting in the cell and stealthily entered the cell and advanced inside. The man made only a few deft moves, and the first holy throne was on the other side of the world. He lay motionless on the floor, and now his life was finally cut short forever. A small line of blood flowed from the man's mouth and nose, now that no one would ever know about the first holy throne again.